job of getting business done out in the water, even with the smaller conditions. Some big technical maneuvers, a lot of combination waves. We've seen just about everything imaginable out there. Paddling interferences, some serious jockeying, and big maneuvers. I'm sure we'll see more of that today. Again, round 7, round 8 of men's, round 4 and 5 of women's coming up today. Full slate. Stay tuned. All right, and it looks like right now I've got Terry McKenna joining me in the booth. How's it going this morning, Tezza?
Yeah, g'day, Steve, and very good morning, everyone. Bom dia, and beautiful day here in Brazil, Rio de Janeiro, Copacabana. The waves are pretty small today, but I was just speaking with Chico Garitano, who grew up right a couple of blocks away from here. He knows this beach better than anyone, and he's been spot on with his calls, Steve, and he's pretty confident by the time the guys get in the water this afternoon, we'll see a little pulse, maybe a foot or two bigger than this. So, of course, those round 8 heats for the men will be 25 minutes. Otherwise, everything is 20 minutes here today.
All right, so there you have it, 25-minute heats. Top 2 waves will be scored for each rider towards their final combined score. Top 2 riders will advance on to the next round, and there you can see getting on the board first, Uri Rodriguez picking up where he left off yesterday. And here we have the Reunion Islander, Joanne Florentine. And in yellow, also Diego Segura. So a quick wave exchange out in the water, everybody looking to get on the board. Just waiting for João Gabriel, and there you can see he takes a look at that one, lets it pass by. He'll wait for something a little more conducive to his liking.
Well, last night, Steve, I had the pleasure of going out to watch a live game between Botafogo and International, I think it is, the two teams. It was 1-1, and it was incredible experience. We had a corporate box with everything laid out, all thanks to Bruno, of course, our speaker here at the beach. So, yeah, really cool night, and first time I've ever experienced South American soccer in all its glory, and I tell you what, those fans go crazy, don't they?
I have to admit, I'm extremely jealous right now. My wife and I are huge Botafogo fans. I have yet to get to a game down here.
Oh, my God, yeah. So it was really incredible experience. And check my Facebook page. You'll see some photos.
Sounds like a good deal there. I'm going to have to hit up Bruno on that one and see why I didn't get a phone call on that one.
He actually had a couple of spare seats. It was a shame. I said, why is there more of the guys here? But anyway, it's all good. So that was a big game last night, but we have a big match on here today. Look, Steve, good luck. I'll come in around Heat 5 and give you a hand, and hope you enjoy the webcast, folks.
All right, sounds good. Meanwhile, up and riding, looking for something good in the water. João Gabriel on the left gets the roll. That'll be a one-and-done wave for him, but that will be a good secondary score. So while Tezza and I were chit-chatting about the Botafogo game last night, we had all our riders get on the board. A 5.25 for Uri Rodriguez, starting out strong, waiting for the score to be finalized for Diego Segura. João Florentine with a 4.0. And a couple of waves for João Gabriel, just waiting for them to finalize. A 3.25 on his first wave, just waiting for the secondary score. 16 minutes remaining in this 25-minute heat. Stand by for score updates. And actually, it looks like they dropped while I was explaining that. 2.9 for João on his second wave and a 5.25 for Diego Segura. So currently, with just under 16 minutes remaining in this heat, it is João Gabriel in the early lead, followed by Diego Segura. Uri Rodriguez in the second spot looking for a secondary wave, as is João Florentine, who sits in the 4th position currently. And there you can see João taking a look at this one, kicks into this little left-hander. Mid-phase turn, goes up for the air roll spin, gets the rotation around a little slow in the whitewater, but does complete the maneuver. So that will give Joanne his secondary score, and he can build on that. Meanwhile, up and riding, Diego Segura in the yellow jersey. Not much to work with there. He pulls in and then ducks out the back. He will draw sticks from the judges on that one. That won't really help his score any. He'll be looking for a better secondary score to back up that opening 5.25. 15 minutes remaining, and a 4.0 for João Florentine. He now sits on a pair of 4.0s. That moves him into the early lead, just under 15 minutes remaining. Meanwhile, João Gabriel sitting second. Diego Segura currently in third. And again, Uri Rodriguez with a 5.25 on his opening wave, still looking for a secondary wave. He's in that 4th position, actually tied for 3rd at the moment with Diego Segura. And here, Diego Segura up and riding again, finds a little left-hand wave, gets a section to roll off of, Comes off that section cleanly, and nice clean landing as well. That should be a decent score for Diego on his third wave. There you can see here in the early morning, people starting to come to life, already out in the water doing their SUP on the beach, running, walking, out enjoying the sun. As we've seen every day, once the sun comes up, people start coming out slowly but surely, getting their morning exercise and enjoying a nice, healthy beach lifestyle here in Copacabana. And we have a situation change. Diego Segura moves to the top spot. He scores a 5.0 on his last wave to go with his opening wave of a 5.25. So he's sitting on a combined 10.25 and the lead here. Irai Rodriguez up on his second wave. Goes for the flip and unable to complete the maneuver. That is a little unusual to see Irai unable to land his maneuvers. He's been very, very strong so far through competition. Yesterday, we saw him moving through his heats. In one heat yesterday, he scored a pair of 6.25s, only 2 waves of the heat. He scored those in the very beginning, came out strong, and then just sat on those and let everybody try and play catch-up. Nobody could catch him in the course of that heat. Irai advanced on easily. Here, different story. Irai comes out strong with a 5.25, but unable to complete the flip on that last wave, a 1.5 from the judges. Meanwhile, Johan Florentine up and riding on this one, going for the air roll spin, and gets caught up in the white water, falls behind. That will be an incomplete maneuver. And right behind him, Diego Segura looking to strengthen his score a little bit. Finds a section, gets the air roll spin, comes out ahead of the white water, and then ducks out. So another solid wave for Diego Segura in these small conditions. But again, very much contestable. Still a little punch to them, even though the waves are smaller. As you can see there, that inside very shallow, sucking sand off the bottom. When you see sand being dredged off the bottom, even on a smaller wave, that's when you know it's got a little punch to it, and you've got to watch yourself there. Again, waiting for scores to drop. A 1.5 for Johan Florentine from Reunion Island in the white jersey. He currently sits in the second position behind Diego Segura. Diego waiting for his last score to drop. Waiting for that to finalize with the judges. We are counting down to the 12-minute mark here in this heat. We are about halfway done with this first heat. And up and riding, Johan Florentine. Down the line on the right. Rolls through that closing section and comes out clean. That will be a decent score for Johan. And there, Irai Rodriguez taking a look at that. But up and riding, João Gabriel on the right-hander. Goes for the roll. Lands, but then has the wave break on top of him. That pushes him into the bottom. He is unable to complete the maneuver. And it looks like Segura with a 5.40 will strengthen his lead and hold on to that top spot. He now has a combined 10.65. Meanwhile, Johan Florentine with a 4.05. Here's a replay of that last wave from Gabriel. He lands back in the pocket and then just got crunched there on the inside. A good effort. He gets a 2.0 from the judges for the effort, but again, an incomplete maneuver that will not factor into his final combined score. And real quick, just taking a look at some of the comments filtering in. A big shout to Funchihasa, who says he is watching from Holland and freezing his you-know-what off. He says right there, the surf in Holland is currently 5 foot, but with 40-knot onshore winds. It doesn't sound like he's much of a happy camper, but at least he can be happy in the fact that he's able to watch this bodyboarding event coming live from Rio while he is in Holland in the cold, windy conditions. So a big shout out to him. Hang in there. Hopefully you'll get some good surf soon, and hopefully get some warmer weather too. That's pretty chilly over there. Meanwhile, also big shout out to Aaron Dinham watching from England, another European viewer. Aaron coming to us from Cornwall. So big shout to Aaron Dinham. Thanks for tuning in and watching here on day 4. For all of you watching online, don't forget you can send your messages and shout outs by posting online, whether you're watching on YouTube, on the IBA World Tour channel, on RioBodyboarding.com.br, or even hit up Facebook. If you go to Rio Bodyboarding International, like the page, you can leave a comment, a shout out. I will do my best to get to them and give your shout outs live on air. So again, and also be sure to stay tuned to RioBodyboarding.com.br, as well as IBAWorldTour.com for all the latest news, video highlights, and updates each day from the event. We are in day 4 of competition, and right now out in the water, 8:50 remaining. There you can see the Reunion Islander, Johan Florentine, in the white jersey. He's currently sitting in that second advancing spot behind Diego Segura, currently in third. Irai Rodriguez looking for a 2.80 or better to take it that second spot away from Johan, and currently in the fourth position in search of a 4.80, Joan Gabriel. So again, right now, the situation out in the water with about 8:20 remaining. Up and riding, Johan Florentine driving down the line on a foamy left-hander, finds a section, rolls off it clean, comes out through the white water, and that will be a decent score there for Johan. That may very well improve upon his overall combined score. Just waiting for confirmation from the judges on that sentiment. 8 minutes remaining in the heat. And yes, a 5.0 for Johan Florentine. That will strengthen his position in that second spot. He now has a 5.0 and a 4.05 for his two high scores. He remains in second. Right now, Irai Rodriguez in third, looking for a 3.80. And up and riding, Joan Gabriel gets a little bounce from the backwash, drives down the line, rolls off that foamy section, and then he will bow out. So that will definitely help Joan Gabriel a little bit. I don't know if it's going to be the 5.80 he's in search of to move into that second spot, but this will definitely replace that 2.90 for a secondary score. May even top his 3.25 that he has right now, as he's looking for some higher scores to get back into the mix of things here with just over 7 minutes remaining here in Heat 1, Round 7 of the men's. And up and riding, that's the current heat leader, Diego Segura, on that wave. Diego looking to strengthen his overall combined score and his hold to that top spot. Meanwhile, up and riding, Joan Gabriel, who scored a 4.0 on his last wave, which was enough to move him into the third spot ahead of Irai Rodriguez. Currently, Irai having an unusual heat. We've seen him come out strong and lay claim in all of his heats. Right now, he's sitting on a 5.25 and a 1.50 and in fourth place. Meanwhile, up and riding, that was Johan Florentine. Quick wave there for him. Stand by for scores as they drop, waiting for scores from Joan Gabriel and Diego Segura, as well as Johan Florentine. A quick little wave exchange. A 1.50 for Joan Gabriel. And waiting for scores, a 6.65 for Johan Florentine. That is enough to move him into the top spot. A 6.0 for Diego Segura. So a situation change out in the water with 5:45 remaining. In first place, Johan Florentine with a combined 11.65 score. Currently in second, Diego Segura with an 11.40 for a combined score. In third, Joan Gabriel, now in search of a 7.40. In Irai Rodriguez, he needs a 6.15 or better if he's going to move into that second and advancing spot. And there you can see in the black jersey, Irai Rodriguez. Like I said, he's having a rather uncharacteristic heat out there. He came out strong with a 5.25 to start, but then a 1.50 has yet to catch another wave. Still waiting to hear from him on something solid as a backup score. And on that wave, Joan Gabriel. With less than 4.5 minutes remaining here in the first heat of the day, Heat 1, Round 7, Day 4 of competition here at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. Right now in the lead here in this heat, Johan Florentine from Reunion Island with an 11.65 combined score. He is followed by Diego Segura from Brazil with an 11.40. Currently in the third position, João Gabriel in need of a 7.15. And Irai Rodriguez with really one solid score under his belt, looking for only his third wave in the heat. He's in search of a 6.15 or better if he's going to have a shot at taking that second position away from Diego Segura. So right now it is the Reunion Islander in the lead and 3 Brazilians chasing after him. 3:40 remaining in the heat. We have 3 minutes remaining in the heat. Real quick, I'd like to thank our sponsors for the event. Void Rider Bodyboards, the state government of Rio de Janeiro, Rio Tour, Quito Guinho, YouTube. Also, big thanks to the supervising and producing bodies for this event, the Brazilian Bodyboarding Confederation, the Rio Bodyboarding Federation, and Adding Sports and Entertainment. Without the support of those companies and agencies, this event would not be possible. So, again, big thanks to them for making Rio Bodyboarding International 2012 a reality. Also, don't forget, tonight at Cafe Del Mar here in Copacabana on Avenida Atlantica, there will be a special ceremony celebrating all of Brazilian's champions. For the first time ever, we will be gathering to recognize the world champions of bodyboarding from here in Brazil. A large number of former champions will be coming out for the event, men's and women's. Also, the mayor of Rio will be making an appearance. So if you're in the area, you definitely want to try and get in tonight. There's limited spaces. It's going to be 30 reais for the men, 20 reais for the ladies. Again, it's definitely something to see. This will go down as a part of bodyboarding history, especially here in Brazil. So you definitely want to be there. Meanwhile, out in the water, quick wave exchange. There you saw Diego Segura. Before that, João Gabriel, an incomplete maneuver, a 1.0. He will be scored. Currently, situation is as follows. That man in the white jersey, Johan Florentine from Reunion Island, holding on to the lead. Just over a minute remaining left in the heat. Segura in the yellow jersey sitting second. That man in third in the red jersey, João Gabriel. He is chasing a 7.15, not completely outside of the realm of possibilities, but scoring a 7.15 in these conditions is going to take some work and a little luck and a little cooperation from Mother Nature. So again, João Gabriel, 50 seconds remaining. He's looking for a 7.15 if he's going to move ahead of Diego Segura. And here, Irai Rodriguez taking a look, and nothing there for him. Meanwhile, up and riding the heat leader, Johan Florentine on the left, gets a nice clean roll, keeps going, combos it with another roll through the lip, and that will be a nice exclamation point on this heat for the Reunion Islander. Less than 30 seconds remaining, and again, Johan Florentine first, Diego Segura second. João Gabriel in red sitting third needs a 7.15. Irai Rodriguez there in the black jersey. He needs a 6.15 or better. I'm sorry. This is João Gabriel. He throws into a forward spin, gets the roll, combos the small right-hand wave, but a very small wave. Tries to go for another roll, an incomplete maneuver. I do not believe that's going to help him any. That will not get the 7.15 he needs. The heat has expired, and there you have it. Just waiting for final scores to drop. But again, it looks like it's going to be Johan Florentine from Reunion Island and Diego Segura from Brazil moving on to the next round. All right, so while we await the count back to the start of the next heat, quick rundown of who we'll see out in the water. Up next in red, João Zeke from Itaquachera, Francerli Fajera from here in Posto Cinco, Adnan Benzlemain from Morocco, and they are joined out in the water by Fabio Rodriguez, another Brazilian. So a solid cast out in the water. The horn has sounded. We are now underway. Heat 2, round 7 here at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012, day 4 of competition. Real quick, a shout out to 808 Surfer Boy, sending aloha from Los Angeles. Wow, it's pretty early out there in LA. So big props to you for tuning in and watching, because it's like 4 o'clock in the morning, just after 4 o'clock in the morning out in Cali. So kudos to you for getting up early and sending us a little aloha here in Rio. Hopefully you can send the little swell to fill in a little quicker. Again, small conditions right now. Swell is supposed to start filling in. We could see it actually double in size by the end of today, maybe a 1 to 2 foot increase for the later portion of competition today on day 4. And then tomorrow and Sunday, the forecast looking pretty favorable. I heard Jeff Hubbard talking yesterday about the forecast calling for 6 foot plus. IBA head judge Chico Gaetano, who is from here in Copacabana, a local at Posto Cinco, he seems very optimistic for the swell on Saturday, tomorrow, as well as Sunday, the final day of competition. So we could see a completely different animal out in the water by the end of today even, let alone getting into tomorrow and Sunday. Meanwhile, up and riding out in the water, Adnan Benzlemain in the yellow jersey gets his first wave of the day. We also saw Rodriguez get on the board. And just waiting for Adnan's score to drop a 5.40. So Adnan out to the early lead. The Moroccan, one of a handful of Moroccan bodyboarders who have come out for this event. We are going to see later on today Brahim Idosh in the water. Brahim currently in the hunt for one of those top 8 spots on the GQS so that he can make it advance up to the Grand Slam series for 2013. He is trying to become the first Moroccan bodyboarder to qualify for the men's Grand Slam series. For those of you not familiar with the breakdown of the tour for the IBA, there is a 2-tier system for the men's. There is the Global Qualifier Series and the Grand Slam Series. The Grand Slam Series is the top 24 bodyboarders in the world, and each Grand Slam event features those 24 riders as well as 8 trialists and wild cards that get placed into the main event. There you can see Adnan with the air roll spin on that smaller right-hander. So Adnan coming out here pretty quick, looking to put together a couple of solid scores, looking for that backup score. Meanwhile, it looks like a 6.25 for Rodriguez on his wave. Francerli Fajera with a 4.25 and João Zeke with a 4.50. Adnan Benzlemain in the lead right now, followed by Rodriguez, Zeke, and Fajera with just under 17 minutes remaining. Just to get back to explaining the World Tour breakdown, I was explaining the GSS. Well, each year, at the end of the year, the bottom 8 from the top 24 on the GSS get dropped off of the tour, and the top 8 from the Global Qualifier Series move up and take their place. So there are guys battling for valuable points here in Rio, trying to make that top 8 so that they can advance on to the GSS in 2013 and compete for a world title. So real quick, just to give you an idea of what I'm talking about, we'll see Ibrahim coming up in round 8. He will be in Heat 7, Round 8, joined by the defending world champ Pierre-Louis Costas. Currently, Brahim comes in ranked 9th on the GQS, so he's looking to improve his position, get a good showing, and move into that top 8 so that he can try and advance on. Again, the points from this event, as well as the next event in Venezuela, will play a big part in where these guys land in the season-ending rankings. Up and riding, trying to improve his position out in the water right now. That was Francis Fajera with the roll off of that section. He currently has a 4.25 for his first score and waiting for scores to register from the judges for his secondary wave. We have 15 and a half minutes remaining, and currently out in the water, it is Adnan Benslemain from Morocco in the lead, wearing the yellow jersey. He has a combined score of 10.15. He is followed by Rodriguez in black, who has a 6.25 and a 1.50. And looks like we have a situation change out in the water. Francis Ferreira with a 3.55 on his last wave. That's enough to move him up into that second spot. So Rodriguez gets bumped down to third, and there you can see in red the young João Zeke from Itacoatiara up and riding on this right-hander. Goes for the air roll spin, gets lost in the white water, and unable to complete the maneuver. He currently sits in fourth position. He needs a 3.30 or better, a minimal score really for this talented youngster from Itacoatiara. I was actually lucky enough to cruise out and grab breakfast with him early this morning. Was picking his brain a little bit about Itacoatiara, this event, whatnot, and we were also joined by Postal Cinco local Diego Alberto, who we will see coming up later. So it's definitely interesting to come out to these events and not only do the commentary and watch what's going on, but to interact with the riders, you know, whether it's cruising out for acai or a cup of coffee in the morning, you know, just to kind of get their opinion and viewpoint on what's going on in the world of bodyboarding, as well as their home, where they're from. It's always good to get different perspectives from different people from around the world. It really gives you a bigger picture of what's going on in the world, as well as the world of bodyboarding. Right now, we are just under 14 minutes remaining, and again, Adnan Benslemain in the lead. Francis Ferreira currently in that second and advancing spot. Here you can see Adnan paddling over into position. He's going to take a look at this right-hander. Scratches into it, drops in, and it's going to close out, so he will duck out. Unfortunately, right now, this morning, with what we're seeing, the bigger set waves have a tendency to close out. So it's really a bit of a crapshoot taking off on one of those. You might get a bigger size wave with a section to hit off of to get a one big maneuver and go for the big score, or you might get what Adnan just got on that one. You'll take off and it'll just shut down and you've got to bail on it. So again, you know, 50-50 luck of the draw on those pretty much. But fortunately for Adnan, he is sitting on a 5.40 and a 4.75 right now, which has him in the lead with 13 minutes remaining. We're counting down to the halfway point of this heat. And he is followed by Rodriguez, who moves up into that second spot ahead of Francis Ferreira. And here we can see Adnan up again. And this one's going to close as well. He'll duck out. He needs to be careful with his wave selection, because if you burn too many of your waves doing that, you'll hit your 10-wave max, and then you leave yourself open to get caught by the other guys. We saw yesterday in the women's, one of the competitors reached her wave maximum without getting any really legitimate scores out in the water, and it did not help her cause any. She did not advance on, and she will be playing the spectator from here on out. So definitely some strategy. You want to pick and choose wisely out there. Wave selection can be absolutely critical, especially on smaller days like this. Up and riding, Adnan again. Finds a nice section to hit off on that one. Slightly smaller wave, but a little more conducive to what he was looking for. Gets the air roll spin. And it looks like he's going to get some decent scores from the judges. He's going to score a 6.50 for that one. That will improve his overall combined score. He's now sitting on a 6.50 and a 5.40 for a combined 11.9 and the lead here in the heat with 11 and a half minutes remaining. Meanwhile, Fabio Rodriguez in that second spot. He has a 6.25 and a 1.75 at the moment. He really needs to get rid of that 1.75 if he's going to firm up that second position. Right now, he is trying to hold off Francis Ferreira, that man right there in the white jersey. Francis only needs a 3.76. That's pretty attainable. All he really needs is a basic, combination of maneuvers on a wave or one bigger maneuver, and he could very easily gather that score from the judges, move into that second and advancing spot, and bump Rodriguez down. Meanwhile, in the fourth position, João Zeke, he has a 4.50 for his opening wave and then a 1.5 for an incomplete maneuver. He's chasing a 3.51 right now, so he's in pretty much the same position as Francis. Really all he needs is one decent wave, and it could totally change the face of the standings out in the water right now. Again, 10.5 minutes remaining. And here we see Francis Ferreira up and riding on this smaller right-hander, kicking in, driving down the line, looking for a little speed, gets around the section, goes for the air roll spin, gets a little caught up, but still able to push through, complete the maneuver. And that very well could gather the 3.76 he needs to move back into that second position. Waiting for scores to finalize from our judges, and we will see where things stand. Again, 10 minutes remaining in this heat. Francis Ferreira chasing a 3.76, trying to catch Fabio Rodriguez, who sits in that second and advancing spot. And here you can see João Zeke. He is also in search of a 3.51 or better. Throws into a forward spin, kicking, driving down the line, combos it with the roll, and that should pretty much garner the 3.51 or better from the judges. We'll wait for scores to drop. Still waiting on Ferreira's score to register, and now waiting for a score from Zeke. 4.75 for Ferreira. He moves into the second spot. João Zeke with a 4.0. He moves up into third. That drops Fabio Rodriguez down into the fourth position. So situation update out in the water right now, currently counting down to the 9-minute mark. Adnan Benslamin in first. Franceli Ferreira in second. João Zeke third. And Fabio Rodriguez fourth. And the heat leader up and riding. Adnan Benslamin with another air roll spin on that one. Gets it around. Adnan looking to build on his score. His low score, 5.40, not in jeopardy with that one. He scores a 4.90. That will not improve his overall combined score any. He remains in the lead with 8:50 remaining in this heat. And it looks like I have a little comment online. I have to choose between Aussie Rules footy finals and this. I know the waves are a little small right now, but I hope you choose the bodyboarding because as much as I like Australian rules football, I'd much rather sit and watch bodyboarding. Thank you very much. But, hey, whatever you choose, enjoy your viewing. Hopefully you choose the English channel and watch what we've got going on out in the water. Right now, we're in Heat 2, Round 7, Day 4 of competition here at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. All right, we are coming down to the 7-minute mark, and currently out in the water, that man right there, Franceli Ferreira, sitting in that second and advancing spot. France is coming to us currently ranked 41st on the GQS World Tour. If you give me just a sec, I will be able to pull up his current ranking on the Brazilian National Tour. But meanwhile, out in the water, it is Fabio Rodriguez in the black jersey going for the flip on that one. And he eventually rides out in front of the white water. Got a little caught up there. That may affect his score a little bit on that maneuver. He could have scored bigger if he had completed the maneuver and rode out cleanly. He will score a 3.80 on that one. That will replace his secondary score, so now sitting on a 3.8 and a 6.25. He will move back into that second position. And now Franceli Ferreira bumped down to the third spot. He is on the hunt for a 5.31 or better. 6 minutes remaining. Current situation in the water, Adnan first. Rodriguez second. Ferreira third, needing a 5.31. And in fourth, João Zeke looking for a 5.56. And Adnan Benslamin up and riding again, going for the air roll spin, hits off the section, gets a good projection, but he's unable to complete the maneuver. So that will not factor into his overall combined score. Meanwhile, Francis Ferreira chasing a 5.31 up and riding on this one. It's going to shut down on him. He ducks out the back, so he'll paddle back out and look for another. Meanwhile, João Zeke looking for a 5.56 or better to move out of that fourth spot into the second and advancing position. Took a look at that one, but not much there to work with. And here we have in black, currently sitting in the second position, Fabio Rodriguez goes for the invert, gets lost in the whitewater, and comes out. There you can see a little fist pump for the claim. So Fabio Rodriguez looking to improve his score and strengthen his hold on that second and advancing spot. Just waiting for the score to register with the judges. Meanwhile, João Zeke looks like will score a 1.5 with the judges for his last wave. And it looks like Rodriguez may get some nice scores from the judges. Just waiting for, yes, an 8.0 for Fabio Rodriguez. That will move him into the top spot ahead of Adnan Benzlemane. So he is now sitting on an 8.0 and a 6.25. Fabio Rodriguez hitting a nice, big, clean invert, using the backwash to jack up the wave, increase his projection. Got lost there for a second in the whitewater, didn't know if he was going to complete it or not, and then you saw him ride out clean, shot out of the whitewater, and he was rewarded by the judges for his effort, and 8.0 that moves Rodriguez to the top spot. 4 minutes remaining, situation in the water. Rodriguez first, Adnan down to second in that last advancing spot. Currently, Francis Ferreira needing a 7.15 or better to move out of that third spot, and João Zeke looking for a 7.40. Here, Adnan Benzlemane up and riding on this wave, going for the air roll spin on the closeout, comes out clean, and a nice maneuver there. We'll see if that puts him back into the top spot. I don't think it will, but again, we'll wait for the judges to sort that one out. A 4.0 for Adnan on that one. So, again, current situation in the water with 3:20 remaining. Rodriguez first, Adnan second, Ferreira third, chasing a 7.15. And in red, João Zeke sitting fourth. He needs a 7.40. 3 minutes remaining. .220 remaining in the heat, and there you can see in the red jersey, João Zeke waiting patiently. He needs a 7.40 time running down. He needs a pretty big score. There you can see on the beach, Francis Ferreira's girlfriend, Stephanie, anxiously watching the action out in the water. 2 minutes remaining. Currently, her boyfriend, Francis Ferreira, needs a 7.15 or better if he is going to move back up into that second and advancing spot and move on to the next round, which we will see later today. Again, for those of you just joining us, this is Heat 2, Round 7 of the Men's Pro Division here on Day 4 of competition. Currently in the lead, Fabio Rodriguez on the strength of a 14.25. He's followed by the Moroccan, Adnan Benzlemane, who has an 11.90 combined score to hold on to that second and advancing spot. Right now it is Francis Ferreira chasing a 7.15 and João Zeke chasing a 7.40 if they would like to move on to the next round. If they have any hopes of moving on, those are the scores they need to track down. Here you can see the two heat leaders. Rodriguez, the heat leader. Adnan was the heat leader, currently sitting second, and it's going to be Rodriguez. He takes off, gets a quick roll, and that's all she wrote on that one. Meanwhile, out the back there, you can see Francis Ferreira looking for something, anything to help improve his chances. 1 minute remaining. And Ferreira will get a line of sticks from the judges on that one, a 1.0 from the judges. And here he is again looking for something to gather that 7.15 and advance on to the next round. Driving around the section, going for the air roll spin. A nice clean maneuver on a smaller wave. but I don't know if that's going to get him the 7.15 that he needs. I highly doubt it. And there you can see Adnane paddling back out. We have less than 30 seconds remaining in this heat. And scores starting to filter in from the judges. 4.90 for Adnane on his last wave. Francis Ferreira with a 5.0. That will not do the job. Less than 15 seconds remaining right now. Rodriguez second. Rodriguez first. Adnane second. Ferreira third, needing a 6.90. 5 seconds left. And it doesn't look like it's going to happen. It looks like Fabio Rodriguez and Adnane Benzlemane from Morocco will advance on. The local boy, Francis Ferreira, and the Ida Quacharan, João Zeke, their run in competition is done. So there you have it, folks. Fabio Rodriguez with a 14.25. Adnane Benzlemane with an 11.90. Those two guys will advance on to round 8. We will see them again later today. And the horn has just sounded, signaling the start of Heat 3, Round 7. This is day 4 of competition here at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. We are coming to you live from Posto Cinco in Copacabana here in beautiful, sunny Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Yes, the sun is back out. The rain has gone away that we had yesterday. Surf's a little small, but we're expecting an increase in swell. There you can see getting things started, the Posto Cinco local Diego Alberto. So he gets on the board first, and he is followed by Bruno Invik in the yellow jersey. Bruno advancing through his heats yesterday to join us here today in day 4. He had a solid performance yesterday. He actually had one of the highest scores of the day yesterday with an 8.5 for a flip to roll combination. So it's Alberto Bruno, my apologies, Diego Alberto and Bruno Invik with the first waves of the heat. And here we see Sergio Luis up and riding in the white jersey. Sergio Luis, the trials winner at the Ida Quachera Pro earlier in June. And here we see Elton Neto, another rider that came through the heats yesterday, joining us today. So everybody on the board with their first score. Sergio Luis with an incomplete maneuver scores the 1. Right now it's Diego Alberto coming out with the early lead, a 4.25 on his first wave. Bruno Invik with a 3.65. Elton Neto with a 3.75. So here in the early going. And now Sergio Luis up and riding in the white jersey, looking for a little something more. Gets the air roll spin on the small little left-hander. So there's that first solid score for Sergio Luis. And we're underway here. 18 minutes remaining in this heat. Diego Alberto in red. Sergio Luis in white. Bruno Invik in yellow. And Ailton Neto in black. And Sergio Luis will score a 4.75. He is the first one with 2 waves under his belt. He'll be looking to replace that 1.0 pretty soon. And he sits in the early lead ahead of Diego Alberto. Elton Neto in third. Bruno Invik in fourth. That's the current standing. 17:40 remaining in this 20-minute heat. Again, top 2 waves count. Top 2 riders will advance on to round 8. And round 8 will definitely be interesting later today. Again, as I mentioned in the previous heat, that's where we're going to see some of the big guns coming out. Guys like Mark McCarthy, Charlie Chapelet, there, Luciano, Alberto Bruno, Amari Laverne, Paulo Barcelos, the 2000 world champion, Jeff Hubbard, Guilherme Tamega, Pierre-Louis Costas, Brahim Idosh, Uri Valadown, Nick Almirad from Australia. A lot of big names, a lot of big talent out in the water coming up later today, still to come. So stay tuned. We've got a full slate of action. We're going to see heat. We're going to see round 7 here. Right now, we are in heat 3. And up and riding, Diego Alberto throws into a forward spin on the left. Combos with the roll. So a quick spin to roll combo for Diego Alberto, the P5 local out there in the water. As I was saying, right now we are in round 7 here in the early going of the day. We will go into round 4 of the women's after this, then back into men's for round 8, and then we will wrap up the day with round 5 of the women's. So again, a full slate of competition today. We're looking at 24 heats of, world-class bodyboarding. We have slightly smaller conditions, but the waves are supposed to pick up through the course of the day. We have a swell filling in for Saturday and Sunday, so things could get interesting once the surf starts picking up, because once it does pick up, Postal Cinco will come to life. And there you can see up and riding Sergio Luis with the air roll spin on the left. That will be a solid backup score. That will get rid of that 1.0 he started off the heat with, just waiting for the scores to finalize. This could definitely help Sergio a bit out there with his combined score at the moment. We have 15 and a half minutes remaining. Currently, it's Diego Alberto sitting in the lead on a 4.25 and a 4.5. Sergio Luis could very well jump up into that top spot with the right score. And yes, a 4.35 to go with his 4.75 is enough to put Sergio Luis in the lead, bumping Diego Alberto down to second. Currently in third, Elton Neto needs a 5.0 or better to move into second. Bruno Invic sitting in fourth needs a 5.10. And here we see Bruno Invic in the yellow jersey, up and riding, going for the flip. And he completes the maneuver. That should be a good score from the judges. Bruno Invic looking to put something together. A 3.65 on his first wave. Another decent score here. Could definitely bump him up, get him out of that fourth position. And he goes from the basement to the top of the ladder. There you see Bruno Invic with a 5.75 on that wave. So he jumps from fourth to first. He is now sitting in the lead with just over 14 minutes remaining. That bumps Sergio Luis down into the second spot. Now Diego Alberto sitting in third. He needs a 4.61 or better to move into that top spot. Definitely an attainable score. Meanwhile, Elton Neto sitting in fourth needs a 5.35. There you can see up and riding Elton Neto in the black jersey, driving down the line on the left, goes for the air roll spin, gets the rotation around a little slow, but still comes out in front of the whitewater. So there we have it, Elton Neto with his third wave of the heat. We'll see how that scores with the judges. And he will get a 4.15. That will not move him out of the basement, but that will get him a couple of steps closer to getting out of there. 4.15 on his last wave to go with a 3.75. He is now chasing a 4.95 if he wants to move out of fourth into that advancing position. All right, and I've got a couple of shout-outs. Got a message, aloha from New Jersey, ha-ha, from Thiemen 201. Thanks for the shout from back home in New Jersey. I appreciate you guys tuning in. Also, hello from Israel, from Chen VCU. So, shout-outs from New Jersey and Israel. We've got an international field here at this event, and apparently we have an international field watching from around the world. So far this morning, we've heard from Holland, England, Israel, New Jersey, Los Angeles. Keep them coming, folks. I will do my best to give the shout-outs. Out in the water right now, we're counting down to the 12-minute mark, and it is Sergio Luis in first place. He's followed by Bruno Invic, who scored a 5.7 on his last wave there. You can see him paddling into position for this one. Bruno Invic up and riding on the right-hander, slightly bigger set wave, and streaking down the line from the other direction, Diego Alberto. Those guys doing a little I Spy action out in the water. And up and riding on this one, Elton Neto in black on the left-hander, bouncing, getting a little skip down the face, gets the roll off of the closeout section, comes out through the whitewater explosion. So a quick wave exchange there from yellow, red, and black. We'll see how that shakes out score-wise and let you know how it situates out in the water with the scores. 11 and a half minutes remaining, just waiting for scores to register from the judges on that wave exchange from those three riders. But currently, it is that man in white paddling across the horizon, Sergio Luis. Again, Sergio winning the trials at the Itaquachera Pro back in June. Here he is in the GQS event in Rio, looking to have another solid result. We have 10:40 remaining out in the water, and up and riding. Bruno Invik takes off, hits the roll before the wave closes out, so a quick one-and-done wave for Bruno Invik. I don't know if that will affect his overall score any. Meanwhile, there, Ailton Neto currently in the third position, looking for a 4.66 up in that, riding on that. Sergio Luis on this one takes off, rolls through the lip on the closeout section, comes out through the white water, and then he will duck out and paddle back out for another. Should be a pretty decent score for Luis on that one. We'll see if it replaces his 4.75 as a secondary score. He's currently sitting on a 6.65 and a 4.75. Potentially, this score could replace that 4.75 and strengthen his hold on the lead. Just waiting for scores to register with the judges, as well as scores for Bruno Invik on his last wave. There you can see Bruno in the yellow jersey, and a 5.25 for Sergio Luis. That is enough to increase his overall combined score to 11.9. So Sergio Luis sitting in the top spot right now, 9.5 minutes remaining. And Ailton Neto with a 6.10 on his last score to go with his 5.60. He's now sitting in second with an 11.70. Now, Bruno Invik in third needs a 5.95, and Diego Alberto has been bumped all the way down to fourth. He is now chasing a 7.20 or better if he has any hopes of moving into that second spot and advancing out of the heat. 9 minutes remaining here in Heat 3, Round 7, Day 4 of competition at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. And up and riding Ailton Neto on that one. Going down the line on the left, not much there, so he just ducks out. That's really not going to help his score any. He will get a 1.0 for his effort on that. Real quick, a shout-out to Mitch tuning in from the Canary Islands. We got a lot of Europeans tuning in. Thank you very much for watching. Meanwhile, out in the water, Diego Alberto up and riding on that one. That's not going to gather that 7.20 he needs. Meanwhile, up and riding Bruno Invik in search of a 5.96. A nice air roll spin on that one. We'll see how that scores with the judges, see if that helps his cause any. He needs a 5.96 again to move out of third into second and advance out of this heat. We're waiting for scores to drop on that quick wave exchange. We saw Diego Alberto in red, Bruno Invik in yellow, and there you can see in the white jersey, Sergio Luis. He is the heat leader right now with just under 8 minutes remaining. Also, big shout out to Pedro Silvestri tuning in from Portugal. He is actually watching the English version. He was wondering about Manny Vargas and where he's at. I've had a lot of people ask because they're not used to seeing me fly solo. Honestly, I'm not used to doing the commentary solo. It's usually me and Manny, or Manny's got a cast of guest commentators sitting in with him. Manny Vargas, after the Central Portugal Pro, hung out for a few days in Portugal, enjoying the food, the scenery, the waves, and the good company of friends there, and then went back home to San Diego so that he could spend some time with his wife, catch up on some things there. So I am here in the booth. My name is Steve Action Jackson. I'm holding down the English commentary, flying solo right now with Teza McKenna, the IBA World Tour manager, occasionally subbing in for me so I can catch my breath and try not to shred my throat any more than I already have the first 3 days. And maybe go grab some food, walk back to the apartment, see what my wife is up to, and then get back to doing my thing. But again, Manny back in San Diego. I'm Steve Action Jackson. I'm the one sitting in the chair here in Rio. Hopefully you'll catch me and Manny later this year on some IBA Grand Slam Series World Tour events for the men. If not, hopefully we'll see what 2013 has in store for us. Manny and I love doing commentary together, and we appreciate all of your positive feedback out there in bodyboarding, web viewing land. Big props for and big thank yous for all the shout outs and support. Meanwhile, back to the action out in the water. We have just under 6 minutes remaining. And right now, situation in the water, Sergio Luis maintaining that lead. Ailton Neto in that valuable second and advancing spot. He's being chased by Bruno Invik, who's in need of a 5.86. And currently in the fourth spot, Diego Alberto. He's on the hunt for a 7.20. He's got a little work left to do with 5.5 minutes remaining. And there you can see on the beach, people gathering. We got the cameras and tripods set up. We got people with their beach chairs and the umbrellas courtesy of Machi Leon. Machi Leon, the tour sponsor for the Rio Bodyboarding Tour, they have thrown down with tents and umbrellas and chairs and wind banners and providing the liquid refreshment here at this event. So a big shout to them. We appreciate their support for the sport of bodyboarding here in Brazil. And while I have the opportunity, a quick shout to our sponsors for this event: Void Rider Bodyboards, the state government of Rio de Janeiro, Rio Tour, Kidalguinho, also the supervising and producing bodies, Brazilian Bodyboarding Confederation, Adding Sports and Entertainment, and Rio Bodyboarding Federation. There you can see that was Diego Alberto up and riding on that one. So Diego Alberto making himself seen and heard out in the water. Again, chasing a 7.20. He's sitting on a 4.5 and a 4.40. He gets a 4.5 on that last wave, so now he's sitting on a pair of 4.5s for his high scores. That will improve his overall combined score, but does not help track down that 7.20 or move him out of that fourth spot at the moment. We are just under 4 minutes remaining in this heat. And here we have the heat leader, Sergio Luis. Take a look at that one. He's going to duck out. That won't really affect his overall score any, as he will paddle back out and look for something with a little more sustenance to it with 3:40 remaining. And there you can see Bruno Invik taking a look at that one. Bruno, again, having a solid day yesterday. Some really high scores, some really high combined heat scores. And today, right now, he's sitting on a 5.75 and a 5.85 for third position. He needs a 5.86 right now. Definitely attainable, but he needs the right wave. Time counting down. 3 minutes left in this heat. Again, current situation in the water with the 3-minute mark coming now. Sergio Luis first, Ailton Neto second, Bruno Invik third, and Diego Alberto in the fourth position. Invik looking for a 5.86. Alberto trying to chase down a 7.20. 2:45 remaining. Time counting down. The time is running out for these guys if they hope to advance out and make round 8 later today and throw down with the big boys. Two minutes remaining in this heat, and currently it is the man in the white jersey, Sergio Luis, in the lead. The man in black, Ailton Neto, sitting second, and Sergio Luis up and riding on this left-hander, driving down the line, looking for some speed. Goes for the air roll spin, and got bounced on the landing, got caught up in the white water, unable to complete the maneuver. Again, that will not affect his overall combined score. He remains in the top spot right now with 1:35 remaining. Sergio Luis in first, Ailton Neto second, Bruno Invik remains in third, chasing a 5.86 at the moment to unseat Neto from that advancement spot. And Diego Alberto is currently sitting in the fourth position. He is after a 7.20. Time running down. 7.20 is a pretty big score to try and get in these smaller waves that we've seen so far this morning. Counting down to the 1 minute mark. Time running down in this heat. Meanwhile, coming up in the next heat, Heat 4, Round 7, we're going to see Jorge Colomer from Puerto Rico, Andre Guarna, Lucas Noguera, and Cesar Parra. Meanwhile, back out here in the water right now, Bruno Invik with less than a minute left, looking for a 5.86. He's going to duck out on that one as it closes out. That's really going to hurt him. It's going to eat up some time, and time is not his friend right now. 45 seconds remaining, counting down, and there you can see in red, Diego Alberto needing a 7.20 right now. Counting down, 35 seconds remaining, Diego in fourth, Bruno Invik in third. It is Elton Neto in that second and advancing spot, and Sergio Luis in the top spot right now, looking to advance out. 25 seconds remaining. There you can see Elton taking a look at this one. Trying to hold on to that second spot here. Diego Alberto up and riding. Last-ditch effort from Diego, and this way he's going to close out on him. He rolls through the closeout section, but that is not going to give him the 7.20 that he needs. And with about 5 seconds remaining, Diego Alberto is going to come up a little short. There you can see Diego a little upset, a bit frustrated with his performance out in the water. The heat has ended, and there you have it, folks. Sergio Luis and Elton Neto will advance on to the next round. Sergio raising his hands to the sky, celebrating the heat win. He is into round 8. We will see him again later today. The horn has sounded, and we are now underway. Heat 4, Round 7, here at Day 4 of Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. Currently out in the water right now, we have Jorge Colomer from Puerto Rico. We also have Andre Guarna from Brazil, joined by Lucas Noguera from Brazil, and Cesar Parra from Venezuela. Jorge Colomer in red, Guarna in white, Noguera in yellow, and Parra in black. We are just underway in this 20-minute heat. Top two waves will be scored. Counted towards the final combined score of each rider, the top two riders will advance on to round 8 later today. And up and riding first, the Venezuelan Cesar Parra with a nice forward spin, combos it with the roll, punching through the white water, and that will get him on the board first. Again, this is Day 4 of competition here at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. My name is Steve Action Jackson. I'm holding down the English commentary here on the live webcast. And there you can see in yellow, Lucas Noguera, known as 50 Cent here in Brazil to his fellow countrymen. Up and riding, gets the nice spin roll combination on that wave. That will get him on the board for the morning. I'd like to thank everybody for tuning in online to watch the live webcast. That was red. Jorge Colomer taking a look at that wave. Not much to work on there. He'll paddle back out and look for another. And here we have Guarna looking to get on the board with his first wave. Sets his line, drives down, hits the roll, punches through the white water. And it looks like he got a little caught up there. But enough to demonstrate that he had control. He will get a 3.25 to get him on the board. And another wave for Lucas Noguera, but not much to work on with that one. So all of our riders with waves under their belt, a quick wave exchange to get things going. We have 18 minutes left in this 20-minute heat. Already the first 2 minutes, we've got a wave under each of the riders' belts. Noguera paddling back out from his second wave, an incomplete maneuver. Currently out in the water, Noguera first, Parra second, Guarna third, and Colomer in the fourth position. For those of you tuning in, watching the live webcast, don't forget you have your choice of watching in English and Portuguese. You can pick your language, choose your channel, sit back, relax, watch the action out in the water, and enjoy. There you can see sitting out in the water, Lucas Nogueira with the early lead. He has a 5.0, a 1 on his last wave. He's going to want to replace that and find a better secondary score before all things are said and done out in the water. Right now, real quick, shout to our sponsors, Void Rider Bodyboards, the state government of Rio de Janeiro, Rio Tour, Key Doguinho, YouTube. Also, big thanks to the supervising and producing bodies for this event, the Brazilian Bodyboarding Confederation, the Rio Bodyboarding Federation, and Adding Sports and Entertainment. There you saw a nice little shot down the beach of Fort Copacabana. That fort down there is a military training base. It is also a military museum. Definitely worth checking out if you're ever here in Copacabana. There's also a nice little fish market down there. You can get fresh fish coming right in off of the fishermen's boats. And coming in on this one, on the left, a forward spin comboed with the roll for white. Red up and riding on this one. So a quick wave exchange between Guaraná and Colomer out in the water. Things moving pretty quickly so far here in this heat. We have just over 16 minutes remaining. Currently, it is Nogueira first, Para second, Guaraná third, and Colomer in the fourth position, just waiting for scores to drop. Up and riding, Lucas Nogueira in yellow in this one. Drives around the section on the left-hand side and gets the clean projected air roll off of that. Throws into a reverse spin off of that small little side wave on the inside. So a nice little combination wave there for Lucas Nogueira. Clean execution. That's what the judges are looking for. That should be a pretty decent score. And here up and riding, Jorge Colomer from Puerto Rico on the small right-hander. Down the line, hits the roll, and unable to complete the maneuver. So he's waiting for a couple of scores to drop. Meanwhile, Para paddling the lineup, looking for something to get his secondary score with. Again, a quick wave exchange out there, waiting for a couple of scores to drop for Colomer, waiting for a score for Guaraná as well as Nogueira. A 4.5 for Colomer on his previous wave, a 1.5 for the incomplete mover on that last wave. A 4.40 for Nogueira, just waiting for Guaraná currently. Nogueira in the lead. A situation change. Guaraná moves to second on the strength of his 3.85 with his last ride. That will bump Colomer to third with a 2.60, and Para sitting in the fourth position looking for a 3.10. Current situation update out in the water with just under 15 minutes remaining. Lucas Nogueira first. Excuse me, folks. Andre Guaraná second. Jorge Colomer in the third spot, and Cesar Para up and riding, sits in the fourth spot looking for a 3.10, kicks down the line. That one's going to shut down on him. He will not have much to work with there. So that will be a second wave, but not a score he's going to want to keep as he draws sticks from the judges. When I say a rider has gotten sticks from the judges, it just means one across the boards. It looks like a bundle of sticks on paper. So he'll look to replace that wave. Not a secondary score he's going to want to hold on to. But again, quick update. Situation out in the water, 14 minutes remaining. Lucas Nogueira first. Guaraná second. Colomer third. And Para in fourth. And here we have up and riding in the white jersey, Andre Guaraná. He pulls into that one, and that was a little bit of a closeout wave. It just dumped on him. That's really not going to help his score any. He currently has a 3.85 and a 3.25 for the early lead here. 13 and a half minutes remaining. He will draw a 1.5 for his last wave, and again, an incomplete maneuver. So Nogueira maintains the lead. Guaraná holding on to that second spot. Jorge Colomer currently in third. He only needs a 2.60 or better to move into that second and advancing spot right now. And Cesar Para from Venezuela sitting in the fourth position. He only needs a 3.10 to move up into that second spot as well. So things still pretty tight here in the early going. A lot of wave exchanges. These guys getting down to business. Pretty busy out in the water so far. Just under 13 minutes remaining in this 20-minute heat. And again, it is Lucas Nogueira out to the early lead with a 5.0 and a 4.4. There you can see the current heat leader in yellow. And it looks like Andre Guaraná up and riding on this one. He takes off, heads left. He's going to close. He ducks out. Meanwhile, up and riding Lucas Nogueira with a big air roll spin. And does he come out? No, he is. There you see him and his board pop up. He was unable to complete the maneuver. He got pushed to the bottom and held down a little bit. Then you saw him pop up through the white water after the wave had passed. Like I said, folks, it may be small, but there's definitely some punch in these waves. And if you wipe out, it's pretty shallow in there. You'll get pinned down to the bottom pretty easily. There you can see Black Cesar Para, the Venezuelan, out in the water going for the roll. An incomplete maneuver on that one. These guys have 12 minutes remaining in the heat. You're already seeing guys starting to rack up some scores and some wave counts. Up and riding, adding to his wave count. Jorge Colomer, again, he was only looking for a 2.60. That wave there may very well improve his overall score and move him into that second position. He's sitting on a 4.5 and a 1.5. Wants to get rid of that 1.5, needed a 2.6 to move into the second spot. And from the looks of what he's going to score with the judges, he may very well jump up into the top spot, but stand by waiting for the scores to finalize with our judges. And with 11:10 remaining in the heat, we have a situation change in the water. Scoring a 5.50 on his last wave, Jorge Colomer from Puerto Rico moves into the top spot. Meanwhile, up and riding, Andre Guarna in third, chasing a 5.55. Hits the roll off of that closeout section. I don't know if that's going to be worth a 5.5, but we'll see how the judges score that. Meanwhile, up and riding, Cesar Para from Venezuela drops in on the left, tries to roll through the section, and gets lost in the whitewater explosion. That will be an incomplete maneuver. There in the distance, you can see one of the islands off of the coast here. Brazil has a lot of little islands scattered about the coastline. I'm sure if you took a boat and tried to scope out all of the islands, you would find limitless amounts of little reef breaks and waves that are untouched. There's some spots north of here that people freak out about because of the size, the heaviness, the consistency. Everybody just pretty much knows about Fernando de Noronha. It's one of the most consistent breaks in the world. It's an island off of Brazil. There's also Ilha Grande, which is definitely worth checking out. Lopez Mendez is an amazing little beach. You have to take a boat to get there because it's a nature preserve and no cars are allowed to drive on the island. But the one that's been garnering a lot of attention the last couple of years, Ilha Mine, just off of Itacoatiara, a big, heavy, slabbing wave. We've seen top bodyboarders riding there. Even saw pro surfer John Florence doing some toe-ins riding that wave on a smaller day. That place is super heavy. Almost the top third of that wave pitches over. It's just such a mutant slab. Super heavy, definitely worth checking out if you're brave-hearted enough to look for big heaving surf like that. But meanwhile here, Posto Cinco, smaller conditions right now, waiting for this place to come to life. When Posto Cinco comes to life, it is a completely different animal, and from what we're hearing from the swell forecast, we should see an increase of about 1 to 2 foot today. Saturday and Sunday looking pretty legit. Swell-wise, Jeff Hubbard and a lot of the competitors keeping an eye on things, definitely excited. Head judge Chico Garitano saying that we're looking at some pretty heavy conditions for this weekend. We can only keep our fingers crossed and pray to the surf gods that Saturday and Sunday we see this swell formulate, because if it comes in the way they're saying, Posto Cinco could very well bare its teeth, and we'll see the riders giving it their all for the latter rounds, the quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals of this event in heavier conditions. Meanwhile, out in the water, about 8:20 remaining, and again, right now, it is Lucas Nogueira in the lead. Jorge Colomer getting bumped back down to the second spot. Guarana in third. Cesar Para, the Venezuelan, currently sitting in fourth. Guarana needs a 6.15. Para needs a 6.0. 8 minutes remaining in this heat. And again, right now, Lucas Nogueira sitting on a 6.25 and a 5.0. There you can see Jorge Colomer in red. He has high scores of 4.50 and 5.50. He might want to improve upon that 4.5 if he's going to solidify that second and advancing spot. Right now, Andre Guarana needing a 6.15 or better to move in to that second spot from third. Anything bigger than that might be unattainable in these smaller conditions. 6.15 still within the realm of possibilities, but definitely has his work cut out for him. Meanwhile, Cesar Parra chasing a 6.0 if he's going to advance his position and move through this heat. And Jorge Colomer up and riding on that one. A quick spin off the top, combos it with the roll. That could be a good scoring wave. We'll see if that replaces that 4.50 for Jorge Colomer from Puerto Rico in the red jersey. He currently sits in the second spot, waiting for scores to register from our judges, and it looks like he may very well replace that. Yes, a 5.15 on that last wave for Jorge Colomer. A fast, powerful, clean wave, a nice spin to roll combination on that one, enough for a 5.15. Improves his overall combined score to 10.65. Puts a little bit more distance between him and the other guys out there in the water. Right now in third, the Venezuelan Parra chasing a 6.65 if he's going to take out Colomer and move into that second spot. Meanwhile, Andre Guarana in fourth needs a 6.80. So Colomer putting a little more distance between himself and Parra and Guarana. Those guys on the outside looking in, trying to chase down Jorge Colomer. 5.5 minutes remaining in this heat, and right now it's Lucas Noguera and Jorge Colomer in the top two spots. And I have to give a big thank you to the event staff here. They have a couple of ladies working the event here. They make sure that we've got food, we've got coffee. I just had one of the ladies come in and give me a little cafezinho, a small coffee to give me a little energy boost, keep me going. Got people dropping off water to me, making sure that I'm not falling out of the seat from exhaustion, lack of food, or lack of hydration. So, again, big thanks to them. They help keep all of us going. The Beach Bite guys who are handling the webcast in both Portuguese and English, our Portuguese commentators, myself, the judges, everybody, they're making sure we're all well taken care of. So, again, big thank you to them. Okay, so with just over 4 minutes remaining, again, situation out in the water, Noguera in the lead in that top spot. Jorge Colomer from Puerto Rico maintaining hold of the second position. That man in black, Cesar Parra from Venezuela, trying to track him down, needs a 6.65. And Andre Guarana needs a 6.80 to climb out of the fourth place spot and move into second and advancing position. Real quick, this morning before I left my apartment, I posted up something on Facebook, a little bit of a hot button topic, which I'll get to in just a second, up and riding Jorge Colomer with the forward spin and going to duck out on that one. That will not be a very big score for him. He will paddle out. That won't affect his overall score any. As I was saying, I set off a little bit of a hot button topic this morning. I was talking about how there was only one mainland bodyboarder from the United States that came out for this event to compete. Jason Bitzer from New Jersey. We saw him yesterday in competition. Unfortunately, he did not advance out of his round 4 heat. But one competitor for the men's GQS, no female competitors whatsoever from the U.S. mainland competing here on the World Tour for the Women's World Tour Grand Slam Series portion of this competition. And I kind of called people out, and I was saying, you know, put your money where your mouth is. And a big issue is sponsor support for mainland bodyboarders. Well, it falls on everybody. I know I've gotten comments from Richard Pata from Surge Bodyboarding Magazine, some of my boys back in New Jersey, as well as Jay Reel from e-bodyboarding. And I know a big part of the issue with riders being able to travel and do the tour events is sponsor support and the money to pay for the travel. Well, you know what? It doesn't just fall on the riders. I called out some of the guys from California and the U.S. East Coast. I've got nothing but love and respect for my fellow riders. I enjoy interacting with them, traveling with them, sharing waves with them. But I kind of called them out a little bit, telling them, they need to put their money where their mouth is and start coming out to these events. And a lot of people are pointing to the lack of sponsor money supporting the U.S. mainland riders. Well, you know what? I will gladly and very easily take the opportunity to call out the sponsors for the mainland U.S. as well. There's plenty of companies based in the United States. There's no reason why you shouldn't be supporting the mainland riders and getting them out there on the world tour, on the global stage. So, I'm basically trying to push everybody in the sport. I'm trying to take the opportunity I have on the mic, in front of the camera, and online to kind of push things along a little, I don't mind trying to light a fire under people's backsides if it gets things moving along. There's plenty of legitimate world-class talent based in California as well as on the U.S. East Coast. I know a couple of guys in the vein of Chris Schlegel and Sean Morin and my home state of New Jersey are looking to start competing on the world tour. But the companies out there, the bodyboarding companies, you guys need to step up and start throwing a little more coin into things. And you know what? I'm sure I'm going to tick a lot of people off with my comments on this, but it works both ways. The riders can't compete without the sponsor money. The sponsors need the money to support the riders. So it's kind of a double-edged sword, but things have got to change somewhere. And if I annoy people enough and light enough fires, maybe, somewhere, some way, a little change will be instigated. I don't mind playing that role. You know what? If you want to yell at me on Facebook or even hit me up with messages during this event, I'd be more than happy to read your answers as long as there's no profanity in them and you don't insult my family too much. But, for the guys that jumped in and... guys like Richard Pata and Jay Reel chiming in and offering their opinions on things. I appreciate you guys jumping in on this subject matter because everybody's opinion counts on this, and definitely want to see some things happen in a positive manner moving forward. Anyway, moving forward with this heat, now that I burned up a big portion of the event, counting down the last 5 seconds, right, and waiting for a few more scores to drop. Para unable to get the 6.65 he needed. It looks like Lucas Noguera and Jorge Colomer will advance out of this heat and move on to round 8. We will see that coming up later today. So right now we're going to go into heat 5, round 7. And we're going to be looking at out in the water in red, Hamilton Loretto. In white, Fabio Aquino. There's a name from the 90s. Back in action here at Rio Bodyboarding International, Fabio Aquino in white. He will be joined by Israel Eduardo in yellow and Luis Villar in black. They advanced through yesterday's competition to join us again today here. Day 4 of competition, come to you live from Posto Cinco in Copacabana. This is Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. And Fabio Aquino up and riding in the white jersey off the bat, takes off on the left, hits the roll, rides out through the white water, and there you have it. Fabio Aquino, the Brazilian bodyboarding legend, I dare say, on the board first. Well, he gets his wave under his belt. Also, Israel Eduardo taking off on one, but it looks like he will not get much of a score off of that. So Fabio Aquino really coming out and getting first blood, just waiting for the score to finalize. So again, out in the water, Lorero in red, Aquino in white, and yes, a 3.75 for Fabio Aquino will get him out to the early lead, get him on the board. Just waiting to hear from Lorero here in the red jersey, up and riding on his first wave, kicks into the left, drives down the line, goes for the air roll spin, bounces through the whitewater explosion, completes the maneuver. That'll be a solid score for red to get him on the board for the day. Now, just waiting to hear from Luis Villar in the black jersey. Luis splitting his time between competitive marathon running and bodyboarding these days, multitasking in the world of sports. just waiting for him to get his first wave of this heat. We are at about 18:20 and counting down. 20-minute heat. Top 2 waves count. Top 2 riders will move on to round 8 later today. All right, so there we see scores dropping. Lorero with a 4.25. Fabio Aquino getting on the board with his secondary wave already. He has a 3.75 and a 3.65 to start off his campaign here in Heat 5, Round 7. So Fabio Aquino, the old school Brazilian bodyboarder coming back to competition, he is currently in the lead here with 17 and change remaining in this heat. Again, just waiting for Luis Villar to get on the board. We've seen we've seen a bunch of some old school riders coming back into competition. Yesterday we saw Nicolas Capdeville from France coming back to compete here in Brazil. And today, here we see Fabio Aquino. I know on the women's end of things, coming up later today, we are going to see women's former 2-time world champ Soraya Rocha back in competition. She will be out in the water. Claudia Ferrari, who was the 1996 women's world champ, she came out for this event. She is trying to get one of those qualifier spots so she can compete in Pipeline next year. Claudia, the only woman to compete in every women's pipeline contest ever held. She's looking to keep that streak alive by qualifying on the women's tour. Also, we are going to see the likes in the women's coming up later. We've got Karina Reyes from Venezuela and Lacoste from France, and a lot of the Brazilian women surviving through. And then also later today, coming up in women's round 5, we're going to see the likes of some of the higher-ranked women on the tour. Lily Pollard, Myla Venturin, Isabella Souza, Catarina Souza, Eunati Aguirre, the defending world champ, Carla Costa Taylor, and 5-time world champ from Brazil, Neymar Carvalho. All right, and there you can see in yellow, Israel Eduardo kicking into this slightly larger left-hander that we've seen so far this morning. Drives down the line, gets a nice roll off the closeout section, and then going the other way on the right-hander. That was Fabio Aquino. An incomplete maneuver on that one for him. And up and riding, Luis Villar looking to get on the board with the smaller right-hander. Driving down the line, rolls through the closeout section, comes out clean. That will get Luis on the board for the morning. Just under 15 minutes remaining. And there you can see one of those cargo container ships out in the water. Like I was saying yesterday, you see all kinds of boats coming and going. Cargo ships, fishing trawlers like that little boat there cruising along the horizon. We see oil tankers. We see commercial cruise line ships. The port here in Rio is always busy. And here we have a replay of Fabio Aquino on his last wave, trying to roll through that closeout section, and it just exploded with him in it, unable to complete the maneuver. A 1.5 from the judges on that. Meanwhile, up and riding, Israel Eduardo in the yellow jersey, going for the air roll spin off the closeout section on the left, completes the maneuver. That'll be another solid score for Israel. And right now, it looks like we've got Teza McKenna stepping into the booth to give me a little break. This will give me a chance to step out, go grab some coffee, and do my thing. And so Teza will step in. I will step out. Steve Action Jackson, I'll see you in a bit. You.
Okay, welcome back, folks. And Terry McKenna, IBA World Tour Manager, just stepping in to give Steve Action Jackson a bit of a break. He's going to go and grab himself a nice little bowl of acai. Put some nice little bananas in there, maybe a bit of grain. All right, well, just a little break there, just having a bit of a chat with the guys from Beachbody who have been putting together a really first-class webcast here from Copacabana Beach. It is day number 4 of the Rio Bodyboard International 2012, and very good morning to a bunch of people who are online at the moment, including Kalani is online. I think that's Kalani Latanzi. Just missed out yesterday, mate. That was very unfortunate, but you know, it's those little near misses like that make you try harder and get into it. The current IBA Latin American champion was bundled out in the first heat yesterday. It was a very tough heat, that one, and I was on the webcast for it. So I'm sure we'll see a lot more of Kalani Latanzi. He'll probably rock on down to Venezuela and maybe on to Mexico, of course, as the World Tour chugs through 2012. Well, we are down to halfway through this heat, folks. You are watching Heat 5, Round 7 of the GQS 6-star event right here at Copacabana Beach. On screen at the moment is the rider in the white singlet. And I'll just get the actual Christian names for these guys. Fabio Aquino. Okay, Fabio. It's a legendary bodyboarder from Brazil. So Fabio Aquino is out there. We've got Luis Villar in the black. That was Luis on his last wave. Helen Loreo is in the red singlet. And that man, Israel Eduardo, he was just blazing yesterday, wasn't he? And he really just, proved to the whole world that he is a real force to be reckoned with. Last wave score came through for Luis Villar, pushed him into second. So right now, it's Israel Eduardo sitting in the lead. Currently sitting in second spot, Luis Villar, needing 6.85 to take the lead. There's that paddleboarder. He's back again. That guy's here every day, going up and down the beach. And we had some real nice contrasting images from the Beachbody webcast crew yesterday. You can see him just get the stance going. That's so good for the upper body and the mid core as well. Pretty cool little way to exercise, that's for sure, out in the sun and surf, having a bit of fun. The current heat leader, Israel Eduardo, just finishing off that wave, and you can see coming up in the next heat, that's Matias Diaz from Chile, the Chilean rider, up against 3 of the Brazilians, and have a look at that for a lineup. Nicolas Bastos, Leonardo Costa, and Rafael Paez coming up against Matias Diaz in the next heat. So yeah, around about 8.5 minutes remaining. You can see on screen at the moment, Luis Villar. Luis, of course, was always in the top 16 and, of the IBA World Tour for a number of years, right through 2008, 2009, 2010. Started to fade a little in 2011. It's great to see him back here, and he is, I tell you what, Luis Villar is fitter than ever. He's been doing triathletes. That's what his new passion is. So he's a triathlete kind of fit guy, and there's not an ounce of fat on him. And as a result, he's got such good skills for riding a bodyboard. With that fitness, I tell you what, they have really, he's really going to be a force to be reckoned with here. Right now, Helen Loreo looking for a big score, goes for the ARS, loses his board, and that's incomplete. That's not going to get him over the line. Loreo needing only a 4.51 to go second. Fabio Aquino looking for 5.3, Okay, Luis Villar's last wave, 5.1. That means Aquino now needing, and you can see him on screen there, Fabio Aquino, 6.25 to go to second. And Helen Loreo chasing 5.5 About a 5.5. 5.5 for Rojo, 6 segundo. And Luis Villar currently sitting in the second spot, and Eduardo is holding down the lead. David's online, just asking questions about the venue. Mate, we did go up to Ipanema this morning. It's about 6 inches bigger up there, and the winds are kind of a little cleaner. But of course, Rio is the bodyboarding capital of the world. Sometimes you score, sometimes you don't. The good news for you, David, is that there is swell coming on Sunday, mate. It's going to be 5 foot and offshore. So hang around. We'll get ourselves into the top round of seeds, and we'll have a really good, finish to this competition. It has been an incredibly professional event. The structure, the manpower here, and Flavio Brito and the guys have just really set completely new standards as far as IBA World Tour events go. The media room here is just something to behold. There's VIP rooms, and it's all air conditioned. It's an incredible setup. We see a little chopper, just a couple of choppers, in fact, flying overhead. Keeping an eye on the action. Speaking of action, Steve Action Jackson will be back in a couple of heats' time. He's just currently taking a well-earned break, and it's myself, Terry McKenna, just sitting in and filling in for Steve at the moment. Don't forget to send your little messages through via the message board on the live site, and we'll do our best to read them out for you. We've got Elmo Ramos, one of my all-time best mates from Ride It Magazine, is online watching the competition. G'day, Elmo. He's one of the hardest working and one of the most purest hearts in the world, that guy. Really, really sweet guy. And has not stopped working for bodyboarding, over the years. He just loves it. He's just so passionate. When, too bad there's not more Elmo Ramoses in the world. It would be a much better place. We've also got George Noronha is online. Gabriel Souza also talking about Rafael Paz. And it looks like Andrea as well. So keep those little... Oh, look, Elvis is here once again. Elvis has left the building and he's watching the webcast. So, keep your little messages coming through via the live site there, the message board, and I'll do my best to acknowledge you. Well, 5 minutes remaining, 5 minutes on the clock, and you can see on screen at the moment he's got a bit of pressure on him. He only needs a 5.45. This is Helton Lareo. This guy's got some very good skills and nice combination of maneuvers, like a couple of spins to roll combo. It was only a small away, but keep in mind that today's conditions are probably the worst they've been throughout the tournament. Kind of a light cross onshore breeze. Also got, only about 1 to 2 feet, I guess, on Australian standards. There are bigger sets coming through. In the water, that is. And, it's been, that's always a feature of the old Copacabana beach, isn't it here? The lovely ladies that, prance along the beach in their skimpy bikinis. It's all part of Rio de Janeiro. It's a lovely place to be hanging out. And on that note, I would like to say, hello to my girlfriend, my lovely girlfriend Connie back home. I don't get to see that sort of stuff. Babe, I'm always locked in an office, believe me. So, coming down to about 4 minutes left on the clock. And right now it is that man Eduardo from Brazil in the lead. So yellow in first position. Luis Villar is in second. Third place is Helton Lareo. He's needing a 5.45. His last wave, 4.25. So he needs something a little bigger, according to the judges. And Fabio Aquino, a 5.60 for Fabio. And as I said, one of the more highly decorated Brazilian riders over the years. Well, that's a better wave for Lareo. He goes for the big move, but that thing, it just ran out of steam. It didn't have enough power in it to do that sort of move. He's down to about 3 minutes to go, so, Helton will get back into the lineup pretty quickly and have another chance at trying to get through. You can see out the back there, right behind him is the current heat leader, Israel Eduardo. And Eduardo's posted a 6.5 and a 5.25. That guy in the yellow singlet has really been rattling some cages on the way through. He's been, really riding with a lot of style. So just on 3 minutes to go. Big party tonight, by the way, is going to be taking place. Steve Action Jackson's got all the info on it as in regards to the venue, etc. But yeah, it's a huge party. It starts at 11. It's my bedtime these days. But I'll go home and have a siesta and come back and get into it. But the mayor's going to be there, and it's a tribute to all of the bodyboarding champions from around the world. Well, that was last wave for Black. Louis Villar, 715, put Louis Villar in the lead. Israel Eduardo struck straight back. He went to second, Eduardo. He needed a 5.76, and last of Yellow just starting to load into this beach boat scoring system. Scores are stockpiling, and we rake out an average of 6.65. Eduardo goes back into the lead, so it's a bit of a seesawing affair. You can see Eduardo just hitting the water there going, yeah. That takes the pressure off. So Yellow back into first, Black in second. Both those guys, there's of course, Louis Villar on screen at the moment. That means that Helen Loreo in the red, now chasing 7.7, and that's going to be really tough. Here's the replay of the 7.15 for Louis Villar, and that was pretty cool. He pulled that off sweet. This is back to live action now, and Louis Villar, hitting the high notes towards the end of this heat. Fabio Aquino needing 7.85. Helen Loreo needing 7.7. The boys have got to put on something special if they're going to get through this one. Yeah, so as we said, George Noronha is watching along with Walter and Elmo Ramos. Little wave there for Yellow. That won't go into the top two. We've also got Az Dinham is watching from Cornwall in England. How are you, mate? What's going on? It's great to see we've got people from all around the world tuned into the webcast, including Andrew Bleakley, our webmaster for IBA. Andrew up there in Ballina, just south of Byron Bay, and he's preparing to go on a long trip. He's heading off to Venezuela and then on to Mexico. So travel safe, Bleakers. And we'll see you soon, mate, when you get to... in fact, call me on the travel sim number when you get to Caracas. We might be able to hang out together because it's safe when there's two of us. Okay, so Eduardo in the lead, Louis Villar in second, Helen Loreo in third, Fabio Aquino in fourth. That's the current situation, and it looks like staying that way. And you can see Yellow just hitting the water and going, oh my God, I've got through another heat, and he's going to be taking on some of the world's best. And he just lifts the board up, and he's super stoked there. Loreo puts her head down in the foreground, so there's contrasting sort of emotions there between, winners and losers. Well, that's competition for you. I mean, it can be, so exhilarating and can be so devastating, all in the one. And that's why we do this. That's why we come to contests and get involved with them, because, it's just, it's a rush when you do good. Yeah, so next event on the IBA World Tour, of course, is the Bodyboard Pro Festival. It's happening at Isla de Margarita off Caracas in Venezuela, and that is going to be an awesome contest. Lamar Guitard and the Federation always put on an incredible competition over there, and really looking forward to going back there. I did go there on the first year, about 4 or 5 years ago. I went and helped Lamar, and I'm back there this year and really looking forward to it. And, it's going to be just a great contest. It's a 6-star GQS for the guys. There is also a Grand Slam event for the women. There's a pretty strong chance that the world champion might be crowned there. And it's also a DK Grand Slam event. So, it's just it doesn't get much better than that. And really looking forward to it. If you haven't got your entries in, please contact Lamar Guitard or just go to the Bodyboard Pro Festival. And we hope to see you in Venezuela for the next one. Of course, after that, it is off to the beautiful little holiday hamlet of Puerto Escondido in Mexico. And the Salvemos Porta campaign really just works fantastically. In fact, here at Rio on Copacabana Beach, we are selling the Say Porto T-shirts today. They're really cheap. They're only, I think it's 30 real. For the guys' T-shirts and 40 real for the women's singlets. They're really, really cool, these ones. Incredible quality. And you want to try and pick up one of those while you're here. If you are watching the webcast and you're local, come on down over the next couple of days and support a very good cause. Okay, we are into the next of our heats, and well, right now we're watching Costa, and that is Leonardo Costa. Has been a real standout bodyboarder from Brazil for a long time now. Nicolas Bastos, also a very familiar name around these parts, is in the red. Rafael Paez, of course, qualifying through the earlier rounds, and he's been just blazing. And this bloke here in black is Matias Diaz. And Matias, of course, one of the Chilean riders. And I must say that, I'm so impressed with the guys from Chile. They've just been really starting to step up onto the world stage. And in fact, next year on the IBA World Tour, we have what's being referred to as the Chilean Tri-Series. And there's going to be 3 events in a row: Antofagasta, and of course Arica, and a new event in Iquique. So 3 events back to back, and then we'll come over here to, of course, to Brazil for 2 events. We're going to put Itacochara right next to this one here in Rio. There is one of the very familiar sights here on Copacabana Beach, folks. Just beautiful women everywhere. It's really an incredible place. The girls got the Hawaiian Tropic Tan out, and they're going to be sunning it up for the day, as they do here in Copacabana. First race scores come through for Bastos in the red was a 4.5. First of white, 4.5 for Costa, Leo Costa. And first of black, Matias Diaz was a 4.4. That was Diaz's second ride. This is second ride now for Nicolas Bastos, looking for a little frothy one. Nice roll off the end section. The boys just, feeling their way through the opening stages of this one. Takashi ES is online. He's saying Leo Costa. He's sending out a bit of a shout-out. He looks like a Leo Costa fan, so good on you, Takashi. Thanks for your little message on the message board. Ahmed. Come on, Chile. Here's a replay of Leo Costa. And, that was a solid roll right in the bowl. And I tell you what, that's going to get good scores, that one for Leo Costa. Rafael Paez, also nice little move off the end section. So the boys really getting busy out there at the moment for heat number 6, round number 7. Round 7 it is. 8 rounds to the top seeds. We got like over 130 guys surfed in this contest this year, and that's just testament to the fact that that's why we're here, trying to really develop the sport of bodyboarding in Brazil. Of course, it is important to hang on a couple of these beach break events where you showcase the sport in front of massive crowds on a packed beach in metropolitan areas. And there is a place for this sort of competition, I do believe. Of course, the elite level, the Grand Slam series, they need to head off to extreme places like El Gringo and a Pipeline and all the other incredible waves that we have on that Grand Slam tour. But for this GQS level, I think that this venue is just absolutely perfect. In fact, the mayor of Rio de Janeiro has once again thrown his support behind the competition, and he's putting on a big party tonight for everyone. We're all getting dressed up, and it's going to be pretty cool. So, I love being here. This is my first trip to Brazil, and, the people and the food and the whole place is just incredible. Last night I went to the soccer match, rocked along with Bruno, an announcer, and he's got some big contacts over here. So we had a VIP box at the footy last night, and it was just incredible. Like, they're so passionate about their football. It's World Cup here is going to be crazy. So right now, Rafael Paez, having a look at this wave, needing a 5.01. Let's see what he can do with this one. Just a little roll. Can he get a combination of moves happening? You can see him zero in on the little end section. Just a little mini floppo off the back of that. I don't know if he's going to get the 5.01, but anyway, that's his second wave, and that's going to really help his cause somewhat. And so we'll see that score come through, and it is a 3.75. 3.75 last of yellow. So right now is about 13 minutes remaining. You are watching Heat 6, Round 7 of the Rio Bodyboard International. It's Rafael Paez sitting in 4th place, needing 5.01 Matias Diaz in the black, needing 4.76. Nicholas Bastos is currently in second. Bastos chasing a 6.26 to take the lead from Leo Costa, who's posted a 7.25 and a 4.5 on his first two waves. That's all he's got, 2 waves. Leo Costa, one of the most experienced riders around these parts, and he'll just wait and replace that 4.5 with plenty of time to go. Don't forget, you can watch watch the same webcast, but listen to the audio in Portuguese. You can do that at riobodyboarding.com.br if you don't like listening to some Aussie guy rattle on, or you're not into Action Jackson's English because he's American. Then tune into riobodyboarding.com.br. You will be able to check out the webcast in Portuguese. Great little contest here. The way that they've doing the dual audio webcast, that's got to be a first for the IBA World Tour. So girls got the bikinis out. Sun's starting to draw the people out onto the beach here at Copacabana as we see Leo Costa once again trying to replace a 4.50. Nice smooth lines there from Leo. Just looking back towards the shore. Quite often, these guys have got coaches and mentors that are, helping them out. Lots of people standing along the beach there, and you can see the look. Take a look at that. Just take a little picture of that in your head now, and then we'll come back at that in a couple of hours' time when I come back to fill in again for Steve Jackson, and you watch how many people are on the beach. Today it's blue skies. It's very sunny. It's going to be a hot day, like 33 degrees. And, that's a little better now. Can he get a combination off the end section? Rafael Paez once again. Well, he finishes off that one nicely. There's Matias Diaz also getting really busy on that wave. Both those guys only needed kind of mid-range scores, so this could be enough for a situation change. We'll wait and see what the judge's interpretation of those two rides were. Okay, so last of yellow, 5.25. Last of black, 4.5. So Paez moves into second. Costa first. Paez second. Third place now, Nicholas Bastos chasing 4.9 to go back to second. And Matias Diaz needing a 5.0. Just a little shot there of our wild card from Brazil. Stefan Stam, of course. Stefan from up around Bahia way, I believe. And Stefan's been a long-time competitor on the IBA World Tour. He's had some great results over the year. He's sat that just outside of the top 16 for a number of years. In fact, he works in the judicial system here in Brazil. He's some kind of a judge, I believe, and he always used to try and use his holidays and get time off to come to the IBA World Tour events. But he's been back into work and he's been busy with a new baby. So it's going to be great to see Stefan Stam back in action. Speaking of action, Nicholas Bastos, boom, off the end section and just had a kind of a kaplunk kind of landing, and that was never going to come off for that man, Nicholas Bastos, in the red. Don't forget to keep your little messages coming via the message board. At the moment, we've got Eduardo, Renato, Alejandra Silva is online, Takashi, Stephanie, Hamid. You guys are all, hope you're enjoying the webcast, and a little shot down there towards the corner of the beach as the camera just pans back along all of those big international hotels. I can tell you, some of those big hotels that are right along the beachfront there, some of the bigger ones, you can pay up to $2,000 US a night. Of course, I'm not staying in a place like that. There it is, Post 5. Posto Cinco, they call it. It's the fifth of the sort of lifeguard towers that line the beach here at Copacabana. As a result, they've named the break after it. So Posto Cinco is the venue for today's competition here at the Rio Bodyboard International 2012. Well, Leo Costa's last wave, 4.9, marginally better than his 4.5. So he achieved his goal by moving a little further ahead of Rafael Paez in yellow. Paez needing 6.9. On screen at the moment, that was Nicholas Bastos. Bastos only needing 4.9. And right there in black, Matias Diaz from Chile, needing a 5.0 segundo. So that is not much score required by that guy. Very tight heat here, folks. We're just on 8 minutes remaining. As we said, Stefan Stam coming up in the next one. Our wild card will take on Alan Munoz from Chile, Matias Costa and Renzo Facioli, a couple of the qualifiers. So that will be very cool. All right, well, just got a little shot of the fortress here at Copacabana. You can see those anti-aircraft guns just pointing in either direction. I don't think those things have been fired up for a couple of years, but I can imagine they still work. They still look like they're in operating order, so you wouldn't want to mess with that one. But I don't know who's going to come and attack, Copacabana Beach. I mean, apart from the hawkers, the beach sellers. They're about the only people that attack anyone around here. We are down to 6 minutes remaining. Once again, keep your little messages coming via the message board on the live site. There's 6 minutes on the clock. Leo Costa, current heat leader, 7.25, 4.9. Rafael Paez sitting in second spot, needing 6.91 to go into the lead. Nicholas Bastos in red, needing 4.9. That guy there just moving and paddling out of screen. Matias Diaz from Chile, needing only 5.0. Very close here, folks, and we're coming down to 5.5 to go. Most of these heats are, in fact, won and lost in this last 5 minutes, so this will be interesting to check out. Leandro's online. Just send a little shout-out to Paula Barcelos. Barcelos, of course, along with Stefan Stam, getting wild cards into the competition. Nice little wide shot. Got people chimed into the website. One of the guys has said here, it looks like ones. Ones from South Australia, the most chilly place in Australia. Well, it could be the most chilly place in Australia, and unless you lived in Tasmania, ones, and then you'd be really cold. But I hope you're enjoying the Australian winter. Probably pretty late back home, pushing towards 11 o'clock, I guess, and you'd be sitting up late, rugged up, in front of the computer, checking out the action. Dreaming about being here in a pair of board shorts on Copacabana Beach, and you'd probably be dreaming about that stuff as well, as we all do. Dream on, brother. 4.5 minutes left on the clock, and Leo Costa currently sitting in the lead. Rafael Paz in second. Nicholas Bastos in third. Matias Diaz is in the black singlet on screen, needing only a very small score. There's Roberta Bitzer there, a lovely wife of Jason Bitzer, of course, from the USBA. And Jason came down here, had a bit of a surf in the competition, was unfortunately eliminated yesterday. But he's done a fantastic job of looking after bodyboarding in the US, and I was lucky enough to hang out with him for a week on the Jersey Shore, just south of New York, of course, for the Jenks, the Scion Jenks Pro, the USBA competition. One of many ace lensmen capturing the action here. There's a lot of photos. In fact, I Googled the contest just a little while ago when I was down in my office, and there's been pictures in Norway, Switzerland, in New York, the New York Times. They're all over the websites. The guys here doing the media, Danilo Coblocco, is doing a fantastic job of making some noise about the sport of bodyboarding and promoting Rio de Janeiro and, more importantly, Copacabana at the same time. There's, that iconic sort of hills and valleys and little islands that is Rio de Janeiro. It's an incredible part of the world, folks. You really want to try and get yourself here, as we see Leo Costa getting the old 1-2. Nice little combination of maneuvers there. Bastos now stroking into this one. Important wave for Nicholas Bastos. Let's see what he can do. He's got a bunch of speed. And Bastos, a high-flying roll, or series of rolls. And then comes out of that one. Judges, I don't know how they're going to interpret that wave. The rolls were, whilst they were done pretty fast, they were pretty flat as well. They were just kind of like, there wasn't a lot of bottom turn action in there. I do know these guys pretty well, and they like to see you really, dig deep on the bottom turn. Yeah, that's what I thought. Nicholas Bastos, 4.4. Needed a 4.9, so just not enough there for Bastos. He did get the kind of wave he needed, but the wave ran away from him a little. So Bastos still chasing 4.9. Matias Diaz from Chile, needing 5.0 to go to second. In second, you can see Rafael Paez. He's going to stick to Diaz like glue. He's in second spot. He needs 7.5 to take the lead from an in-form Leo Costa, the boy from Brazil in white, looking to replace 5.5. Well, coming down to crunch time for the current heat in the water. 1 minute, 20 seconds remaining. You are watching Heat 6, Round 7, live from Copacabana in Rio de Janeiro for the Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. It's Nicholas Bastos in a bit of trouble at the moment. Nick in the red singlet needing 4.90 to go second. Matias Diaz needing 5.0 to go second. Not very big scores required for red and black. Both having a look at this way, but this is Nicholas Bastos. Yeah, that lip didn't have any kind of punch to it. Bastos with less than 1 minute remaining. Has he surrendered? Also, just a little wave in there. 1.5 for Diaz, who also split the peak. These guys are running out of time. We're just on 40 seconds remaining. So, Hamid online says, I think it's Gabriel Brantes, greetings to your girlfriend. Is he saying hello to your girlfriend? Watch out for Brantes. Okay, that heat is just about to come to an end. Countdown in the background. 3, 2, 1. And that's it. Well, you can see Rafael Paez. He's pretty happy about that. And he did really well in that heat. Leo Costa winning that one. So white first, yellow second. Nicholas Bastos sitting in third place. Needed 4.9 in the end. He couldn't find it. And we must say also au revoir to Matias Diaz from Chile. He only needed a 5.0, but unfortunately the Chilean rider in the black singlet unable to find that sort of score here on this little small day. One of the worst days we've had so far. It's been pretty good, this venue, but today it's, look at it. It's just a typical summer slop. And that time of the year, got to expect it. We're lucky to have any waves at all. In fact, the waves are going to improve big time this afternoon. We'll see a big surge for round number 8 of the top seeds. I'm talking with Chico Garitano. Chico grew up 2 blocks away from here. No one knows this place like he does. And Chico guarantees me we're going to see on the incoming tide the swell get pulled in, and it will be at least a foot or two bigger for the big boys when they hit the water this afternoon. All right, Stefan Stam currently on screen, and Stefan going to work nice and early, taking the pressure off. Also a bit of a wave there for the rider in black. That is Renzo Facioli, and Facioli absolutely blazing yesterday. Very aggressive rider, and really knows how to throw it around. So we're coming down to around about just on, what do we got, 19 minutes remaining. Alan Munoz from Chile is in the red singlet. Stefan Stam, wild card, is in the white. Matias Costa, qualifier from Brazil, in yellow. And Renzo Facioli is out there in the black. First wave scores for red, 4.15. First to white, 3.5. First to black, 4.75. And there goes Costa on his opening wave. So the boys feeling their way through the opening stanza of this one. Looks like Steve Jackson is back in one heat from now. So I'll be able to, pass the microphone on to Steve. Let's wait for those scores to come through and we'll give you the update. All right, well, just having a bit of a chat to Steve Action Jackson. Of course, the IBA has been staging the Salvamos Porto campaign, and Steve will also bring to your awareness a little issue that they have here locally in Brazil with one of the all-time breaks. But still, I'll leave that to Steve to explain for you. Meantime, we've got second wave scores in for Alan Munoz, 3.0, and Stefan Stam, 4.25. Second to black for Renzo Facioli was a 5.5. So right now, Facioli in the black singlet in first. Second place, Stefan Stam. Third place, Munoz. And fourth place, Costa, just dropping down and into that. And you can see him paddling back out. So we'll wait for that second score to come through and we'll give you the update. Alexandra Cruz is online and is sending a bit of a shout out to Choco, local guy coming up in one of the later heats. And Alan Munoz, really nice little roll there. Alan Munoz is a real powerhouse rider from Chile. Alan was just incredible during the Chilean leg at both Antofagasta and Arica, where he put on really incredible performances. We expect real big things from Alan Munoz. He broke his foot and at Arica, got it jammed in a rock and just continued on. Couldn't even walk down to the beach, but he'd limp down with a walking stick, and then he'd put his fin on and go out and win a heat. It's really saying something about that kid. He's super powerful. Well, Stefan Stam, incomplete ARS there for Stefan. He's gone down into third, only needing 4.51. He's not going to get that on that wave. And Costa in the yellow. Matheus Costa needing a 5.85 to go to second. Yeah, so Stefan Stam, 1.5 last. Okay, so just a short break there, folks, to apologise. All right, well, Jeremy Kenneback stepping in for Steve Jackson, and we do apologise, folks, if you're back online here. We just lost the complete transmission. It went down because we had a big power failure. Basically, all the lights went out in the whole joint. The internet went off. It's just, I don't know what happened, but somehow we've managed to reboot everything. We got the power back. We've got the vision back. So hopefully we haven't lost too many of our viewers in the interim. So 4 minutes left on the clock. Stefan Stam, wildcard in third place, needing 4.76. That's not too much. And Alan Munoz from Chile needing 6.30. Very close heat, this one, folks. It's Renzo Facioli currently sitting in second. Here goes Stefan Stam. Nice little extended punchy roll. And I'll tell you what, Stefan Stam, well, he may well just get the score that he is chasing. That is going to be very close indeed for Stefan. We'll wait and see here. Renzo Facioli could be in a bit of trouble. In fact, it is. Stefan Stam with a 4.85 goes into second. Look at the boys motoring it up now. Renzo Facioli, the Peruvian in black, down into third. Current heat leader is this guy here, Costa from Brazil. And, that's why he's winning the heat. He's just, blowing doors out there. Just big moves on small waves. Always very tough to do. So, Costa from Brazil in the lead. Last wave scores coming through going to be the best of the heat with a 6.5. Stefan Stam in second, needing 6.9 to take the lead. Renzo Facioli in black down into third place, needing a 5.69 to go to second. And Alan Munoz chasing 6.4. Well, there's Stefan Stam. He's going to stick to Facioli like a little piece of pasta, like a well-cooked piece of pasta. Okay, Alan Munoz looks to try and do something here. Alan, nice little move off the end section. Alan Munoz needing 6.4. He's not going to get it. It was a nice move, but it was a small wave, and there's 2.5 minutes left to go. So Munoz will get back out into the lineup and possibly look to do something. It looks like it's been there was an interference in this heat. When we lost power, there was a paddling interference on Alan Munoz. As a result, Alan Munoz is sitting in fourth place, and his second score is cut in half. As we see, well, Renzo Facioli rolling off the end section, 5.69 required for Facioli. And, Costa, I don't know what's going on there. You can just see Renzo Facioli saying, come on, are you going to give this guy an interference or what? And I tell you what, he's probably got some grounds for it, as we see in the red signal. Alan Munoz, that's a better maneuver. Alan Munoz, big hit on a solid closeout. Absolutely correct. You know what? Renzo Facioli has got an interference on Munoz, and Munoz has got one on Facioli. And there may even be another interference coming up here. We can see Stefan Stam. He's gone back down into third place. Last of red, 7.25. Last of black, 5.9. Stefan Stam's gone down into fourth place now, needing 5.36 with less than 1 minute remaining. You can see Stefan Stam. Well, he was looking for a good result here in Copacabana, our wild card. Spent a number of years in the top 32 on the IBA World Tour. Stefan Stam is a very seasoned campaigner. And, well, we'll just wait and see. Here's a little replay of what happened. And you can see black paddling for the wave. Yellow goes around the back of him. And I do believe that with black having first priority, that yellow really kind of winning this heat. That was just a crazy move for Costa to do. Why would he do that when he's in first and he didn't have to worry about Facioli in third? That's pretty crazy. We'll wait and see what the judges think about that one. Stefan Stam, last roll of the dice. This is Stefan's last opportunity, and that's not going to be enough. Unfortunately, our wild card has been eliminated in fourth position. Third place went to Facioli. Second place went to Alan Munoz, who had an interference and still came second. So Munoz was just, blowing up out there. And it looks like Costa in the yellow singlet has taken that one out. Lily Pollard's online. G'day, Lil. I saw your little message there. I'll talk to Chico about that, and I can't see any reason why not. But it just depends on where we bring the priority system in for the girls. But of course, we'll do our best. I mean, predominantly this event is a women's Grand Slam event, first and foremost. Secondly, it's a 6-star GQS for the men. So the girls, we're trying to look right after the women here in Copacabana. Okay, that is the official result. It was Costa first, Munoz second, Facioli out of the competition along with our wildcard Stefan Stam. I'm stepping out of the booth. I'm Terry McKenna. I'm going to pass you over to Steve Action Jackson to take us through the next couple of heats.
All right, so we are underway and out in the water, up and riding in the black jersey, Ricardo Ramos. Ricardo coming to us from San Conrado. Terry McKenna was talking a little bit about it that last heat before the power went out. The IBA has its Salvemos Puerto campaign ongoing to help with relief efforts in Mexico. Here in Brazil, there is Salvemos San Conrado. I'll get to that in a moment there. You see Gabriel Branches in the red jersey on that wave. That'll get him on the board here in the early going of this heat. Also out in the water, we are looking at Giovanni Pinto in white from Venezuela, as well as... Let's see, where are we here? Nestor Toro. I apologize, folks. I got a little tripped up looking on my sheet at the wrong spot. But again, out in the water in red, Gabriel Branches in white, Giovanni Pinto in yellow, Nestor Toro, and in black, Ricardo Ramos. So Ricardo Ramos, who is nicknamed Choco, he comes from San Conrado. It's a very famous wave, very consistent. I'll get to it again in a moment. Giovanni Pinto in the white jersey from Venezuela takes off on the left, gets the roll off of that section. That will get him on the board. Currently, Branches with a 3.25. Ramos on the board with a 4.0 in the early lead. Again, these guys getting their primary scores under their belt and starting points for the heat. There you can see Nestor Toro in yellow. Take a look at this one, up and riding. And he's going to split the wave with red, Gabriel Branches. So Toro on the left, Branches on the right. An incomplete maneuver for Branches. We'll see what Toro gets for his efforts. Meanwhile, up and riding in white, Giovanni Pinto pulls into the closeout shore break barrel. Not much to work with on that one. Pinto with the 4.75 on his first wave. That one will not really factor in when all things are said and done. Meanwhile, waiting for the score to drop for Toro. So as I was saying, Salvemos San Conrado. San Conrado is a really consistent, really fun wave. But unfortunately, there's been garbage issues at the beach that the Salvemos SanConrado.org is working on improving. Also trying to bring awareness of the fact that the sewage pipes there are very close to the beach and routed under the boardwalk, and they have a pollution problem in that break. I know there are riders that have gotten sick there from riding in the water, have throat infections, ear infections, even some intestinal bugs, and they are trying to raise awareness so that they can improve conditions, clean up San Conrado. It's a gem of a wave. I would consider it a treasure for the wave riding community, surfing and bodyboarding alike, and definitely something that people need to take an interest in and try and help with. So again, SalvemosSanConrado.org. Look into it, and definitely something to pay attention to. They need to raise awareness for this good cause. Anyway, out in the water, Back to the action in front of us there. You can see up and riding. That's red. Gabrielle Brownstreet's taking a look at that. Currently, everybody on the board with at least one wave. Couple of guys already with their secondary scores. Brownstreet's with a 3.25 and a 4.25 on his first two waves. Giovanni Pinto, that man in white, with a 4.75. Had a 1.15 for an incomplete maneuver on his second wave. He's looking for a secondary backup score. Toro with a 4.90 on his first wave, and Ramos with a 4.0 and a 3.55. So Choco sitting in the lead currently with 16 minutes remaining. And here Ramos taking a look at that one, but not much to work with. He's going to hold off. He'll wait for something better to come his way. And here we have Nestor Toro up and riding in the yellow on the right-hander, rolls off of the closeout section and then ducks out after riding through the whitewater on that one. So that will get him another score on the board. We'll see how that affects his overall combined score. He's currently sitting on a 4.90 and a 3.6. That's enough to move him into the lead, bumping Ramos down to second. Branchi's in third, needing a 3.30, and Giovanni Pinto needing a 2.80. So everything's still relatively close right now, still here in the early going. 15 minutes remaining in this 20-minute heat. This is Heat 8, Round 7 of the men's. Coming up next on deck, we're going to go into Round 4 of the women's. We're going to see coming up in the water after this, Alejandra Altuve from Venezuela, Oberta Bitzer. They have her listed from the United States. My wife actually got a little annoyed by this last night. Oberta Bitzer, originally from Macaé here in Brazil. She's a former state champion. She now resides in Hawaii with her husband, Jason Bitzer, but yet they have her listed as USA. I'm going to say she's from Brazil. Here, up and riding, Brazilian Nestor Toro, or I'm sorry, Venezuelan Nestor Toro. Wow, you don't want to mix up the Venezuelans and the Brazilians. Some strong national pride going on there. I'm going to get hunted down and beat up for mixing up the nationalities over here just then. But again, coming up in Heat 1, Round 4 of the women's, we're going to see Alejandra Altuve, Oberta Bitzer, Claudia Ferrari, and Maria Helena Tostes. We saw Claudia and Maria advancing on through their heats yesterday. Claudia Ferrari, the 1996 Women's World Champ. She is trying to qualify for the Women's Tour so that she can get a spot seeded into pipeline for next year's tour. She is the only woman who has competed in every single women's pipeline event ever held, and she is looking to keep that streak going by qualifying for a seeding in that event next year by competing here on the Women's World Tour. So again, that's coming up. But right now in the water, 13 and a half minutes remaining in this heat. Heat 8, Round 7. This is day 4 of competition here at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. Thirteen minutes remaining in this heat right now, and there you can see in white Giovanni Pinto from Venezuela sitting in third spot, needs a 4.41. Meanwhile, up and riding Ricardo Ramos needing a 5.15, and that one's not going to do it for him. That wave really not cooperating with him. He'll paddle back out and look for another one. Meanwhile, Giovanni Branchi is looking for his latest score to drop. He currently sits in that second position. We'll see what the judges register for that one. We may see a situation change out in the water once the score is finalized from the judges. Stand by for that. Yes, situation change in the water with 12:25 remaining. Gabriel Branchi's in the red jersey from Chile, moving into the top spot ahead of the Venezuelan Nestor Toro. So it's the Chilean Branchi's first, the Venezuelan Toro second. Another Venezuelan, Giovanni Pinto, sitting third, needing a 5.15 to improve his position. And the Brazilian from down the road here in São Conrado, Ricardo Ramos, known as Choco. He is chasing a 5.90, looking to get out of that fourth spot, climb his way out of the basement up into one of those top two advancing spots. And here, Ramos up and riding on this little right-hander, driving down the line, goes for a nice clean roll. Lands open face, throws into the spin for the combo, and rolls off of the whitewater section, trying to maximize his effort on these smaller wave conditions here in Brazil. Everybody holding out hope that this Misto swell, as we're referring to it, will show up on Saturday and Sunday. I know Jeff Hubbard was really excited yesterday. He was talking about the potential for a good-sized swell coming in, as was IBA head judge Chico Garatano, who is from here at Postal Cinco. So we're keeping our fingers crossed. We are praying to the surf gods, hoping that we see this swell fill in this weekend before the end of competition so we can see Postal Cinco come to life, bare its teeth, and make life a little more adventurous for our riders out in the water who have been progressing through these smaller conditions thus far. We have just under 10 and a half minutes remaining, and there you can see Nestor Toro in yellow sitting in the second spot. His fellow Venezuelan countryman sitting in the third spot, needing a 5.15 to move ahead of Toro for that second and advancing spot. And I'd be interested to see what the conversation, if any, is out there in the water. Both of these guys traveling, a lot of the Venezuelans coming to us from the Jenks Pro in New Jersey for the U.S. season finale, now here in Rio. On the beach and cruising, they're pretty cool. Everything's copacetic, but usually with these guys, once you get them out in the water, it's every man for himself. Meanwhile, there you can see the Chilean, Gabriel Branchis, in red, trying to firm up his hold on that top spot. Not going to get enough there to improve his overall combined score, it looks like. But, again, waiting for the scores to drop from the judges before I can really say for certain. And, yes, a 3.60 from the judges. So Branchi is sitting on a 5.65 and a 4.90 right now. That 3.6 will not affect his overall combined score any. He still resides in that top spot. He is followed by Nestor Toro and Giovanni Pinto in third. It needs a 5.15. Ricardo Ramos still in fourth position. He needs a 5.65 with 9 minutes remaining. We are under 9 minutes in this heat, and there you can see Ricardo Ramos and Nestor Toro taking a look at that one, but it's going to be Gabriel Branchis up and riding. There you can see him working that wave, trying to maximize his score potential with that one, taking it to the inside, trying to get that roll off of the inside section, and we'll just wait for the scores to register from our judges. A 4.55. Again, that will not replace that 4.90 for a secondary score, so that will not factor in to his overall combined score at the end of this heat. We are counting down to the 8-minute mark, and here we have a little bit of a paddle battle between Nestor Toro in second and Ricardo Ramos, who's sitting in that fourth spot, and then it was also Giovanni Pinto joining the mix on that. So kind of looked like the Venezuelans trying to gang up on the Brazilian here. Choco taking a look at that one. He's going to back off, not much there. We've seen a lot of aggressive paddling out in the water. The riders from the South American countries, they really mix it up out there. They'll start jockeying and shadowing you and trailing you, doing everything to keep you from getting the waves. We've seen some tactics out there. We've seen interferences as a result on some of those, some paddling interferences, a couple of drop-ins over the course of the first few days. It's definitely been interesting. And we've seen a lot of heats come down to the last minute and a half, 2 minutes, where all of a sudden the standings start shuffling as riders start trading wave after wave, and definitely no shortage of action, even with these smaller conditions here at Postal Cinco. And up and riding, Gabriel Branches from Chile on that one. Takes off, drives down the line. Quick drive off the bottom, punches the roll through the white water, and that's his ride there. And there you can see Ricardo Ramos taking a look at that one. He's still looking for a 5.65. Again, right now in the water, it's Branches in the lead. Nestor Toro waiting for his score to register, see if things change a little bit. He needs a 5.90 or better to move into that top spot, but still sitting in that second position. So I was talking about the Venezuelans and how they have been on the move, traveling in a big, large pack of at least a dozen riders. They showed up in New Jersey for the Jenks Pro. Isamar Vivas from Venezuela ended up winning the women's pro division. The guys have been out there going to work as well. And after this event, we will see everybody making their way down to Venezuela for another Women's World Tour Grand Slam Series event, another men's GQS event. It will also be a Drop Knee World Tour event. We're going to see everybody headed down for the Bodyboarding Pro Festival in Venezuela. Just wanted to give a quick shout out for that. Everybody needs to stay tuned to ibaworldtour.com for all the latest news and updates and highlights, I should say. I'm starting to trip over my words at this point. But again, ibaworldtour.com for all the latest on this event, as well as upcoming events in Venezuela, the GQS event for men's, Women's World Tour, Drop Knee World Tour event, and then Mexico. After that, the rescheduled event at the end of September running through until October 6th. And then, of course, after that, coming up on the World Tour schedule, there will be about a 3-week break, and then everybody will be headed for Puerto Rico for this year's Encanto Pro in Isabela. So no rest for the weary on the World Tour and in the world of bodyboarding. World Tour events for women, men's, Global Qualifier Series, Drop Knee. We even had the Jenks Pro in there on the U.S. Tour for good measure. And real quick, a shout out to Andrew Bleakley from the IBA. He's our web guy, hitting me up with a little message. Thanks, Bleakers. Good to hear from you. Hope to see you soon, brother. Meanwhile, out in the water, counting down to the 4-minute mark, it is still Gabriel Branches in the red jersey from Chile in the lead. There in the yellow jersey, Nestor Toro from Venezuela sits in the second and advancing spot. Fellow countryman Giovanni Pinto in the white jersey sits third, looking for a 5.15. And Ricardo Ramos from here in Brazil, from São Conrado, chasing a 5.65, looking to climb out of that fourth place spot and move into at least second to advance out of this heat. Time counting down, 3.5 minutes remaining. And Nestor Toro up and riding on this little left-hander. Gets good projection on the roll, maintains it, goes for a little floppo on the inside section. That probably won't affect his overall score. He's currently sitting on a 5.0 and a 4.9. We'll wait for confirmation from our judges on my opinion on that one. And yes, a 4.60. That will not factor into his final combined score. 3 minutes remaining. Again, Branches first, Toro second, Pinto in third, and Ramos in fourth position. There you can see heat leader Gabriel Branches from Chile paddling over. He's eyeing up something. And there, Ricardo Ramos looking for a wave. Really not lining up for him. Ramos has struggled a little bit in this heat. He's got a 4.0 and a 4.25, but he's got a couple of incomplete scores and really has not been able to put it together like he has in previous heats, like we saw yesterday. And again, here you can see Gabriel Branches paddling over, taking a look at this one. Meanwhile, Ricardo Ramos taking a look at that. Not going to line up in his favor. He'll turn around and let that one go. So we're within that time frame where we've seen in a lot of the heats so far throughout competition. The final 2 minutes, minute and a half, things get a little hectic out there. Some heated exchanges, some paddle battling. We've even seen a couple of interferences through the course of competition so far. Here we are, 2 minutes remaining, up and riding Ricardo Ramos for the air roll spin. Gets it around a little slow in the whitewater, but does ride out cleanly, and that will be a completed maneuver. We'll see how that registers with the judges, see if that gives him the 5.65 that he needed. That was a pretty solid air roll spin there from Ricardo Ramos again. on that last wave. Just going to see where the scores drop. And we have a situation change in the water, 1.5 minutes remaining, a 6.25 for Ricardo Ramos. That moves him from 4th up into that 2nd spot. It bumps. As I was saying, Ricardo Ramos moving into the 2nd position on the strength of that 6.25. That bumps Toro down to 3rd. 1 minute remaining. And again, current situation in the water. Branchi's 1st. Ramos into the 2nd spot. Toro bumped down to 3rd. Pinto in 4th. Now Nestor Toro looking for a 5.51. Giovanni Pinto needs a 5.76. Time running down, under a minute remaining. Here you can see some paddle battling going on. And all of these guys getting clustered up out in the water. Things getting hectic here in the closing moments of this heat. 45 seconds remaining. Again, Branchi's in the lead. Ramos, on the strength of his 6.25, moves into the top spot with under 2 minutes. Now Toro bumped to 3rd, needs a 5.51. Pinto looking for a 5.76. 30 seconds remaining in this heat. And there you can see Ramos trailing Toro. Toro looking to bump Ramos out of competition. So Ramos sitting on him, basically, shadowing him, trying to make sure he doesn't get the wave he needs. Again, Toro needs a 5.51 to move ahead of Ramos. 15 seconds remaining. Branchi's in the top spot. Ramos in that 2nd and advancing spot. 10 seconds and counting. And there you can see Branchi's over there near Pinto. And counting down. The horn is sounded. That's the end of the heat. And there you have it. Branchi's the winner. Ramos in that 2nd and advancing spot. So it's the Chilean and the Brazilian moving on out. The Venezuelans, they will not advance. They will be spectators for the last couple days here at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. All right, and we're back. I'm Steve Action Jackson coming to you live from day 4 of competition. Underway out in the water here at Rio Bodyboarding International. We have Heat 1, Round 4 of the Women's Pro Division. In the water right now in red, Alejandra Altuve. In white, Oberta Bitzer. In yellow, Claudia Ferrari. And in third, Maria Helena Tostes. This is Heat 1, Round 4 of the Women's Pro Division. After this, we will be going back into Men's Round 8, and then we'll be winding down the day with Women's Round 5. Right now, in the booth, we're going to get Neymar Carvalho set up and riding out in the water. Oberta Bitzer in the white jersey rolls off that section and looking to combo it with another roll. That second roll will be an incomplete maneuver, but that will get Oberta on the board for her first score of the day.
Hello.
All right, so again, joining me here in the booth for Heat 1, Round 4 of the women's, I have five-time women's world champion from here in Brazil, Neymar Carvalho. Thank you for joining me here in the booth.
Thank you. Thank you for calling me. And it was a pleasure to be here and talk with you guys that are watching from internet. You know, we have today a little bit small waves, but still countable. Oh, sorry, the English sometimes.
That's quite all right. Your English is better than my Portuguese.
So now in the water we have Cláudia Ferrari. She was the first women's world champion of this world tour. You know, we start the tour in '95, and she became the first woman of the world tour champion.
Yes, Cláudia Ferreira, the first women's world champion. From my records that I was given from Craig Haddon, she is the 1996 world champion. I've actually got a pretty comprehensive list, courtesy of Craig Haddon, our technical director from the IBA. So I like to be able to use that as a reference point. I've got a list of all the women's world champions, men's world champions, and the official IBA drop knee world champions, which I always make reference to. It's nice to be able to have some facts for these heats, so when the riders are in the water, I can give a quick little rundown of who's out there. So again, as you were saying, Cláudia Ferrari, the first women's world champion, she's out there. She was telling me earlier she's trying to qualify for a seeding for next year's pipeline contest. She's the only woman who's ever competed in every women's pipe contest.
Yeah, for me it's a pleasure to see her competing at this long time. And she's the first bodyboarder, like from the first generation from Brazil. So, nice wave from Maria Helena de Brazil. She did a nice roller. Maybe she will become to first place now.
You will see how the scores register with the judges. Yes, basically we have three Brazilian women out there with the lone Venezuelan. Of course, Oberta Bitzer listed as being from the United States on my heat sheet. My wife got a little annoyed by that last night. My wife went to college with Oberta.
Wow.
We live 3 blocks down the street in Copacabana, and she's like, what the heck is this? And she's from Brazil. Why is she listed as United States? The same with Cláudia Ferrari. She's listed as being from Hawaii. I know she's lived in Hawaii a long time, but she's originally from Sao Paulo.
Yeah.
I love the passion and the enthusiasm from the Brazilian bodyboarders, especially the women. You girls, I've learned you definitely do not want to tick off a Brazilian woman, because very fiery, very passionate, especially when it comes to national pride here in Brazil.
Yes, yeah. We always cheers for each other. We always like traveling together, and we have that thing, you know. And this is what makes the Brazilian girls so powerful. And I think we have to, like in Brazil, the mind of the competitors is to training to become the best one. So all the girls like we have in this contest, they always training to become world champion. So we have a special contest here. We have such a lot of girls that didn't compete in the whole tour because they don't have money to go to the other contests. But in this contest, like Maria Helena, like Kirtz Montenegro, and the other girls, they're so powerful surfing, and they are here. So let's see the heat. How's it going?
All right, current update for the situation out in the water. Cláudia Ferrari gaining a 3.30 on her first wave. We have seen scores drop currently out in the water. Oberta Bitzer in the lead. Maria Helena Tostes currently sits in second. Alejandra Altuve in third. She's chasing a 3.26, and right now Cláudia Ferrari has one wave under her belt. She really only needs a 2.71 or better for a secondary score to move up into that second advancing spot. So again, right now, running order out in the water. Bitzer first, Tostes second, Altuve third, and Ferrari fourth. And there you can see Alejandra Altuve driving down the line on that one, going for the maneuver off the end there. Some tricky conditions out there so far. Have you been out for a free surf to see what the waves are like?
Yeah, I opened the ocean today. I surfed early. It's a word to say open the ocean. we say in Portuguese. We say in Portuguese like abrir o mar, open the So I surf a little bit. Now the high tide coming a little bit, and it's kind of mixable, right? and it's kind of difficult. But we have to know how to surf in any kind of conditions. So we have to be prepared to surf these conditions too.
Yes, one of the marks of a true bodyboarder, male or female, if you really want to be able to accomplish things in bodyboarding, you have to be well-rounded, be able to ride small waves and be clean and technical in small waves, as well as being able to charge the big stuff. That's something you've demonstrated throughout the course of your career. Obviously, you would not have 5 championships to your name if you were not well-rounded. Give us an idea of what kind of training goes into preparing for not only big waves, but small waves like we have here today.
The first thing is practicing. Now, because a lot of boys and girls, they do bodyboard, but they want to choose the waves to surf. So you don't have to choose. You just have to go to the water and surf. Doesn't matter which conditions are. So if you look at the wave, say no, it's unsurfable. Go and try to do a roller. Go and try to do a 360, and you have to training on this condition, and then forget about the good wave, about the barreling or something, because most of the contests are on this condition, especially like different from Hawaii or Confitao, that we know there's gonna be good waves, but a lot of other sports we can get shitty waves, so we have to practice. Sorry, guys.
There you have it, a little cuss word from the world champ. It's all good though. Right now, out in the water, we do have a situation change. It looks like Tostes moving into that top spot. She will bump Bitzer down to second. Currently, Altuve in third, needing a 5.90, and Claudia Ferrari looking for a 5.90. So, Maria Helena Tostes taking advantage of her opportunity here at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. She was looking very good yesterday, advanced to her heats. She currently sits in the lead with about 10 minutes remaining in this heat. She is sitting there in that top spot and currently sitting in second. Oberta Bitzer coming to us. She's originally from Macaé, a former state champion here in Brazil. She now resides in Hawaii with her husband, Jason, who we saw in competition yesterday. Oberta just came from the U.S., won her third U.S. national title last week at the Jenks Pro, clinched that up. So she is now the new 2012 champ, a 3-time champion in the U.S. Meanwhile, up and riding the former world champ, Claudia Ferrari.
And Maria Helena, she's from Itacoatiara, where you held the men's contest here in Brazil. She used to surf good waves and powerful. She loves that kind. So she surfs really good. She also has a daughter. Wow, nice one. Nice roller, nice projection.
And speaking of Maria Helena Tostes, that was her on that left-hander getting a nice roll off of that. Meanwhile, up and riding the Venezuelan Alejandra Altuve going for the roll and gets shut down in that closeout section. She's unable to hold on. That will be an incomplete maneuver.
I'm glad that we have this contest in Brazil. You know, it's nice seeing the boys in the water asking for autograph from the guys, and like we have to be here always, like Rio, good city. We have to bring the bodyboard here always, every year.
Living here in Brazil, I love the enthusiasm of the bodyboarding community. Whenever you see someone like you or Guilherme Tomega come onto the beach, even guys that aren't from here in Brazil, like Jeff Hubbard, you get swarmed. People asking questions, wanting to do interviews, asking for autographs. And that was Alejandra Altuve on that one, bouncing down the face on a slightly bigger set wave, and she's going to get crunched on the inside there. She'll paddle out and look for another one. As I was saying, I mean, the top bodyboarders in this country are almost treated like national celebrities. Every time I see Tomega come onto the beach here at Postal Cinco, there's a news crew not far behind.
Yeah, they really love bodyboard. They really assist us. You know, they really watching us when we are competing out of Brazil too. They are in the internet, send messaging, so it's give us energy to keep going, to keep doing our job.
And here, the Ida Quacharan tossed this up and riding on the right, not much to work with. Drives off the bottom, punches through the lip on the whitewater, trying to kick forward, come out ahead of the whitewater. And she will ride that one out, sticking with that, not giving up. So Maria Helena Tostes getting the roll on that one. A little bit of work getting through, but that will be a complete maneuver, or at least it should be. We'll wait to see how the judges interpret that.
Yeah.
Earlier today, I was actually taking a break while Terry McKenna was here in the booth. I was cruising around taking some pictures with my point-and-shoot camera for Facebook. And I actually saw one of the young bodyboarders here, Socrates Santana. He's 13 years old from here in Posto Cinco. He's kind of like a Brazilian super grom. The kid was actually being swarmed by kids about his age, maybe a little younger, looking for autographs and pictures.
I saw that too.
I was blown away by that. 13 years old, and he's got an entourage and a fan club already. I was like, that's impressive. When I was that age, first started bodyboarding, never would have imagined I'd see anything like that. It's really, really cool.
That's nice. That's nice. We have the other competitor from here, Posto Cinco. They celebrity. They we called him son of Guilherme. His name
Francis Ferreira.
Francis Lei Ferreira. So it's kind of like Guilherme and then Francis Lei, and now the little ones. You know, they are all from here, Posto Cinco.
I consider myself very lucky to be able to call this my home spot, living down here in Brazil now.
It's nice.
Being able to walk to the beach and ride with these guys. These guys have actually pushed me to ride better now at age 37 than I did 10 years ago when I was 27.
Wow, Claudia Ferrari. Oh, almost.
So Claudia going for it on that one, trying to roll through that closeout section. Very tricky trying to maneuver through those oncoming closeout sections. You've got a little bit of backwash out there, so that gives it a little bit of bounce. And that shallow water gives an extra emphasis from the whitewater explosion. If you can power through, you're going to score pretty well with the judges. But on a lot of those, it's very easy to get caught up in the power of the wave, even though it's smaller out there.
Yes, correctly.
That's one thing that I've always been impressed by with this break is even on the smaller days, there's a little punch to the wave, and that inside section gets very shallow. It's not uncommon, even on a small 2 to 3 foot day like this, to get pinned to the bottom on a wipeout, and then you just kind of got to wait till it passes by. Then you can come up, grab your board, and go grab another.
It's kind of dangerous sometimes, too, because it's way shallow, it's too shallow. And if you do a maneuver, like big maneuver, and don't make it, it can be danger.
I always try and explain to the people watching online and to the young kids I interact with back home that it's usually not the big days that you get hurt because you tend to be a little more cautious on the bigger days.
Yeah.
It's the smaller days where you don't feel like there's any issue out there and you just start really going for big technical maneuvers, and that's where you end up blowing it and hurting yourself the most is on the smaller days. I usually don't get hurt on the bigger days, but on the smaller days I start going and trying some crazy stuff that I'm not real consistent with. And, that's where I've ended up with hyperextended knees and broken fingers. And, my favorite story that I like to tell about people is on my wedding day here in Copacabana, I went out with the bodyboarding school. My wife's like, don't do anything stupid. Don't hit the reef. It's our wedding day. I was like, okay, I promise you I will not hit the reef. So we paddle out the Copacabana shore break, and I didn't catch any waves. I didn't want to get hurt and get cut up. But then we paddled over to another spot. I went for an inverse, landed head first, ended up with a big red sandpaper spot on my head. So all our wedding photos for here in Copacabana, I have a big red mark on my head. My wife came out for the ceremony, takes her place in front of the priest, looks up at me, and her eyes just went wide. Like, what the heck did you do to yourself? I was like, oops.
Sorry.
Yeah, our first dance, we had an interesting conversation.
In front of the priest.
Yeah, her whole family was just laughing about that. They're like, he's never going to change.
This is a bodyboarder.
Oh, yeah. I'm like, you should know this. You were roommates with a bodyboarder. You're marrying a bodyboarder. I go out and do stupid things sometimes.
But you was happy. That's.
I was having fun with the boys. Yeah, I just happened to wipe out wrong.
Roberta Bitzik get a wave, did a good 360, and then end with a roll of nice projection too.
So a nice little combination there from
Yeah.
Oberta Bitzer. We've been so wrapped up in having fun with this conversation here on air and talking about the waves and everything else imaginable that I haven't really been keeping up with the scores, and we're down to about 2:45 remaining. Right now out in the water, it is still Maria Helena Tostes holding on to that top spot. Oberta Bitzer remains in the second position. Right now it's Claudia Ferrari in the third position. She needs a 5.95 or better to move into that second and advancing spot. And at the moment, in that fourth spot, Alejandra Altuve from Venezuela is chasing a 6.40. So again, coming down to about 2 minutes remaining. Tostes in first, Bitzer in second, Ferrari and Altuve on the outside looking in. Again, Ferrari needing a 5.95, Altuve on the hunt for a 6.40.
Look, the ghost talking. I think it's Myla.
Yes, I think you're right. I think that was Myla Venturin on the beach having a discussion. Some of the discussions between you girls seem pretty heated when you start talking about bodyboarding and the waves and the conditions for the contest. Up and riding on that one, Oberta Bitzer gets the roll around. Not the cleanest maneuver, but she was able to pull the board back in under and complete the maneuver.
No.
And there you can see a 2.75 for her effort on that one. Right now, that will not affect her overall score. Beta with a 4.25 and a 5.0 resides in that second spot. Again, she is holding off Claudia Ferrari, who needs a 5.95, and Alejandra Altuve, the Venezuelan, seeking a 6.4 at the moment. Coming down to the 1 minute mark in this heat. Real quick before things end, is there anybody you'd like to say hello or say thank you to? Your sponsors, your family, anybody?
Oh yeah, I wanna say thanks to my sponsors then, and tell everybody that I will distribute chocolate Sunday tomorrow. I will bring some chocolate to give away here, and so if you guys watching in English but here in Brazil, come down, come down to get your chocolate from Garoto. And I also want to thanks Genesis Bodyboard, Kapaloa Fins, and Banestes is a bank of my state, Espírito Santo. Say hello to everybody, and thank you.
Well, thank you very much for joining me here in the booth. We have 30 seconds remaining in this heat, and again, it is Tostes in the lead, Bitzer in second. Here we see Alejandra Altuve up and riding, skipping down the face, looking for the roll section, but she's going to get shut down. That will not help with garnering the 6.40. So again, big thanks with 15 seconds remaining to five-time world champ Neymar Carvalho for joining me here in the booth. It was great having you here.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Sorry, I was kind of nervous with the English. Sorry, guys. Bye-bye.
Like I said, your English much better than my Portuguese. You did amazing. Thank you again. All right, and there you have the final heat results. Maria Helena Tostes in first, Oberta Bitzer in second. They will advance on. We will see them again in round 5 later on today here at Day 4 of competition, Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. All right, so coming up in the next heat here in round 4, heat 2, we're going to see Lumar Guitard from Venezuela in red, Soraya Rocha, the former 2-time world champ in white, as well as Jessica Becker and Patricia Setchable, who we saw advance through competition yesterday. And Soraya Rocha up and riding on the first wave. The former world champ is going to draw first blood, a nice spin to roll combination on that wave. So, again, Soraya Rocha, 2-time world champ, 2000, 2001. She is out in the water making her return to competition. We will see her later tonight at Cafe Del Mar. Again, a celebration of Brazilian world champions, men's and women. We'll also get a visit from the mayor of Rio tonight. Should be interesting. Definitely, if you're in the area of Copacabana, Avenida Atlantica, definitely want to cruise by. Check that out. 30 reais for the men, 20 reais for the ladies. Limited space, so you definitely want to get there early. And there we can see the scores dropping. And Lumar Guitard with a 3.25 on her first wave. The former world champ, Rosha, with a 5.75 and a 5.50 for Jessica Becker in the yellow jersey. Patricia Setchable in black waiting for her score to drop. So all of our women's competitors here with at least one wave under their belt, getting started here in Heat 2, Round 4, Day 4 of competition here at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. And up and riding in yellow, Jessica Becker up on her second wave. Nice little combo there for Jessica Becker. And just this update on scores, Setchable scoring a 5.85 on her first wave. That was enough to move her into the top spot. Here she is on her second wave. Goes for the roll as the wave gets hit by the backwash. A little bounce, so she lands cleanly. And there you can see in the pink jersey, Lumar Guitard from Venezuela. I've been saying the red jersey throughout the last heat and in this heat, but they have switched to a pink jersey for the ladies for the Women's World Tour portion of competition. So again, out in the water in pink, Lumar Guitard; in white, Soraya Hosha; in yellow, Jessica Becker; and in black, Patricia Setchable. Setchable currently sitting in the lead with a 5.85 and a 5.25. Currently second, Jessica Becker with a 5.50, scoring a 4.25 on her last wave. That will situate her in the second spot. Meanwhile, Lumar Guitard with a 3.25 and a 3.15 has her in third. Soraya Hosha, the former world champ in the white jersey, needs only a 4.0 or better to move up into that second and advancing spot. And here she is up and riding. Rosha with the roll off of the closeout left. She'll get a quick maneuver there. We'll see how that scores with the judges. We may have a situation change in just a moment. We are counting down to the 16-minute mark here in Heat 2, Round 4. There you can see our daily gathering of people on the beach. The tents and chairs and umbrellas are out, cameras and tripods all set up. More and more people filtering in onto the beach. It's still early here. It's only 11:09 local time. There you can see Jessica Becker up and riding on this left-hander. Hits the roll off of the end section. There you see a soccer ball flying through the air. Not an uncommon sight. Little soccer circles on the beach. Some volleyball, some foot volley, which, again, I think is absolutely mind-blowing. It's a hands-free version of volleyball. You use your head, your chest, your feet, your legs, but no hands involved. It's pretty mental to watch. Meanwhile, watching things out in the water, we have 15:20 remaining in the heat. And again, situation update out in the water. Patricia Setchable in the lead. Jessica Becker sitting second. Right now, Soraya Hosha needing a 4.25 to move out of third into second and currently in fourth. Lumar needing a 6.25 here. She takes a look at that, but we'll let it go by. Lumar Guitard, after this event, will be heading home to Venezuela. She has been working as an event organizer for the Bodyboarding Pro Festival. It will be a Women's World Tour Grand Slam Series event, a 6-star global qualifier series for the men, and it will also be a Drop Knee World Tour event as well. So plenty going on in Venezuela next week after we get out of here in Rio. So again, crazy schedule this year for this time of year. Everything at breakneck pace, one event after another. We had Sintra, Portugal. Then there was the U.S. Tour event, the Jenks Pro in New Jersey in the U.S. We're here now for Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. And then a few days after this wraps up, everybody will be making their way down to Venezuela for the Bodyboard Pro Festival. Then following that, the rescheduled Zicatela Pro in Mexico, which runs the end of August through October 6th. IBAWorldTour.com for all the latest news, updates, and video highlights for all of these events. You definitely want to stay tuned and stay on top of things as the world of bodyboarding has basically gone into fifth gear. It's full steam ahead from here on out. And then after this run of back-to-back-to-back competitions, there'll be a 3-week break. Everybody will head to Puerto Rico for the Encanto Pro in Isabela. And then, of course, the season finale in December at Fronton in the Canary Islands. So nonstop action on the IBA World Tour and the world of bodyboarding. Out in the water, Lumar getting a forward spin off of that wave and not much else. Don't know if that's really going to help her overall score any. Again, she's sitting on a 3.75 and a 3.15. She gets a 2.5 for that last effort. That will not factor into her final combined score. We have 12 and a half minutes remaining, and there you can see Soraya Rocha coming back into competition, the 2000 and 2001 Women's World Champion out in the water. Like I was saying, tonight we're going to be at Cafe Del Mar at around 11 o'clock tonight, celebrating the history of Brazilian bodyboarding world champions, men's and women's. We'll also have a visit from the mayor. Meanwhile, up and riding out in the water right now, Jessica Becker in the yellow jersey, a nice forward spin, combos it with the roll, good projection off that end section. That'll be another solid score for Becker. She currently sits in that second and advancing spot. She is trying to hold off Rocha and Guitard, waiting for scores to drop real quick. And I will give you a situation update in just a second. Real quick, while we're waiting for scores to drop, big thanks to our sponsors, Void Rider Bodyboards, the state government of Rio de Janeiro. There you can see Soraya Rocha on the roll off of the closeout section. And it looks like Jessica Becker is going to score a 5.75 on her last wave. Situation changed in the water with 11 and a half minutes remaining. Jessica Becker to the lead. She now sits in first with a combined 11.25. Currently in second, Patricia Setchable with a 10.6. In third, Soraya Rocha with a 4.85. And sitting in fourth, I'm sorry, not with a 4.85. She needs a 4.85. And currently in fourth, there you can see in the pink jersey, Lumar Guitard chasing a 6.85. That one's probably not going to do it, but it may help replace that 3.15 as a low score. We'll wait to see what she gets from the judges. And actually, it will not. She scores a 3 from the judges. Will not replace that secondary score of a 3.15. Meanwhile, Jessica Becker with a 2.5 on her last effort. That will not affect her combined score. She sits in first. Here we see Patricia Setchable up and riding in the black jersey. Drives off the bottom on this right-hander. Punches a roll through the lip on the closeout. We're seeing a lot of these waves starting to close out. With the high tide conditions, everything's pushing in and closing out a little bit more. It's definitely made things a little more challenging. Hopefully we'll see a little improvement in the conditions later on this afternoon for round 8 of men's as well as round 5 of the women's. Just to let you know, round 5 of the women's is a non-elimination heat. The way things work on the Women's World Tour, round 5 is a non-elimination heat. The winner of round 5 heats will move on to round 7. The second, third, and fourth place finishers will move on to round 6. So the winner gets to skip a heat and take a little breather. Meanwhile, the other 3, they'll have some work to do. But round 5, again, that's later today. We'll wind out competition for the day with that. There you can see Rocha up and riding, hits the roll off the closeout right. She will bail and wait for that score to drop from the judges. Meanwhile, a series of scores dropping, one for Becker, one for Rocha. I will give you an update on what we see out in the water in just a moment. It looks like a 5.40 for Becker. That will not factor into her final combined score. Rocha with a 4.25. She resides in the third spot. She needs a 4.85 or better if she's going to supersede Patricia Setchable, who sits in that second and advancing spot. We have 9 minutes remaining in this heat. 8:40 remaining in this heat, and currently it's Jessica Becker in the lead. You see there in the yellow jersey. She is followed by Patricia Setchable in the black jersey, sitting second with that advancing position. Sitting in third currently, Soraya Rocha with a 4.85. Lumar Guitard in the pink jersey currently sitting in fourth, needs a 6.85 or better to move into that second advancement position. Counting down to the 8-minute mark. And again, we'll try this. Big thanks to our sponsors, Void Rider Bodyboards, the state government of Rio de Janeiro, Rio Tour, Kidalguinho, YouTube. Also, big thanks to the Brazilian Bodyboarding Confederation, Rio Bodyboarding Federation, and Adding Sports and Entertainment. There you can see Patricia Setchable up and riding on the right. Puts together a nice little combination on that wave before ducking out. We'll see if that helps her overall score. She currently has a 5.35 and a 5.25. She will get a 5.85 for her efforts on that one. That will be her new high score. That improves her combined total to an 11.20. She still remains in that second position, now forcing Soraya Rocha to track down a 5.46 if she's going to move on to the next round. Currently, Lumar Guitard still in that fourth position. She's chasing a 7.45 at the moment. Counting down to the 7-minute mark. And I was running down the list of sponsors just now. One of those sponsors, Kidalguinho. They're like little hot dogs in like hot dog bun style pockets. So it's almost like a hot dog hot pocket. These things are addictive. They are so good. And every day they've been delivering boxes of these things. I've just had 4 of these things put in front of me towards the end of that last heat when Neymar Carvalho was getting ready to head out. And I am dying to dig into one of these right now, up and riding, digging into this little right-hander, Soraya Rocha, with a nice roll, trying to get around the section, looking for another spot, and gets another roll, so a nice combination of rolls from the former world champ. That will definitely help her cause a little bit. We'll see how that registers with our judges and see what their take on that one was. But meanwhile, back out in the lineup, it looks like no takers for this one as yellow and pink took a look. I'm going to take a look at a Kidalguinho right now. I'll be right back after this. We are counting down to the 5-minute mark, and here we can see Soraya Rocha taking off on this left-hander, drives down the line, rolls off of the closeout section. She is still looking for a 5.46 to move into that second spot occupied by Patricia Setchable, and she will get a 5.50 for her last wave. That will move her into that second spot. That bumps Patricia Setchable down to the third place, but there Jessica Becker, the current heat leader, taking a look at that wave. She's going to turn around and wait for another. So again, situation change out in the water. Right now we have 4.5 minutes remaining. And up and riding, Lumar Guitard from Venezuela trying to roll off that end section. Unable to complete the maneuver, landed on top of the wave and slid off the back. Again, situation update out in the water with just about 4 minutes remaining. Becker in first, Rocha second, Setchable down to third now, needs a 5.40, and in fourth, Guitard looking for a 7.50. Time counting down, 4 minutes left. Rocha up and riding, going for the roll off that section as it gets hit by the backwash. She holds on, comes out clean through the whitewater. That'll be another decent score for her. And there you can see, getting ready to hit the water for the next heat in yellow, Chris Kale. We saw her advancing through her heats yesterday. She looked pretty strong. She will be coming up next, along with Nicole Santos, Kirtis Montenegro, and Anne Lacoste from France. And there you can see Patricia Setchable in the black, trying to answer back and take that second advancing spot back from Rocha. And there you can see in the pink jersey, Guittard looking for something to work to her advantage. 3:25 and counting down. Guittard in fourth, looking for 7.5. Setchable looking for a 5.40, waiting for her score to drop. 4.0 on that last wave. Meanwhile, up and riding Rocha on this one. A nice spin to roll combination. The former world champ sitting in that second and advancing spot, putting together some nice rides and looking to advance on to round 5 later today. She will move to the top spot on the strength of a 6.50 on that one. She now has a 6.5 and a 5.75 for combined 12.25. She moves into the lead. Situation change. Rocha to first, Becker dropped to second, Setchable down to third with needing a 5.65, and Guittard sitting in fourth needing a 7.75. 240 remaining in this heat, and it's the former world champion sitting in the top spot right now. And here we can see a little bit of a paddle battle. Jessica Becker trying to fend off Patricia Setchable. Meanwhile, up and riding, Lumar Guittard looking for a 7.75, going for the big roll off of that closeout section. Unable to hold on to her board. That will not help her cause any. Time running down. Under 2 minutes remaining here. The two-time world champ currently sitting in the top position. Rolls off of that. Comes out through the white water. Soraya Rocha putting together a solid performance out there. That score looks like she'll probably get 4s from the judges. Will not factor into her overall combined score. But again, I'm not a judge. There's a reason why I'm here in the commentary booth. We'll wait for that to register. Yes, a 4.0 from the judges on that one. And here you can see a little competition tactics going on in the water. Jessica Becker and sticking with Patricia Setchable, and there Setchable decides to turn around while Becker's not looking, gets a little separation. Time counting down, about a minute remaining in this heat. It is Becker in that second and valuable advancement position. Setchable in third, trying to take that spot away from Becker. She needs a 5.65. Time counting down, 50 seconds remaining. And here we can see Lumar Guittard, currently residing in the fourth spot, takes off on this, drives down the line, punches the roll through the lip, comes out clean through the white water. That will be a decent score for her, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to get that 7.75. I'm going to venture guess and say no, but this will improve her overall combined score as she gets a 4.50. That is her new high score at the moment, but she still needs a 7.0 to move out of the fourth spot. 20 seconds remaining. It's Rocha in first, Becker in second, Setchable in third, looking to get a 5.65. Here you can see some paddle battling. Becker sitting on Setchable, trying to keep her from getting the wave she needs. And they both take off, and it looks like Becker's going to drop in that wave behind Setchable. We'll see if Setchable gets the interference, but Becker really playing tough out there, trying to hold on to that second spot. And again, right now it is Rocha in first, Becker in second. They will advance on to round 5, which we will see later today. There you can see our competitors exiting the water from that last heat. Again, it was former two-time world champ from Brazil, Soraya Rocha, coming back into competition. She scores the heat win. She is followed by fellow Brazilian Jessica Becker. So Rocha and Becker advancing out of that last heat. Meanwhile, out in the water, Coming up next, we are going to see Anne Lacoste from France in red, Nicole Santos from Brazil in white, Chris Kale in yellow, and Kirtis Montenegro in black. This heat is underway. The horn has just sounded, and like I said, we are underway. And Lacoste currently ranked 10th on the Women's World Tour, looking to accumulate some points and grab a nice little paycheck here at the Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. This is day 4 of competition here at Rio Bodyboarding International, one of the largest prize purses in bodyboarding history. $30,000 prize purse on the line for the women's, $45,000 prize purse on the line for the men's Grand Slam. Global Qualifier Series, 2,000 points on the line for both the men and the women as well. So valuable points and dinero on the line. Everybody likes the cash. Doesn't matter what denomination is, what country it's from. Money talks in this world, and that's what these riders are competing for, looking for that paycheck and the points, trying to put together some nice results, get a good end-of-year standing. There you can see out in the water, Chris Kale in the yellow jersey. We saw her win her round 3 heat yesterday to advance on and compete today. Chris Kale coming to us from Espírito Santo, currently ranked 3rd on the Brazilian National Tour. Here she is on the Women's World Tour at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012, trying to put together a good result. And up and riding, Nicole Caleros in the white jersey takes off on this one. So I apologize before if I referred to her as Nicole Santos. On my sheet it says Santos. On the screen it says Caleros. Nicole Caleros in the white jersey. You have to keep in mind the Portuguese names can be kind of tricky, usually 3 or 4 names tied together. So you can know somebody by one name and then they'll be listed by another. I get tripped up by that a little while. It took me some time to catch up on it, catch up to it and realize it, but I do try and make corrections as I go along. So again, in the water, Anne Lacoste from France, Nicole Caleros in the white jersey from Itacoatiara, Chris Kale coming to us from Espírito Santo, and also out in the water right now, Kirtis Montenegro. She is from Pernambuco. My wife was helping me with the pronunciation on that one last night, by the way. She is from Pernambuco, down in the south of Brazil. The capital down there, Recife, is pretty well known. There's a pretty legit crew of bodyboarders coming from down in the Recife area. Definitely something to keep an eye on. So a nice mix out there. 3 Brazilians, one from Itacoatiara, one from Espírito Santo, one from Pernambuco, and then we have the French woman, Anne Lacoste, out there in the pink jersey, and there she is up and riding on that one. So quick wave exchange out in the water, 16 and a half minutes remaining. All of our riders on the board right now. Caleros to the early lead, followed by Montenegro, Kale in 3rd, Lacoste in the 4th position. Situation changed. Lacoste moves up to the 2nd position, a 3.90 on her last wave, so she sits in 2nd right now. Meanwhile, up and riding, Montenegro in the black jersey. And here we see Chris Kale up and riding on her 2nd effort. A smaller little left-hand wave driving down the line. So quick wave exchanges here in the opening going of this 20-minute heat. 16 minutes remaining. Again, this is a 20-minute heat. Top 2 waves count. Top 2 riders will advance on to round 5, which we will see later today. This is Heat 3, round 4. Day 4 of competition here at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. There you can see out in the water, Kirtis Montenegro from Pernambuco. She is currently ranked 11th in the pro women's division on the Brazilian National Tour. She is out there with fellow Brazilians, Nicole Caleros and Chris Kale. And joining the 3 Brazilians out in the water right now, we have Anne Lacoste from France, Again, early going here, 15 minutes and change remaining in this 20-minute heat. Caleros in the lead. She has a 6.0 and a 1.25. She's going to want to get rid of that 1.25, but up and riding right now. Montenegro trying to improve her scores a little. Hits the roll off of that section. She had a 5.25 on her opening wave. Second wave, an incomplete maneuver, 1.5. We'll see how this one scores with the judges. It looks like she's going to get a 4.0. That's going to be enough to push the young Montenegro up into the top spot. She is currently sitting in that first position here with 14:40 remaining. That bumps Caleros down to second. And there you can see Nicole rolling through that section. A lot of speed, a lot of power. She pushed right through that whitewater section and completed the mover, rode out clean. That should be a pretty decent, moderate score for her. Not seeing too many huge scores today, as the waves are smaller, more difficult, and not really providing the optimal conditions for larger technical maneuvers. But we are seeing a lot of talented riders out here putting their best effort forward and getting some legitimate rides out there, making the best of the conditions. There you can see a 4.40 for Caleros. That moves her back into the top spot and up and riding. Chris Kale in the yellow jersey. A nice roll off of that section for her. Just under 14 minutes remaining, waiting for that score to register. This could possibly move things around a little bit. And yes, situation change in the water. Chris Kale moves up to third on the strength of her 5.25. So right now it is Caleros first, Montenegro second, Kale in third, and the French woman Lacoste sitting in the fourth position. She is now chasing a 5.35 or better currently, and Chris Kale needs a 4.0 or better. So again, there's the situation out in the water, counting down to 13 minutes. Calero first, Montenegro second, Kale third, and Lacoste currently fourth. And up and riding, that is Anne Lacoste in the pink jersey on that one. And this should definitely help her situation out in the water. She was sitting on a high score of a 3.90. Now her new high score, a 5.0. She still sits in that third spot. She needs a 4.26. Right now, Caleros with a 6.0 and a 4.4. Montenegro sitting on a 5.25 and a 4.0. And it's Lacoste sitting in the third spot, needs a 4.26. And in the yellow jersey, Chris Kale needs a 4.0 at the moment to move out of that fourth position. 12 minutes remaining in this heat. This is Heat 3, Round 4, and up and riding. Nicole Caleros looking to improve upon her lead. Drives off the bottom, punches the roll through the pitching lip. And that was a solid maneuver from her, riding with some power and a smooth, clean line. Waiting for the scores to register. That could very well replace the 4.40 she has as a secondary score. Chris Kale posts a 5.25, her new high heat score at the moment. She's still searching for a way to climb out of that fourth position. A lot of scores dropping and riders trying to firm up their spot out in the water. Here we have Anne Lacoste taking a look at that one, but she's going to turn around just as quickly. And yes, it looks like a 5.40 for Nicole Caleros. That will be her new secondary score that will go along with her 6.0 for a combined 11.4 and the lead right now here in the heat, counting down to about 11 minutes left. And Montenegro currently sitting in second, up and riding those until forward spin comes around, trying to get around the section, looking for something to stand up here. And she will combo with the roll and take this one all the way in up onto the beach. So Montenegro putting together a nice spin to roll combination on that little left-hand insider and waiting to see what she scores with the judges on that one. And a 3.90. This will not factor into her combined score. So again, right now, Caleros in the lead. Montenegro maintains the second position. Lacoste up and riding in the pink. She is looking for a 4.26 or better. She gets a very nice clean roll off of that wave. We'll see if that helps improve her overall score and moves her into that second position right now. And yes, situation change with just about 10 minutes remaining. And Lacoste to second on the strength of a 4.65. That bumps Montenegro back down to third. She's now chasing a 4.40. Here is Chris Kale. She is also chasing a 4.4. And so, quick little wave exchange there. Incomplete maneuver for Chris Kale and Lacoste from France moving into the second spot. So right now, with 9:45 remaining, Nicole Calleros from Brazil in the lead and Lacoste from France sitting second. Those two in the advancing spots. And now, right now, is Montenegro and Kale on the hunt. They are on the outside looking in. Montenegro and Kale both looking for 4.40 or better to improve their position. Nine minutes remaining in this heat. And again, right now, situation in the water. Nicole Calleros from Itacoatiara sitting in the lead, the Brazilian on top of things here in this heat right now. She is followed by Anne Lacoste from France in red. She has that second and advancing spot. And it is Montenegro chasing a 4.40 as well as Chris Kale looking for a 4.40 if they are going to move into that second position and advance out of this heat. So, again, Calleros in first, Lacoste in that second and advancing spot, Montenegro and Kale on the hunt. 8:25 remaining in this heat. My name is Steve Action Jackson. I'm coming to you live from Postal Cinco in Copacabana. I'm taking care of the English commentary. Again, online, the webcast available in English and Portuguese. Pick your language, choose your channel, sit back, relax, and enjoy the competition out in the water on your screen. This is day 4 of Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. Be sure to stay tuned to www.riobodyboarding.com.br as well as ibaworldtour.com for daily highlights, updates, and all the latest news for this event and all of the other events on the World Tour. Again, following this event, we're going to be heading to Venezuela for the Bodyboarding Pro Festival, a Women's World Tour Grand Slam Series event, as well as a Drop Me World Tour Grand Slam and a Men's Global Qualifier Series. Here in Rio, in the women's division, that was Montenegro up and riding on that. And here is the French woman, Lacoste, on the right-hander. So a quick wave exchange between black and pink, waiting for scores to drop. Again, it is Lacoste sitting in second, trying to hold off Montenegro in the black jersey. Montenegro chasing a 4.40, looking to jump ahead of Lacoste into that advancing position. Montenegro with a incomplete maneuver. Looks like a 1.15 from the judges on that. That will not help her overall score any. We are just under 7 minutes remaining, and situation remains the same. Calleros first, Lacoste second, Montenegro third, and Kale sitting fourth. And up and riding, it looked like we had a couple of riders on that one. It'll be interesting to see how the judges sort that one out. Again, we had 2 riders take off on that wave, just waiting for judgment to drop from upstairs. 6 minutes remaining. There you can see Anne Lacoste in the pink jersey out in the water. Chris Kale, it looks like, will be scored an incomplete maneuver. I don't know if there will be an interference on that or not. There you can see people laying out on the beach, soaking up the sun here in beautiful Rio de Janeiro. Another nice day on the beach. Yesterday was a bit rainy. The sun is back out today, back to business as usual here in Copacabana. Sun is out, people gathering on the beach, watching the competition, taking part in all kinds of sports on the beach or just lounging and enjoying the nice winter day here in Rio. Another beautiful beach day. I love any opportunity I get to say it's winter, but I'm cruising in shorts and sandals. Actually, right now, I'm cruising in the webcast booth. No shoes or sandals on whatsoever. This is my idea of work. I'm at the office right now, sitting in front of a TV talking about bodyboarding, shorts, T-shirt, no footwear required. 'And it looks like Chris Kale up and riding on this one. Rider in the yellow jersey driving down the line, going for the roll off of the section, trying to get around and out of camera view. Chris Kale currently sitting in fourth, chasing a 4.40. 4 minutes remaining, and Chris Kale with a 3.75. That will help improve her overall score, but will not garner her the 4.40 she needs to move into that second and advancing spot, occupied by that woman right there, the rider in pink and Lacoste. And there you see up and riding real quick and then ducking out Nicole Caleros in the white jersey. She resides in that top spot. 3.5 minutes remaining in this heat. And again, it's Caleros in first. Lacoste holding on to that second spot. She is being chased down by Montenegro in black, looking for 4.40. And that woman right there in the yellow jersey, Chris Kale, needing a 4.40 as well. Coming down to 3:10 remaining in this heat. Nicole Caleros in the lead with a strong score of 11.40 combined. And here, this woman in second, Anne Lacoste from France, up and riding, punches the roll, comes out clean. This should be another decent score for her. See if this solidifies that second spot a little bit more for her as she's trying to hold off Montenegro and Kale. She will get a 4.40 that will not factor into her final combined score. So again, Lacoste in second, Montenegro currently in third, chasing a 4.40 to move ahead of Lacoste, as is Chris Kale. There you can see Montenegro in the black jersey paddling over, looking at this one. Meanwhile, up and riding, Chris Kale on the left-hander, driving down the line, hits a speed bump, throws off her speed line, and she will duck out on that. And meanwhile, Kirtis Montenegro going for the roll off that section. I don't think that's going to be enough to get the 4.40 she needs. There you can see plenty of people gathered on the beach. Like I was saying, finally another beautiful day here in Copacabana. Yesterday, gray, rainy. It was just kind of funky weather yesterday. One of those nasty winter days here in Rio. And when I say nasty weather days, I mean, yeah, it was rainy and gray, but it was still like 70-something degrees. We're still cruising around in shorts and T-shirts, so it's all good. Like I've said, throughout competition, it definitely beats the heck out of freaking snow and ice and freezing air temperatures and howling winds and brushing icicles out of your eyes out in the water during the winter. But I digress. Anyway, we have 120 remaining in this heat. And I apologize if my voice is fading, if I'm cutting out a little bit. My voice is barely holding on. I've shredded my throat the first 3 days. So today I'm struggling to hold on, keep my voice from going out on me altogether. Still have 2 more full days of competition ahead of us after this, and trying to stick in there for the long haul. Normally I'm used to having Manny Vargas here with me to cover the commentary, sitting here in the booth speaking by myself all day, every day. I'm not used to talking this much. I know I talk a lot, but still not used to talking this much. So please bear with me. Trying to hang in there, bring you all the calls out in the water. Right now, 30 seconds remaining. Nicole Caleros remains in the lead. Anne Lacoste from France in second. Montenegro still chasing a 4.40. Chris Kale looking for a 4.4. 4.0 as well. There you can see Lacoste taking that one, but not getting a lot to work with. Counting down, 15 seconds remaining in this heat. 10 seconds remaining. Caleros and Lacoste remain in the lead. Montenegro out there. 4-0 for Joselini Amorum. And there you can see Karina Reyes driving down the line and right out of camera view. We'll wait to see how that scores with the judges. It looks like that will be an incomplete maneuver for her. So, situation in the water, Black sitting in that second spot. And we have local rider Gabrielle Gouveia sitting in third, chasing a 4.90 or better. Meanwhile, Karina Reyes needing a 7.40 at this point or better. So she's going to need to put together a couple of solid scores to replace that 1.5 and 1.4. Still only needs a 7.40, but that's a pretty big score to try and bite off in one chunk. And there you can see in white, Mayra Vienna on that last wave, turning around and waving back at the camera. And waiting for scores to drop on that last wave for Vienna. I apologize if we're cutting out a little bit. They've been repositioning the cameras. We've been having some electrical issues. Waiting for Vienna's last score to drop. And 6.25 for Vienna. She now has a 6.25 and a 5.75 for a combined 12.0 and the lead with 14 minutes remaining in this heat. Again, a 6.25 for Mayra Vienna on her last wave. That gives her a combined score of 12.0 and the top spot in this heat right now, just under 14 minutes remaining. And up and riding the woman in second position at the moment, Joselini Amorum. Again, we're saying she advanced through her heats pretty well yesterday. It was looking pretty stout. She was up and riding on that one. That'll be an incomplete maneuver, though. Thirteen minutes remaining in this heat, and situation remains the same out in the water. It is Vienna in first, Amorum second, Gouveia in third. She is now chasing a 4.90 or better to improve her position. And the Venezuelan in the pink jersey, Karina Reyes, up and riding, looking for a 7.40. Goes for the roll, unable to complete the maneuver. And Reyes seems to be having a little bit of difficulty out in the water right now. She is doing her best, but the conditions not working with her really. Meanwhile, up and riding, Joselini Amorum. Nice reverse spin on that. Combos it with the roll. So, quick combination for Amorum. We'll see how that sits with the judges. And that will be a 3.9. That will not factor into her combined score. She remains in the second spot. Amorum in the yellow jersey, sitting in that second and advancing position, looking to fend off Gabrielle Gouveia, who sits in third, needing a 4.90, and Karina Reyes, who is in the fourth position right now, needing a 7.4. All right, and I've just been handed my updated heat sheet. Coming up next in round 8, heat 1, we're going to see Mark McCarthy, Alberto Colucci, Joanne Florentine, and Adnane Benzlamine for round 8 of the men's. Meanwhile, out here, round 4, heat 4 of the women's, that is the current heat leader, Mayra Vienna in the white jersey, looking to improve her score a little. 4.0 on that one won't really factor in the end. She's currently sitting on a 5.75 and a 6.25. But up and riding, Gabrielle Gouveia in search of a 4.90 or better. Down the line, rolls off of the end section. Nice clean roll there from Gabriella. And here we have Karina Reyes up and riding. Karina rolling off of that end section. She rides out clean. That will be a solid score for her. That will help get Karina back on track here out in the water. And there is Joselene Amorum taking a look at that one. She lets it roll by. She will paddle back out. 10.5 minutes remaining, and right now it is Vienna in the lead, Amorum second, Gouveia third, and Reyes fourth. Reyes will score a 3.0 on that last wave, so that will be her new high score. She will look to build upon that, replace that 1.50 as a secondary score, and hopefully get back into the mix. Now she only needs a 5.90 or better to move into second spot. So, again, Vienna first, Amorum second, Gouveia third, Reyes in fourth. There you can see Amorum looking to solidify that second spot a little bit more. Just under 10 minutes, halfway through this heat. And Joselene Amorum on that one with the roll off the end section. Again, challenging conditions here today. Smaller waves, high tide conditions at the moment. So it's gotten a little inconsistent, a little tricky out there. There you can see Joselene Amorum scoring a 4.15 on her last wave. That will not factor into her top two scores. All right, and it looks like my buddy Juan checking in. Let's see some world-class bodyboarding performance today. How about that round 8? Going to be amazing for sure. I second that sentiment. Like I was saying, coming up in round 8, we're going to see the likes of Mark McCarthy, Jorge Colomer, Amari Laverne, Jeff Hubbard, Guilherme Tamega, Pierre-Louis Costas, the defending world champ, Brahim Idosh from Morocco. A solid international field of world-class talent coming up in round 8. That will follow this final heat of round 4. We will go into round 8 of the men's, and then again we will finish up with round 5 later today in the women's. We'll also see some of the best women's bodyboarders in the world coming up in round 5. We'll see the likes of Lily Pollard, Mila Venturin, former world champ Isabella Souza, current defending world champ Ananti Aguirre, as well as Carla Costa-Taylor and Neymara Carvalho. They are coming up later today. But again, after this heat, we will be going into round 8 of the men's. So stay tuned for that. Seven and a half minutes remaining, and a situation remains the same out in the water. Currently, it is Vienna in the lead, Joselene Amorum in second, Gabrielle Gouveia in third, and Corina Reyes situated in fourth at the moment. Gouveia needs a 4.90, Reyes chasing a 5.9, and as I was saying, coming up next, we're going to see round 1, heat 1, round 8 of the men's pro division. Terry McKenna will be stepping in to give me a little break. He will cover the first couple of heats of the men's division. Should be some solid action going down with these heats. We're going to be watching the best of the best, joined by the guys that have advanced through from previous heats. So again, coming up, heat 1, round 8, we're going to see Mark McCarthy from South Africa, Alberto Colucci from Venezuela, Joanne Florentine from Reunion Island, and from Morocco, Adnan Benzlaman. So you definitely want to stay tuned for that. Meanwhile, out in the water at the moment, 6:25 remaining, heat 4, round 4 of the women's. And it is Vienna in the lead, Amorum in second, and there, Karina Reyes in the pink jersey. She is in need of a 5.90. She gets a spin on that wave, and that's about it. That's really not going to help her cause any, but she still has plenty of time, 6 minutes remaining in the heat. And that was Myra Vienna on that last wave, an incomplete maneuver that will not factor into her combined score. She still remains in the lead with just about 5 minutes remaining in this heat. There you can see Gabrielle Gouveia in the black jersey, the Postal Cinco local. She likes to ride here, and another one of her favorite spots just up the beach a little bit, Giabu. She is sitting in that third spot in need of a 4.90, and here the current second place holder, Joselini Amorim, with a nice roll off of that end section, looking to put a little bit more distance points-wise in this heat between her and Gabrielle Gouveia. There, Gouveia is still waiting, looking for that 4.9 and 4.50 for Joselini Amorim. Now Gouveia chasing a 5.0 with 4.5 minutes remaining. Counting down, 4 minutes remaining in this heat. Again, it's Vienna in the lead. Amorim holding on to that second spot. Gouveia still in search of a wave to move into that second spot. She's chasing a 5.0. And here's Reyes taking a look at that one. She needs a 6.0 or better right now. She's going to climb out of that fourth position into the second and advancing spot. 3:45 remaining. Again, coming up, we're going to be going into Heat 1, Round 8 of the men's. And then after Round 8, we will jump back into the women's for Round 5 to close out the day. Three minutes remaining. There you can see Karina Reyes in the pink jersey cruising the lineup, but up and riding the heat leader, Myra Viana, trying to get around that section. It's going to close out. She will bail, as you saw her diving off her board, trying to get under that one before it completely shut down. And here is Joselini Amorim taking a look. 2:40 remaining. Up and riding, Gabrielle Gouveia needing a 5.0. Gets the roll through the whitewater section on that. I don't know if that's going to be worthy of a 5.0, but we will wait and see as the scores drop from our judges. There you can see girls gathered on the beach, just kind of cruising, soaking up the sun, enjoying the day. Again, a nice, beautiful, sunny day here on the beach in Copacabana in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. 2:10 remaining in the heat. Viana holds on to the lead still. Amorim fending off Gouveia for that second spot. Gouveia needs a 4.51. She scored a 4.5 on her last wave. Cuts the deficit a little bit, but still in search of a 4.51, less than 2 minutes remaining. Meanwhile, in the water, Karina Reyes in the pink jersey needs a 6.0 still to move out of fourth into second. So it's Vienna and Amorim in the advancing positions. Gouveia and Reyes on the hunt, trying to chase down the scores they need and move on. 1:40 remaining in the heat. $120 remaining. Here you see Reyes taking a look at this one. Amorim paddling over as well. Amorim trying to hold on to that second spot, fending off Gouveia and Reyes, trying to hold them off. Closing moments, counting down 1 minute remaining. Viana in first. Amorim in second. Amorim there in the yellow jersey. And there you can see the heat leader, Myra Viana, taking a little swim off the side of her board. Just kind of hanging out, waiting. She's pretty firmly in the lead. We're counting down, 45 seconds remaining. That woman right there, Joselini Amorim in the second spot, hoping to fend off the other two riders here. Karina Reyes goes for the roll, unable to complete the maneuver. That may very well end her campaign in this heat and see the end of her in competition. 30 seconds remaining. Reyes remains in fourth. Gouveia in third, looking for a 4.51 or better to take out Amorim and move to that second spot. Again, right now, Vienna in the white, the heat leader, and there you can see her coming in. Meanwhile, up and riding, Joselania Moram looking to solidify her lead a little bit more. Gets a nice, clean spin roll combo, and that will end the heat as we count down the final seconds. Moram in the second spot, and it looks like Vienna and Moram will win the heats. Vienna, the heat winner, Amorum second. Those two will advance out. We will see them later in round 5 today. So again, coming up in the water in just a few seconds, we are awaiting the start of Heat 1, Round 8, Men's Pro Division. We're going to see Mark McCarthy in red, Alberto Colucci in white, Joanne Florentine in yellow, and Adnan Benzleman from Morocco in the black jersey. So we have the South African, a Venezuelan, a Reunion Islander, and a Moroccan, a mixed international field to get things going here in round 8 coming up next. Just waiting the starting horn. And again, just waiting the start of this heat. And the horn has just sounded. 25-minute heat out in the water right now in red. Mark McCarthy from South Africa. Alberto Colucci from Venezuela. Joanne Florentine from Reunion Island, who we saw advance on from his earlier heat today, as well as Adnan Benzleman, who has been continuing from yesterday through today. Here he is in round 8, heat 1 of the Men's Pro Division. So again, McCarthy in red, Colucci in white, Florentine in yellow, and Adnan Benzleman in black. We are just underway in this 25-minute heat. And there you can see Adnan getting things started out in the water. Little right-hander gets the roll. A little bit of a paddle battle here between the South African and the Reunion Islander. And no takers on that one. So again, we are just underway in this 25-minute heat. And here it looks like Alberto Colucci taking off on this one, the Venezuelan. Not much to work with there. And it is Florentine up and riding on the left-hander, gets a nice roll, comes through, and then ducks out. That will get Florentine on the board. A nice wave there, and a 3.25 scored for Adnan on his last wave. Here he is up and riding on this wave. And a nice air roll spin, but gets a little caught up. An incomplete maneuver for Adnan Benzleman. And getting another comment from our boy Juan, Adnan Benzleman, another man with no bones, more elastic than plastic. How's that? Yeah, there's a lot of guys out here in the water competing in the men's division and even in the women's division. The level of flexibility is unbelievable. Bodyboarders have a way of contorting themselves into some really ungodly positions. Super flexible and super fit. And there you can see Mark McCarthy in red from the South African getting on the board with his first wave. A nice combination there. We'll see what he gets from the judges. Meanwhile, Florentine, a 5.0 for his first effort, opening things up here in this heat. A 25-minute heat. We have just over 22 minutes remaining. Right now, it's Florentine in the lead in the early going. Meanwhile, up and riding, Adnan Benzleman. Nice little roll off of that section on the smaller left-hand wave. Driving down the line, a little roller coastering, trying to stay with it, pumping for some speed. Gets another roll off the end section. So a nice little combo on that smaller left-hander. Meanwhile, not up and riding. Joanne Florentine taking a look at that one. He backs off. And he takes a look at this one, backs off as well. All of our riders on the board, just waiting for scores to drop. It looks like McCarthy got a second wave. Adnan Benzlemain waiting for his third score to drop. A 4.5 for Colucci on his first. Just waiting for scores to drop, and I will give you a situation update in just a second. And up and riding, Johan Florentine from Reunion Island. Down the line on the left, gets a nice roll. Looking for a section down the line. It's going to shut down, he'll duck out. But a nice roll on that one. That'll give Florentine his secondary score. So right now, out in the water, Florentine already out to the early lead. He has a 5.0 and a 3.35. He sits in first. Currently in second, Adnan Benzlemain with a 3.25 and a 4.3. Alberto Colucci with a 4.5, seeking his secondary score, and Mark McCarthy with a 4.0 on his opening effort. He's looking for a backup score as well. And here, Adnan driving down the line. Nice big air roll spin for Adnan. That will be a solid score for the Moroccan. He combos it with a roll on the inside. Adnan Benzlemain from Morocco with a solid ride there to the big air roll spin. Combos it with the roll on the inside. And there you can see Mark McCarthy and also Johan Florentine. So a quick wave exchange between the Moroccan, the Reunion Islander, and the South African. Waiting for scores to register. I will give you a situation update as soon as possible. And it looks like Adnan Benzlemain is going to get a solid score for that combination, as he well deserves it. Just waiting for the judges to finalize. Meanwhile, Mark McCarthy up and riding again. Gets a nice air roll spin off of that section. Fast, clean. That should score well with the judges. Again, just waiting for scores to drop right now. Quick wave exchange amongst our riders out in the water, waiting for scores to drop for Florentine, Adnan, and McCarthy. There you can see Adnan Benzlemain waiting for his score to register and finalize with the judges. The big air roll spin, combos it with the roll on his last wave. That should be a legit score for him. I would venture a guess and say that will probably be his highest score of the heat so far. Again, just waiting for the judges to finalize a few scores, sort things out, as we had a quick exchange there. A lot for the judges to sort on that one to make sure they get the scores right. Big props to them up in the booth. Chico Garitano and the boys. And here we go. It looks like a 5.15 for McCarthy on that last ride. A 1.30 for Colucci, incomplete. A 5.50 for Florentine. I apologize. They left the R out on my scoreboard, so pronouncing it two different ways accidentally. And a 6.0 for Adnan. That has him in the second spot. So situation out in the water right now with just under 18 minutes remaining. Florentine in first. Adnan Benzlemain in second. Mark McCarthy sitting third, chasing a 5.16. And Alberto Colucci in the white, sitting in fourth position. He is after a 5.81 to move up and expand his position into that second spot. I'm going to step out of the booth for a little bit to go grab some food, try and find some green tea and honey for my throat. And Teza stepping back into the booth. He's going to hold it down for the next couple of heats.
Okay, well, sorry about that short little break, folks. Back on air now, and Terry McKenna, IBA World Tour Manager, just stepping in to give Steve Action Jackson. In fact, it's non-stop Action Jackson lately. He's just been talking it up a treat. Steve's going to have a bit of a break. I'm sitting in for a couple of heats. Hope you're enjoying this live webcast coming to you from Copacabana in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. As the top seeds on this six-star GQS men's event hit the water. Right now it's Adnan from Morocco in the lead, and he's had a 6.5 and a 6.0. Sitting in second spot is Johan Florentine, the Reunion Island, the little Frenchman, needing 7.0 to try and move himself up into first place. Mark McCarthy, the South African, down into third, 5.36 required to go to second. And Alberto Colucci, one of Venezuela's finest, needing a 6.0. That is the situation at the moment right now. Watching Mark McCarthy getting a bunch of speed on takeoff. And Mark just didn't have a lot to work with there and got off that wave pretty quickly. We are expecting an increase in wave height later this afternoon. You can see the big crowds lining the shore break here at Copacabana. Posto Cinco, the fifth post along the beach. Fifth of the Life Lacard towers that line this incredible Copacabana, one of the world's most infamous and just beautiful beaches. White sands, palm trees, and always a stack of action on the beach to check out. Coming up later on this afternoon, round 5 of the girls will hit the water as well. So you're seeing all the top seeds for the competition in the water today, folks. Here at the Rio Bodyboard International for 2012. So that is the current heat leader, the Moroccan. And he is currently in first position, Beslam Adnan. And he has really been just surfing incredibly, coming off a very good performance, of course, at Sintra in Portugal. Nice little wave there for Alberto Colucci. And the Venezuelan looking and trying to find his way onto the inside, hoping for a little something. Pushes all the way through and up and over onto the sand there for Alberto Colucci, who, well, he needed a 6.0. He's going to go very close, but he won't get the 6 that he needs. That will help Alberto immensely, though. He was chasing a 6.0. Last wave scores coming through from the judges for Colucci from Venezuela. And they're going to be somewhere in the 5-point range, so it's just going to be a little shy. Yeah, there it is, 5.65. Alberto moves into third place, now chasing 4.85 to go second. McCarthy in red, you can see him on screen there, Mark McCarthy, the South African, now down into fourth and only needing 5.36. Not much required for Mark to get through this heat. Johan Florentine needing 7.0 to take the lead from Adnan, the Moroccan in the black. The Moroccan has been rocking it. He has been really just killing it here in Brazil. These guys have just got such good skills. And McCarthy had a lot of speed on takeoff, and it kind of just burned off in the end there. He just used all the petrol in the early stages and couldn't transfer that speed into a big move. So McCarthy would be a little disappointed. With 12 and a half minutes remaining, you're watching heat number 1, round number 8. Here at the Rio Bodyboard International. Coming up, heat number 2, Alex Uranga is, of course, from the Basque country. And he will take on Charlie Chaplet from Reunion. And also a couple of Brazilians in the form of Fabio Rodriguez and Diego Sequeira from Brazil. So that's a story. There's Johan Florentine. Oh, nice combination move. Spun into a nice little major move off the end section. So good combination riding there from Florentine. Was looking to try and improve on a 5.0, and if he's lucky, he might do that. In fact, he does with a 5.15. So he's made things a little tougher for Colucci. Alberto Colucci now needing 5.0 to move into second, and McCarthy 5.51. If you do speak English and you do have the ability to type, please send me a message. Gets a bit lonely here in the commentary box. And type it into send a message to the announcer box on the live site, and I'll do my best to read it out over the webcast. IBA World Tour, of course. chugging on out of Brazil and into Isla de Margarita, Venezuela, for what should be an incredible contest. Speaking of Venezuelans, and incredible, there's Colucci and also McCarthy. So third and fourth place getters there in white and red. Just getting a couple of very important rides. Let's see if that, is enough to change the situation. Those guys only chasing like a 5 or a 5.5 point ride for Colucci and McCarthy, so not much required. Looks like we've got a lot of people online at the moment. Andre is online, as is Bruno, talking it up for Johan Florentine. He's black. This is the little Moroccan. Watch this guy go. And boom, once again. Well, he kind of lost his board and he sort of pretended to recover, but, judges got a sharp eye for that stuff. This is Florentine also having a look. Juan Santos, all the way from Portugal. Good morning, Mr. McKenna, he says. Hello, bodyboarding world. Watching and loving it. Bring it on. That sounds exactly like something that Juan Santos would say. He's a classic little Portuguese slash Venezuelan slash New Yorker. Reminds me a lot of... he's got a touch of gangster in him. He's a good kid. Okay, well, we're coming down to just on 2 minutes remaining. So, Beslan Adnan from Morocco in the lead, 6.5, 6.0. Alberto Colucci, last of Alberto's, 5.65. So Alberto has gone into second. We see more lovely ladies strolling the beach. Look at that girl's got a nice tattoo on her arm. There's a lot of girls with ink over here. I saw a girl yesterday. She looked like she'd been rolling in wet comics. Had tattoos all over her. Johan Florentine's coming in third spot. 5.80 now required for the Frenchman to go to second. And McCarthy now, well, the score blowing out a little bit for Mark McCarthy. 6.15. Mark McCarthy needs to go into second spot, and we're down to 9 minutes remaining. Well, yesterday, Juan Santos was online and he was sending me a stack of information about the riders, and I can imagine he's probably Googling right now. He's like a little statistical sort of an animal he is. He gets on the internet and he finds out all this information about people, and we'll see if he can do that again. How was that? The Moroccan and the Frenchman just looked at each other and went, are we going to do it? Nah, let's be sportsmanlike. Split the peak. No dramas on that one. The boys just going left and right. For Adnan, the current heat leader, and Johan Florentine sitting in... so Johan, of course, sitting in third place. So we're here at P5, Posto 5, the fifth post, right along the beach here at Copacabana. Yep, Juan Santos sending through information as we speak. Mark McCarthy says was the Confidel Pro Champion in 2010. Here's a charger, and I remember that final very well. As we see Colucci just getting a couple of little rolls. Yeah, remember that final in 2010 with Mark McCarthy? Here he is now. And he's the king of backflips. Well, he's going to come out of the foam on that one. Pretty critical little roll there, right in the pocket for McCarthy, and we'll see... if he gets the kind of score that he needs. He needed a 6.15, and I do feel that he's, he's not going to achieve that. On the other hand, Johan Florentine, well, he's got some pretty good numbers dropping Florentine, the Frenchman. So we'll just wait and see. Colucci posted 5.15 on his last wave. Florentine, 6.5. Situation change. Adnan on screen from Morocco in the lead. Moroccans will be super happy about that one. There's always a lot of guys from Morocco watching the webcast. And g'day to all those people in Morocco. I can't wait to get there one day. My sister used to live in Morocco years ago, and every time she sent me a photo of herself, in the background were perfect waves, and I used to dream about going to Morocco. And hopefully the IBA World Tour will make it there one day. But at the moment... It's Adnan from Morocco in the lead. Florentine, the Frenchman, Johan Florentine, sitting in second in yellow. Alberto Colucci down in the third, needing 6.36 to go second. And Mark McCarthy chasing 6.85 to go second. Okay, well, 5.5 minutes remaining. You are watching the Rio Bodyboard International 2012, a 6-star GQS event for men. And, of course, a Grand Slam Series event for the women. Very important gig for the girls, this one. Yeah, back to Mark McCarthy. We were talking about Mark, how he won the Confidel Pro in 2010. And I reckon on that day that bodyboarding was pushed to a whole new level by Mark McCarthy in that final. Mark was coming around those sections at Confidel when it was like 4 to 6 feet, and he was hitting parts of the wave coming out of the tube that people had only dreamt of before then. So I kind of figured that was a landmark moment for me in the sport anyway. And, guys saw him doing that in the final, and then they had to do the same sort of thing, and they were going to try and keep up with him. But he was just untouchable on that day. And, of course, since then, well, history's shown that he's gone on to be one of the world's best riders and, a really great role model and a top bloke as well. Okay, well, pressure mounting on Colucci and McCarthy. McCarthy's last wave scores look like coming through. It might take Mark McCarthy into... no, it doesn't. It's a 5.75. It didn't change anything. McCarthy in fourth, needing 6.26. And g'day to all these Saffers watching online. Be always, a great little roll-up. Saw a nice little video on Jerry's Grom Comp the other day. Jared Houston has a little comp for kids once a year. And this year, a stack of them turned up. And I tell you what, some of those kids are ripping in the video. Looks like some real talent coming through South Africa. And it's always been, another spot that's, on our radar at IBA World Tour. We, would very much love to stage an event in South Africa, preferably on the west coast over there where the waves are really radical, huge. It would just suit us, our Grand Slam series down to the ground. One day we'll be there. And with the RAN the way it is, be pretty cheap to run a contest compared to some spots, let me tell you. We are coming down to about 3.5 minutes remaining at the moment. It is Beslam Adnan from Morocco in the lead. You can see the little bloke in black sitting there patiently. He's nesting on a 6.5 and a 6.0. Johan Florentine Reunion sitting in second, needing 6.0. Alberto Colucci, Venezuela in white, needing a 6.36. And right there on screen, Mark McCarthy, one of the world's best, hunting down a 6.26. It's going to be tough with 3 minutes on the clock. Ooh, well, the boys just getting a little bump in. McCarthy ripping off a roll. We just kind of caught the tail end of that one. I'm going to have to be very, very careful in this heat. We saw some real close run-ins throughout the day. In fact, we've had a lot of interferences in round number 7 leading into this one. There was double interferences and singles and, two interferences in one heat on separate people. I had to go have a talk to a few people and just, get them to try and settle down. This is the main reason that Craig Haddon and I introduced the four-man priority on the IBA World Tours, because we want to see people ride waves. We don't want to see guys hassling each other onto the inside and, waves going unridden. It's not about that. Sure, that's a small part of the sport, but, it really is about getting the best surfers on the best waves. All right. Okay, that looked like a paddling interference white on black. You can see Alberto Colucci just raising his hand saying, come on. Look, he's asking the question, why? Alberto, it's pretty clear, mate. You cannot bump someone with your board when they're paddling for a wave. You know, we've seen this time and time again over the last couple of heats, and you know, people need to get a hold of the rule book and have a good read of paddling interferences under the interference section. It's very, very clear. And yeah, that time round, it's unfortunate for Cloutier, but he will be eliminated from the competition with a paddling interference. It's not eliminated. He's just his second best wave is going to get cut in half. That's it. So plenty of people online, including Chadid, saying, go Adnan, go Superman. Full support from Morocco and France. And thank you very much. Chadid is watching the webcast, enjoying it. Hope you're loving it, mate. Andre, doing a shout out for Fabio Rodriguez. Little shout out for Fabio. Yeah, so here comes the interference into the system. We're coming down to 20 seconds remaining. It's a paddling interference, and it's white on black. So, Cloutier. Well, that was pretty clear what happened in that situation, and the judges, left with no option but to do that. Coming down the last couple of seconds remaining, and this time it's yellow. And, well, that was smart stuff there from Johan Florentini. Just stopped Cloutier from getting the wave. Yeah, at the end, you know what? Cloutier needed a 9-1-7 with the interference. He went down into fourth place, a little cheeky Venezuelan, and he's eliminated along with Mark McCarthy. There's one of the guys from Beach Bite just putting in a bit of groundwork on one of the beautiful Brazilian girls, as they do. And there's some real talent in and out of the water here, and the guys from Beach Bite are just incredible. They've just been, in fact, that guy there on the screen was helping me put my computer back together after it blew up. Helped me transfer all the stuff off my hard drive. So great stuff there. The little Moroccan rocks on into the next round, and you can see handshake there from Johan Florentine. Very good performance from both those guys. Bad luck for Mark McCarthy. He is out of the competition. Mark finishes in equal 33rd. And looks like no money in this round. In round 8 there is money. It's equal third is US $600 and about 800 points. And in fourth position out of the competition, picking up a bit of coin for his trouble. In fact, he got 400 US and 720 points towards his GQS campaign was Alberto Cloutier from Venezuela. All right, so that was Diego Sequeira. You are watching heat number 2, round number 8. These are the top seeds, folks, from the Rio Bodyboarding International, coming to you live from Copacabana in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Beautiful little part of the world. In the red singlet is the Basque country local Alex Uranga. He is taking on Charlie Chapelet from, he's the Frenchman from Reunion Island in the white. They're up against the dynamic duo from Brazil. Fabio Rodriguez is in yellow and Diego Sequeira is in the black. Little post on the line there from Amani, I think it is. Congrats to Adnan. Keep going. Next one, Brahim Idosh. Good luck. Jean-Marc also online from Reunion Island Riders. Remember IBA Reunion Pro? How can I forget the IBA Reunion Pro? That was one of the highlights of my life. Love that place. And we look forward to going back there. I mean, we could go back as early as next year, just depending on Robert and the guys from the Federation. Of course, there's been a few issues there, as there has been in Australia with sharks. So hopefully we can all get around that and, bring the world's best guys back to Reunion Island at some point. That would be fantastic. First wave scores coming through. Fabio Rodriguez got a 3.0 and his second wave 4.75. Fabio getting right into it nice and early. Dan Sequeira in the black singlet a 3.75. So Sarah is online. And Sarah doing a little shout out to Fabi. Greetings from Switzerland. Backflip master. Hey Sarah, thanks for watching. Yeah, keep your little comments coming on the board. Yeah, who else have we got here? Well, Juan Santos once again just coming through with, as he does, truckloads of information. And he says, Fabio Rodriguez is another very good small wave rider. And the flying monkey. Come on, mate, I can't say that on the website. Someone will kill me. But I guess I have now. But thanks, mate. Nice one. I'm in Brazil. If I don't come home, make sure you send a postcard to my kids. Okay, well, scores coming through. Fabio Rodriguez, you were right. The Flying Monkey got a 6.0. He's killing it. And in the red singlet, Alex Uranga from the Basque Country, he got a 5.5. And Charlie Chapelet, Frenchman in white, 4.60. They're just a couple of scores that are loaded into the system at the moment, folks. I hope you're enjoying the action. It is the top round of seeds here coming to you live from Copacabana Beach. Look at that guy at the bottom of the screen. Look at him. He's looking at the screen. He's looking at the camera like, you're not filming me. Come on, please. You don't have my permission. You know, a lot of tourists hanging around here. In fact, I just took a little run out the back there a moment ago and I got myself a big bowl of acai. As a result, it's like having about 5 coffees at once. That stuff fires you right up. That we're talking about firing up. Fabio Rodriguez, big flip attempt, but couldn't hang on to it. Ah, red tip. Red tip has just given me a big tip. La punta. La fire. La flama blanca. Thanks, Red Tip. Yep, that's my mate Brent Symes, of course, who's hanging out down in, down there at Porto Escondido. I can't wait to get down there and ride that little board you got put aside for me, Red Dog. Make sure you keep it in good condition, buddy. Thank you. Red Tip, still running with that. I love the Red Tip. It's classic. Like one of those little, an earbud that's been dipped into mercurochrome. comb. All right, well, scores at the moment. Fabio Rodriguez is in the lead, folks. You are watching Heat 2, Round 8, live from Copacabana. And Fabio Rodriguez has got a 6.0 and a 4.75. Daniel Sequeira from Brazil on screen at the moment. The boy from Brazil in black needing 6.95 to take the lead. So as Santos indicated, Rodriguez in small waves, really tough to beat. There's the Frenchman, Charlie Chapelet. Charlie's an excellent rider. You can see him just getting around those sections there. Nice couple of rolls and spins right up onto the sand and can't go any further than that. Otherwise you'll end up on the main street. So we'll just wait and see. Charlie Chapelet, that's his second wave and it's going to take him in a second. There it is, 4.25. Charlie Chapelet goes to second. So it's Rodriguez on screen. That is the current heat leader. Charlie Chapelet, we just saw him there. There he comes back in the screen. So there's 1 and 2. Yellow first, white second. Dan Sequeira in third place now. Black needing 5.05 to go to second. And Alex Uranga needing 3.35. This is the reply from Dan Sequeira. He goes for the big ARS or some kind of big move off the end. You know what? He didn't wear a leash yesterday and he lost his board 3 times in the heat. Thought he would have learned his lesson by now. That is another wave there for Fabio Rodriguez. Rodriguez, second best wave, 4.75. He's going to replace that, I do believe. Nice little move. Here goes Alex Uranga. Ooh, that is an uncharacteristic mistake from Alex Uranga. It's kind of like a fundamental error that you never see him make. Normally he's very, very consistent rider. This is Charlie Chapelet. Charlie, ooh, bam, right around. Just nice cylindrical roll off the end section. Just all kind of like came off the bottom, or it was just like whoop, just looped it round all in one movement. That was pretty cool. Of course, Juan Santos meant He meant monkey in a nice way. I just want to clean that up, folks. Of course, like a rubber man. That's what he was trying to get to. Like a, limber and swings around on his board. Like, I'm not going to say chimpanzee. Okay, well, we're down to, what do we got? 17 minutes left on the clock at the moment. And, keep those little comments coming. There's some funny stuff coming through there at the moment. As we said, we got Koyo Amaral. He's online at the moment. He's doing a bit of Zik. He's representing Zik. He's giving him a big fire up. Who else we got online? Enrique Santos is on there. Diego, Bruno Sorares, Renato Pinguim, Almi, Juan Santos, Red Tip. They're all there. They're all loving it. And keep your comments coming, folks, because it feels like you're right here breathing on my neck in a creepy kind of way. There's about 16 and a half minutes left on the current heat in the world. Let's have a look who's in the next heat. Coming up in the next one, Ed Luciano, Roberto Bruno, Sergio Luis, and Jorge Colomier. Well, Jorge Colomier, he's cleaned himself up a little bit. He hasn't got, he looked like Cornelius out of Planet of the Apes. He had that big chops going down the side of his face, Jorge Colomier there. It was crazy facial hair, but he's had a shave. He's cleaned himself up. He looks good. He looks young again. I didn't like it. It was funny, but not funny, ha-ha, funny weird. Okay, he'll be taking on Sergio Luis, Roberto Bruno, and Eda Luciano will be out there as well. Well, Alex Ranga, last wave 4.25. Fabio Rodriguez in the lead. Fabio's had 6.0 and 5.0. Alex Ranga from the Basque country, Euskadi, sitting in second spot, needing 5.51 to take the lead. Third place is white, fourth place is black. And that is black there, Diego Sequeira. And Diego, nice punchy roll off the end section. Don't know if it's going to go in the top two. It doesn't, actually. 3.5. So no change to the leaderboard. Diego Sequeira sitting in fourth place, needing 5.95. Charlie Chapelet up and riding. He went up and down in the same breath. That's not going to get him across the line. Charlie Chapelet still needing 5.01. Second place is red. You can see Alex Uranga just on screen there, just kind of hiding behind him. Just I got a glimpse of him, just a cameo appearance, and when you can see it is that man in the black singlet, and he's been ripping it up, Diego Sequeira from Brazil. Wow, Renato. Yeah, having a little bit of a laugh at the Mandano flip one hand. Yeah, nice. I noticed that as well. Yeah, also Audrey just doing the old Fabi, Mr. Flip. That's what they call him over there in these places in a nice way. Also, we've got who else have we got here? Enrique Santos. And a bunch of other guys. Keep those little comments coming, please. It's very funny, some of that stuff that's coming through. Some of it I can't talk about. Most of it I can. 13 and a half minutes remaining. You're watching heat number 2, round number 8. This is the top round of seeds from the Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. Steve Action Jackson will be back on the microphone shortly, so won't have to put up with my crazy style for too much longer as we look out and see yellow. This is him, Mr. Flip. Let's see what he can do. Fabio Rodriguez, boom, there, backflip, extraordinaire. Makes it look so easy. And that's going to be probably one of the best waves of the heat so far, I'd say, because that was just a smooth takeoff and a clean landing. He, it was like Rodriguez Airlines, boom, taken off, got the landing gear down, and just a perfect little touchdown there for a wonderful flight from Fabi. Well, just having a little bit of a think about it. He was in the lead. He was looking to replace a 5.0. I think that goes without saying, doesn't it? I'm not a professional judge, but that was worth more than the 5, wasn't it? You know that. You know it in your heart as well as I do. Sometimes you don't have to be a good judge just to see a good wave. You just feel it. You feel the emotion. And there it is. The emotion comes in the form of a 7.5. So Fabi Rodriguez moving ahead of Alex Uranga, who now needs an 8.0. Rojo, 8.0 to go to second. Yellow first, red second, white third, and black, that man there, Diego Sequeira, is sitting in fourth place, needing a 6.6. Look, there's Charlie Chaplet. Well, Charlie, once again, he's trying to force those moves. You got to work with, I guess, whatever another Mother Nature gives you. At the moment there, Charlie Chaplet, just you can see that he hasn't got enough speed when he's going into those manoeuvres. So, very important to get into these waves early with a lot of speed on entry. Give it a couple of extra strokes. Kick the fins a couple of extra times. Get a lot of speed. And then burn off the bottom. Judges like to see you, engage the rail off the bottom. They want to see you soak that rail as you come off the bottom and then just point it up to the lip and just go kapow and, hit it really hard. That's what's going to get you scores. I mean, this is a one maneuver wave. Let's just face it. If someone does combos out here, they're going all right. So, the one-trick ponies are just loving it. Okay, so 10.5 minutes remaining. Last wave scores for Alex Orango, 4.9. Last to Fabio Rodriguez, 7.5. So Rodriguez in the lead. And having a little look at this one. So Fabio, nice high line. Then he drops down into it. And once again, missed a flip. Just put it on a clinic. Fabio Rodriguez making it look so easy. Charlie Chaplet just rolling, looking for combinations of moves. There it is, another roll. So, Charlie Chaplet really working well with what he's catching. But, wave selection paramount in this eighth round of competition here at the Rio Bodyboard International. When you've got all the top seeds in the water, you've got to pick the good waves, the ones that are going to let you get the big scores. Quite often it's only wave selection that separates the guys in this round. Fabio Rodriguez, 6.10 for another flip, so he extends his lead over Alex Orango, who now needs 6.1 to go to first. Charlie Chaplet in the white singlet, the Frenchman, needing 5.65. And Diego Sequeira, needing 6.60. So, once again, more comments coming through the message board. And Juan Santos saying this round 8 draw looks insane. What a draw it is! It is an incredible draw. Look, while there's 9 minutes on the clock, Juan Santos, let's take you for a little walk through round number 8. Stand by. Okay, well, just a little break in the action. I was just talking to the guys from Beach Bite doing a fantastic job with the webcast. And what we're doing is we're going to step up and have some beach interviews coming. We'll see, be having a bit of a talk. We'll have Stephanie down there talking with the winners of the previous heats. All right, well, we just tying up some loose ends here with the guys from, and we're going to have Malik, who's going to come in here. Stephanie, of course, is going to be interviewing the people in Portuguese, and Malik is going to be in here, and he'll be doing a bit of a loose translation from Portuguese back to English, so you guys know what was said during the interviews. Well, right now we're down to 6 minutes remaining, folks. Fabio Rodriguez continues to dominate this heat with his backflips. He is really put himself in another level compared to the other guys. He is, after all, Mr. Backflip, and he's really dominated this heat. There's Alex Uranga from the Basque Country. This is a double suck. And Uranga, nice line. Oh, he just dropped and lost a bit of speed, but he did well to recover. That little wave had kind of two steps in it. Like as I said, it was a double suck, two swells coming at once. This is once again the current heat leader, Fabio Rodriguez, coming out of the foam there. Very consistent competitor. So scores coming through for yellow and red. They're both sitting in first and second at the moment. Yeah, so just a reminder that we will be, from now on, we're going to slowly step up the webcast and introducing, different little things every day to make it a little more professional. Today, we're going to include, after the end of this heat, we're going to grab an interview with the winner. At the moment, that looks like it could be Fabio Rodriguez from Brazil. There's a little island out there with a lighthouse on it. I don't think anybody else lives out there. It's just pretty much just all cliffs all the way around. But I tell you what, talk about fall in love with Copacabana. Now I know what that guy was singing about when he was singing about the girl from Ipanema. He was just as impressed as I was. He must have fallen in love himself. Except for I've fallen in love with the area, not a woman. I'm already in love with a woman. Back in Australia. Well, I told you that there'd be a sea of umbrellas. And was I lying? Well, a little bit, because there's a bit of a gap there. But look, it's just crazy. You can see people just ducking in and out and under, trying to get themselves a little bit of shade. It's been a warm day here at Copacabana, folks, and there's some of the big high-rise buildings that line the beach here. It's very much like the Gold Coast of Australia for me. On steroids, of course. It's a big version of that. It's just the beach goes forever, and right now we're at Posto Cinco, the 5th lifeguard tower along the beach. That's how they identify stuff. You've got Tower 1, Tower 2, or posts, they call them. Post 1, Post 2. We're at Post 5, and loosely translated into Portuguese, Posto Cinco. That's looking the other way. Back up towards the beach. Look at those islands and those. That's just like the land that time forgot. Have a look at that. That is just beautiful. I bet you there's waves out off some of those little islands when the swell comes in and comes in the right direction. Have a look at that. It's like there could be, that's like Jurassic Park or something, isn't it? It's beautiful. So, super cool. Keep those comments coming on the notice board, folks, and I'll keep doing my best to read them out for you. Right now, though, Fabio Rodriguez is in the lead. He's had 7.5 and 6.0. Alex Uranga Escali sitting in second spot, he needs a 7-11. Who doesn't? Particularly after, a couple of beers on the way home from the pub, calling the 7-11, grab yourself a nice little kebab, put in the microwave. Yeah, so, Uranga. Oh, look, they're all going for it. Oh, have a look at that. Couple of guys getting super friendly. Well, that was Diego Sequeira in the black and Alex Uranga in the red. And, well, Fabio Rodriguez, look at him riding on the back of the board there like that. He's just bending the board, just doing it. Nothing's impossible for him. He's just really dominating this heat. He's just, everything he touches turns to gold. Have a look at this. Chaplet, he needs a big score. Let's see what he can do. Charlie Chaplet sets it up. Bam, goes up and over. And I tell you what, Charlie Chaplet, that could be super close. Let's see what Urunga's going to do. And you can see him looking back at the judges thinking, well, what's going to happen after, someone rides on the back of me like that? It's not only illegal in competition, but, it's just illegal in general. You can't do that to another man. Well, it looks like an interference is going to come through. And, yeah, it is going to go against Diego Sequeira. It's a paddling interference, so it's not a riding interference. Of course, they never got onto the wave, but yeah, it's definitely a paddling interference, and it definitely is black on red. So that's bad luck for Diego Sequeira, who has really surfed well here, and he's going to go out of the competition on an interference, on an infringement like that. So Sequeira moves down into fourth spot, now chasing with 1 minute remaining. He needs 9.25. Yeah, well, 60 seconds on the clock, and, Diego Sequeira, 9.25. No one's got a score like that throughout the whole contest. So, the chances of that happening are, pretty slim. Charlie Chaplet, his last wave, 6.5. Here he goes now, looking for 5.51. Chaplet not going to get it on that one. He ducks out, tries to get himself back out into the lineup for one of the best Frenchmen on the circuit. He lives, of course, hails from Reunion Island. Charlie Chaplet, little wave on the inside. He had a sniff at it, didn't like the smell. 20 seconds remaining. Alex Uranga sitting in second, and Fabio Rodriguez, a.k.a. Mr. Flip, looks like he's going to take this heat. Counting down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. You can see that bike out the back just waving to everyone. What's he doing out there? That's a cracker. What is all that guy swimming in the lineup? How funny is that? There he goes. He's gone again. He's just he's a merman. Yep. And he needs to breathe there. He's not a merman at all. He's a human. That's funny. Okay, well, in the end, it was Fabio Rodriguez in first place. Alex Uranga moving on into the next round of competition, which, by the way, is man-on-man. Will be surfed tomorrow. Charlie Chaplet eliminated here from the competition, as did Diego Sequeira from Brazil. In the black, he got a paddling interference on Uranga, and boom, he's out of the contest. Well, Stephanie's just going to head on down and talk with Fabio Rodriguez. And we'll just wait for the call from the producers, and we'll throw down to her. So, meantime, Huda just went in the background. This is going to be a great heat. Heat number 3, Eda Luciano. The 3 guys from Brazil, Eda Luciano in red, Roberto Bruno in the white, and Sergio Luis in yellow, taking on the lone Puerto Rican Jorge Colomier from Puerto Rico, is in the black singlet. Okay, well, we're just waiting for these guys to open up their account here in the current heat in the water. And Fabio Rodriguez took that heat ahead of Alex Uranga, Charlie Chaplet in third, Dan Sequeira in fourth. But what was I saying? Completely lost all train of thought. That's a very, very familiar scene out here at Copacabana, folks. You see that walking past every couple of seconds. Okay, now we got some action in this heat, and that is Eda Luciano. He is, big, tall fellow from Brazil. always very proficient in small waves. Ed Luciano is incredible because he's such a big man and he surfs small waves so well. It's incredible. So once again, we're going to have Stephanie is going to be doing the interviews with the winner. She's going to speak with Fabio Rodriguez soon, and I've got my mate Malik here, and Malik is going to basically, when she's talking, we're going to be off mic while she talks, and then Malik is going to kind of give me like a rough translation, and then I'm going to come back and tell you what they said. That's our plan at the moment. So not a lot of English-speaking people have been sending messages through on the message board. Get on there, tickle the keys, and please send me some little funny... Look, there's the hat seller. See that guy there, Malik? I'm going to catch up with him later. I want to get one of those hats. They're pretty cool. Oh, I wouldn't mind buying one of those as well. Okay, well, first wave scores for red is a 5.5. And first of yellow, 5.0. Just 2 waves locked into the scoreboard so far. So such a beautiful place here in Rio de Janeiro. It really is one of the greatest cities in the world, Rio de Janeiro. It's unbelievable. It's got such a long, rich history. And tonight there's a big party on with the mayor, the major, as they call him around here. He's the major political figure for Rio de Janeiro. He's going to be putting on a party for some of the sport's best legends of bodyboarding. Speaking of legends, Roberto Bruno, nice combination for the rider in the white singlet. So we're just waiting for Fabio Rodriguez to make his way down there. Have a bit of a talk with Stephanie. We'll have our live interviews. Here's Jorge Colimer. And you can see that crazy little facial hair that Jorge's got going. He's got a crazy little beard sort of on the... It looks like Wolverine's crazy cousin. No? Okay. Okay, first wave scores coming through. First of red, 5.5. First of white, 4.5. And first of white, 4.5. First of yellow, 5.0. First of black for Jorge Colomer, 2.25. Once again, Eda Luciano. Roll. To roll. And ducks out. Just the 2 maneuvers. So, well, cameraman, he likes it down there, doesn't he? And I don't blame him. Because, you know, this is what Copacabana is famous for. Beautiful girls with skimpy little bikinis on. Muy bonito. Muito bonito. Yeah, well, we've got a lot of people online, including a friend of mine from Redhead who's watching online as well and loving the action, so keep it locked on. Red Dog's online. He says we have a Copacabana in Australia. We do have a Copacabana in Australia. I remember the song. It's at the Copacabana, the hottest spot south of Avoca. Yeah, really cool. Roberto Bruno is the best, according to Carlos Becerra. He loves Roberto Bruno's style. And Red Dog pointing something out that's quite obvious. Thanks, mate. Oh yeah. Hey, look at that guy. He's got a big, he's got a big American greenback. He's trying to sell it. Look, take that. He said you can cash that at the bank. Lady said, "Get out of here. Go on your bike, you cheeky little bugger." All right, well, we're down to, what are we down to? It's minutes remaining, 18 minutes. These are 25-minute heats, round number 8. You are watching Heat 3, round 8, live from Copacabana, Rio de Janeiro for the Rio Bodyboard International 2013. Right now, it's Roberto Bruno in the lead with a 5 and a 4.5. And Luciano from Brazil, sitting in second, needing 4.0. Rojo needing a 4.0 to go to second. This is Lewis. Oh, my goodness, that was really good. Can he come out? He does. And, you know, that was a really good move. How's the attitude? Look, he's just looking back towards the shore saying, yeah, cool. Happy with that. Very happy. So, Sergio Lewis busting a nice move. That's going to be one of the better waves of the heat, I reckon. So, Sergio, he just looked back and made sure that his girlfriend was looking. And we'll just wait for that score to come through. Alessandro Fonseca saying that it's a pity 2 weeks ago they had a great swell in Copacabana, but you know, these guys rocks in any conditions. You're dead right. And have a look at that. That was a nice air roll there from Jorge Colima. So really good stuff, guys. Having a nice little battle out the front here at the moment. Scores coming through for Colima, 4.0 last to black. We've got good scores dropping for Lewis and also Luciano. All right, there's last of yellow. Sergio Lewis 6.5. He's in the lead. Luciano 5.75 rather. So Luciano 5.75, sitting in second. Roberto Bruno sits in third, needing 6.25, and Jorge Colima looking for 7.25. Okay, well, according to rumours, we do have Stephanie down there that's going to do an interview with the previous winner of the heat. Stephanie, we're going to throw it to you with, it looks like Fabio Rodriguez. Take it away. Well, thank you very much, Stephanie. That was fantastic there. And you could just see, Stephanie, basically what Fabio Rodriguez was saying was that he is Mr. Flip. He loves to do the backflips, and he really enjoyed himself in that heat. And he's looking forward to going man-on-man tomorrow. That's pretty much it in a nutshell. I don't speak Portuguese, but I'm pretty sure that that's what they were talking about. And great job from Stephanie. Doesn't she look fantastic on camera? Rightio, back to the action, and once again, Sergio Lewis, well, unsuccessfully trying to bust off that end section. He is in the lead, the yellow first, red second. Roberto Bruno is up and into this one. Roberto gets a little run through the inside. Nah, that one just kind of crumbled, didn't it? Didn't open up into a kind of a barrel we wanted to roll through. To Luciano. Also opting out of that one, Jorge Colima, I should say, is from Puerto Rico. He's wearing the black singlet. He's been absolutely blazing over the last couple of years. We all love Jorge Colima. He's such a cool guy. And when he does that dance, you know, the Colima dance, that's so funny. Here goes Jorge now. No, he doesn't like the look at that one. He needs a 7.25. Jorge is going to have to wait for something with quality. Roberto Bruno netting 6.25. So both those guys, Bruno and Collimer, looking for something substantial to try and get through these heats. Ed Luciano is in second spot, netting 5.76 to go into the lead. And it looks like Sergio Lewis currently holding down first position in this one. Yeah, a lot of people online enjoying the webcast, including Cristiano Monterio. So, hey Cristiano, hope you're enjoying it. Rosalie is online. Renato, Wagner, Leo Russian is also watching this wonderful little webcast live from Copacabana. As is Rednut, my mate down there in Porto Escondido, been surfing La Punta. Whoa, that sounds awesome. Rednut, it's like a beer nut, you know, with the red shell, a little bit like that. And Juan Santos, g'day buddy. Hope you're still awake. Give yourself a little poke in the ribs. Maybe drink a Red Bull. Try and stay, hang around for the webcast, mate. There's lots of action coming your way in the next seat. Let's have a look at that one. Amore Devine, Paula Barcelos, Lucas Noguera, and Aliton Neto will be out there, and you can see the crowd. Little crowd just cruising around. That guy's just walking around with an esky, and he sells drinks out of that. And there's another guy, little beach seller. He looks like he's collecting cans. Everybody's got a gig here in Copacabana. Well, Steve Action Jackson, been missing for over an hour now. Hopefully he'll be back soon. I'm going to get back to my normal role as technical director for the competition. Maybe jump on and do a bit of beach commentary for some of the English-speaking heats. Let's have a look at what heat that I could commentate. Heat 5 is Hubbard, Jeff Hubbard, Aaron Cabrera, Israel, Eduardo, and Rafael Paez. No, I won't do that one. Heat 6, Magno Passos, GT, Costa, Villar. No, don't need to do that. That's pretty much just all Brazilian. The next one, heat number 7, Pierre-Louis Costes, Brahim Idris, Matis Costa, and Ricardo Ramos. They all understand Spanish and Portuguese. I'll be okay. Heat 8, Uri Valadeo, Nick Omrod. There's a little Aussie guy. I could probably jump in on Heat 8, help out Nick Omrod, because these guys do struggle a bit with the accent sometimes, with the scores and stuff. Gabriel Brantes and Alan Munoz will be in that one as well. And that will pretty much conclude the 8th round of competition here at Copacabana. We're going to get into what is going to be a massive weekend of competition here, folks, at the Rio Bodyboard International. We're down to around about just over 9 minutes left on the clock. It's Sergio Lewis in yellow, sitting in first. You can see Sergio. Look at them, they're all on screen. It looks like a little handful of Skittles. You could throw a blanket over the lot of them. I've got lots more cliches. I'm going to save them for later and pass you over to Steve Action Jackson. He's had 3 heats off. He must have had a good little rest. He's enjoyed himself. He had a nice little lunch. He's pumped in a couple of coffees just to get himself through the afternoon. And he's coming up next here, folks, at the Rio Bodyboarding International. I'm Terry McKenna. I'll be back a little later on today. Thank you.
All right, back in the booth. Action Jackson coming at you with 8 minutes remaining in this heat right now. This is Heat 3, Round 8 of the Men's Pro Division. Currently in the lead, Sergio Luis in the yellow jersey, sitting on an 11.5 combined score. In second, Eder Luciano with a combined 11.25. He's holding on to that second and advancing spot. Meanwhile, Alberto Bruno needing a 5.66 to move out of third spot into that second position. And Jorge Colomer from Puerto Rico sitting in fourth position. He is chasing a 7.25. Bear with me, folks, as I get my bearings, jumping back here in the booth after a few heats off. Again, big thanks to Terry McKenna for covering the commentary for me while I took a little time off to run back to the apartment and take care of a few things, then grab lunch and all that good stuff. Now back on the air in here for the long haul. We have the second half of Round 8 still to come, as well as Round 5 of the women's later today. And that will wrap up competition for the day. But again, right now we are in Heat 3, Round 8, here at Day 4 of Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. And up and riding on that left-hander in the black jersey, that was Jorge Colomer from Puerto Rico. Meanwhile, up and riding, Eder Luciano in the red jersey, currently sitting in that second spot, looking to firm up his advancing position. He currently has an 11.25 combined score. But again, in the lead right now, Sergio Luis in the yellow jersey. 11.50 combined score, waiting for scores to drop. And Eder Luciano with a 5.90 on that last wave. Situation change out in the water. Less than 5.5 minutes remaining. Luciano to first. Luis bumped down to second. Alberto Bruno in the third spot needs a 5.91. Jorge Colomer sitting in the fourth spot. The Puerto Rican in need of a 7.50 or better at this point. 5 minutes remaining. .425 remaining, and the situation out in the water. Luciano in red has the lead. Luis in yellow currently sitting second. Bruno in third in the white jersey, chasing a 5.91. And in the black jersey from Puerto Rico, Jorge Colomer, he is looking for a 7.50 or better at the moment. We are under 4 minutes remaining here in Heat 3, Round 8 of the Men's Pro Division. Coming up next, we are going to see Amaury Laverne, the 2010 World Champion from Reunion Island, going up against the 2000 World Champ from here in Brazil, Paulo Barcelos. They will be joined out in the water by Lucas Nogueira and Ailton Neto, who survived competition yesterday, advanced through their earlier heat today. So they will be appearing here in Round 8 coming up next. Meanwhile, up and riding, Eder Luciano in the red jersey. Nice roll, another nice roll. Good arm extension. Solid maneuvering from Eder Luciano, looking to solidify his hold on that top spot with 3 minutes remaining. Again, right now, Eder Luciano currently sitting in that top spot. He will score a 4.75. That will not really improve his overall combined score. He is currently sitting on high scores of 5.75 and 5.9 for the Heat. That has him in the top spot. He is followed by Sergio Luis, who is looking at a 5.0 and 6.5 for a combined 11.50. Currently in third, Oberto Bruno with the 5.5 and a 5.6. He is in need of a 5.91. There you can see Bruno in the white jersey paddling for this one. Takes a look, dropping in on the left, down the line, gets around the section, going for the flip off of the end section there, gets it around clean, goes for a little roll in the white water for good measure, and the spin on the inside. I don't know if those inside maneuvers will be counted, but he will be scored on the flip, and a 4.25. That is not the score he is looking for. He's still chasing a 5.91. Oberto Bruno remains in third position, and currently in the fourth position in the black jersey, Jorge Colomer from Puerto Rico. He's currently chasing a 7.50, less than 2 minutes remaining. It's Luciano in the lead. Luis in second. Bruno in third, chasing a 5.91. Jorge Colomer looking for a 7.50. And here, Eder Luciano up and riding again. A nice roll. Gets around the section, looking for another section. Goes into the air roll spin, unable to complete that secondary maneuver. That will not affect his overall combined score, and he remains in the top spot. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. And there you can see in black Jorge Colomer. He is desperately in need of a 7.50 right now. He sits in the fourth position, 1 minute, 20 seconds remaining. Jorge takes a look at that one and then backs off. That one was not going to line up in his favor, so he paddles back out. Again, 1 minute remaining. Jorge Colomer looking for a 7.50, sitting in that fourth spot. In white, currently residing in the third position, Oberto Bruno needs a 5.91 if he's going to move up into that second spot, bump out Sergio Luis, and advance out of this heat. 50 seconds remaining. Eder Luciano in the lead. Sergio Luis currently sitting in that second spot, trying to fend off Oberto Bruno. Oberto Bruno up and riding with a spin off the top, combos it with the roll, still going, looking for another section, driving, still down the line, gets another roll. So 3 maneuvers on that one. There you can see the claim, a very clean projected air roll off of that end section. We'll see if that gives Oberto Bruno the 5.91 or better he needs. 25 seconds remaining, waiting for the score to drop from the judges. Will it be Bruno or Luis in that second spot advancing out? Counting down. 15 seconds left, waiting for the score. Also, Jorge Colomer with a wave. It did not look like it was going to be enough. Counting down, 7 seconds, waiting. Will it be Oberto Bruno or Sergio Luis for that second spot? Time has expired. Still waiting for the score to drop from the judges. And waiting, 6.25. There you have it, 6.25 on that last wave for Oberto Bruno. That moves him all the way up to the top spot, bumps Eder Luciano to second, and knocks Sergio Luis out of the heat. So again, Bruno, last-minute heroics, moves into the top spot. Luciano holds on for second, Luis to third, Colomer fourth. It is Bruno and Luciano that will advance out of that heat. All right, folks, so trying to catch my breath from that one, and my voice almost completely collapsed and gave out on me there. But Oberto Bruno, with the last-second heroics, pulls out a 6.65 to move from third to the top spot, bumps Eder Luciano down to second, who holds on to advance out of that heat. And it was Sergio Luis getting knocked out of that advancing spot down to third. Oberto Bruno, Eder Luciano advancing out of that last heat. Meanwhile, we are now underway here in Heat 4, Round 8 in the water right now in the red jersey. Amaury Laverne In the white jersey, Paulo Barcelos. In yellow, Lucas Nogueira. And in black, Ailton Neto. So we have the 2010 world champion, Amari Laverne, the 2000 world champion, Paulo Barcelos, and Lucas Nogueira and Ailton Neto, who both have advanced through previous heats to get here to round 8. Playing with the big boys. This is where things get serious. You've got world champions, top-ranked riders, and these guys have been working their tails off to advance through competition. Nogueira, Nelton, making it through yesterday's heats, this morning's heat as well. Here they are, round 8. And up and riding, yellow, Lucas Nogueira with the roll on that left-hander. Not a lot to work with on that one, but Nogueira making the best of it. That will get him on the board here in the early going of this 25-minute heat. Again, top 2 waves count. Top 2 riders will advance on to tomorrow's competition. And up and riding, Amaury Laverne, the 2010 world champ from Reunion Island, banking the reverse off the end section. Haven't seen too many of those. A nice, clean, fluid bank reverse off of that end section from the former world champion. And here we go. Lucas Nogueira up and riding on this right-hander. Throws into a forward spin off the top. Resets his line. Hits the roll off the oncoming end section. And there he goes. Lucas Nogueira. 50 Cent, the Brazilian 50 Cent, on the board with his first 2 waves. That will put him into the early lead here with about 22 minutes remaining. There in black, Ailton Neto going for the roll. Lands off the back. Incomplete maneuver. And there you can see Paulo Barcelos, the 2000 world champ, putting together a nice little spin roll combination on that little right-hander. All right, so that was Lucas Nogueira on that one. I have just been informed we are going to go down to the beach for an interview with the heat winner, so stand by for that. Hello? Meanwhile, up and riding in the red jersey, Amaury Laverne on the left-hander starts off with a nice little roll, cut to stay with the wave. Still cutting, looking to set up an oncoming section, and there he has the roll onto the beach. So Amaury Laverne making the best of these small, challenging conditions, and there in black, Ailton Neto with a nice reverse 360 on the left, still going down the line, and there you can see him completing that wave. So a quick wave exchange from black and red, the Brazilian Neto and Amaury Laverne from Reunion Island. Just waiting for some scores to register. We're coming down to the 20-minute mark, still in the early going here of this 25-minute heat. There you can see out in the water, Paulo Barcelos, the former world champion, he's sitting on a 3.25 and a 4.0 right now, but up and riding Lucas Nogueira on the left-hander. He's going to cut out of that as it's not lining up in his favor. He decides he'll paddle back out and look for another. He's sitting on a 4.50 and a 5.75 so far. Lucas Nogueira in the lead right now in this heat. He is followed by Amaury Laverne from Reunion Island, who has a 3.75 and a 4.0. Barcelos currently sitting third, needs a 3.75 to improve his position. Meanwhile, in black, Elton Neto, there you can see out in the water, needing a 3.25. Not a big score, just needs a clean ride, and he could very well shuffle the standings right now, coming down to the 19-minute mark. And there you can see Amaury Laverne paddling for this one, taking a look at the left, takes off, driving down the line, looking for some speed, punches the air roll spin through the lip, gets it around clean, comes out of the white water. That will be a solid score for Amaury. And while he paddles back out, we are going to throw down to the beach for that interview that's coming up. We're going to join Stephanie down on the beach for an interview with the previous heat winner.
Eu tô aqui com o Roberto Bruno, um atleta do Ceará. Ele virou a bateria nos minutos finais. Conta pra gente como é que foi essa virada espetacular.
A bateria é super disputada, o mar tem poucas ondas, os atletas estão fazendo de tudo para conseguirem ter a posse das ondas que aparecem. Foi muito complicado, no final eu estava precisando de uma nota, de uma onda boa. Consegui ganhar a disputa de onda e fiz o que a onda pediu, virei a bateria e estou super feliz de ter conseguido passar nessa bateria. O importante era passar, fosse em primeiro ou em segundo. E passei com um grande amigo meu camarada mesmo, o Éder Luciano, então era tudo que eu queria. Só posso agradecer a Deus.
Parabéns, Roberto. E conta pra gente como é que você está saindo aqui no Rio de Janeiro. Você está gostando do campeonato, da cidade maravilhosa, a estrutura do campeonato?
A estrutura tá animal, né? A estrutura é linda mesmo, digna de um campeonato mundial. A premiação também tá excelente. Acho que prova disso é que a gente tem alguns dos maiores nomes do bodyboard mundial aqui, disputando esse dinheiro, tentando correr atrás dessa pontuação também. Então acho que a organização está de parabéns, os atletas estão se esforçando para fazer o melhor dentro da água. Como eu já falei, a gente não tem boas ondas, mas acho que a gente não pode querer tudo de uma vez. Acho que o primeiro passo foi dado, o bodyboard mundial voltando aqui pro Rio, que é o celeiro do bodyboard brasileiro, né? Revelou grandes talentos do bodyboard brasileiro e para o mundo também. Então acho que a gente só tem a agradecer e fazer a nossa parte.
Obrigada, Roberto. Boa sorte nas próximas baterias. E manda uma mensagem para a galera de casa, da internet, que está assistindo ao vivo.
Mandar um abraço para todo mundo que torceu por mim. Mandar um beijo para minha esposa, Dalete, eu te amo. Dar um beijo no Arthur aí também, para mim. Fé em Deus sempre, galera. Vamos que vamos. Vamos ver o que dá.
Obrigada, Roberto. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Stephanie, and thank you, Alberto Bruno. For those of you who don't understand Portuguese, Alberto Bruno was basically saying he was very happy and excited to make it through that heat and to get the two waves that he needed at the end there to move him into the top spot and for him and Eder Luciano to advance out. Also, very excited about this event. He's looking forward to trying to win some of that prize money. Excited to see bodyboarding back here in Rio, as well as sending out hugs and kisses to his wife, and thanks to his family. Also, hugs and kisses to his son. So Alberto Bruno, very excited, very happy right now. And thank you to Stephanie for bringing us the on-beach interview. And I appreciate the help with translating. I speak a little Portuguese. I still have a long way to go. So the Portuguese broadcasters helping me to translate. Also, everybody very understanding, patient, cooperative with me trying to learn and stumble and speak through Portuguese right now. While we were away at that interview, we had some wave exchange out in the water. The big news, situation change out in the water. Amaury Laverne with a 5.60 on his last wave has moved into the top spot. He currently sits in first place on the strength of a 5.60 and a 7.40. That moved him ahead of Lucas Nogueira, who now is in the second spot. He's still in advancement position with a 10.25 combined score to his name. Right now, Paulo Barcelos sits in third. He needs a 4.50 or better. And in the fourth position, Ailton Neto chasing a 5.51. We have just under 15 minutes remaining in this 25-minute heat. And that is the situation out in the water here in Heat 4, Round 8. Laverne first, Nogueira second, Barcelos third, and Neto fourth. This is day 4 of competition here at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. All right, with 13 minutes remaining, I'm Steve Action Jackson coming to you live from Posto Cinco in Copacabana for Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. While I was away from the mic, an interference called black on white, so black's fourth wave, an interference. No score for black on that one. Again, interference. Ailton Neto against Paulo Barcelos, so Neto penalized. He follows that up with a 4.50, but that cuts his first score of 4.50 in half. That will have him in fourth position. That's going to kind of handicap him, for lack of better phrasing, for the remainder of this heat. 12:30 remaining, halfway through this heat. It's Amaury Laverne in first, Lucas Nogueira second, Paulo Barcelos third, chasing a 4.50, and now Ailton Neto, with that interference call, is in the fourth position. He needs a 7.87 or better. And there you can see a shot down at Posto Seix by Fort Copacabana. And here, up and riding, Lucas Nogueira, a big flip off that end section, gets it around, clean landing. That should be a solid score for Lucas Nogueira on that one. Meanwhile, out the back, Amaury Laverne, up and riding on this left, going for the air roll spin off of the end section and unable to complete the maneuver. Amaury having a little difficulty with that one. He will be scored an incomplete maneuver on that one. Meanwhile, waiting for scores from Lucas Nogueira, a 5.15 on that flip. So that will be his new high secondary score. That will improve his combined overall score to 10.90. He still resides in that second and advancing spot. Meanwhile, Paulo Barcelos now chasing a 5.16, and Ailton Neto looking for an 8.52. There you can see Barcelos taking off on that one. Not really lining up, so he's going to duck out and look for another one. We have just under 11 minutes remaining, and there you can see black Ailton Neto rolling off that section as the backwash hits it, throws him up in the air, gives him a little more projection, tries to combo it there at the end. An incomplete maneuver on that last maneuver, but he will be scored on that initial roll. We'll wait for the score to drop on that. And it looks like he will get a decent score out of that nonetheless, even with the difficulty at the end. It looks like he will score somewhere in the 5 or 5.25 range, 5.15 from the judges. And there you have it. So Ailton Neto still in fourth position, chasing an 8.32. Paulo Barcelos in third, chasing a 5.16. It is currently Lucas Nogueira sitting in that second and advancing spot, and Amaury Laverne leading the heat with 10 minutes left. Nine and a half minutes remaining, and situation remains the same out in the water. Amaury Laverne in first, Lucas Nogueira in that second and advancing spot, and Paulo Barcelos currently in third, chasing a 5.16. Ailton Neto with the interference is in fourth place. Here he is up and riding. He's chasing an 8.32. He's got his work cut out for him if he's going to overcome that interference. And there you can see Paulo Barcelos on that wave. So quick wave exchange between black and white. We'll see how that shakes out with the judges. And it looks like I have my usual partner in crime for commentary hitting me up, a little IMing going on Facebook while giving you the webcast. Big shout out to Manny Vargas. Thanks for tuning in. I appreciate the feedback, brother. Always good to hear from you. There you can see scores dropping. Paulo Barcelos looking at a pretty decent score. This may very well replace that 4.0. Yes, a 5.30 for his last wave, Paulo Barcelos. That is enough for a situation change out in the water. Paulo Barcelos, the 2000 world champion, now moves into second position, dropping Lucas Nogueira down to third. Nogueira now in need of a 5.30 if he's going to reclaim that second spot. Coming down to 8 minutes remaining in the heat, and right now it's the former world champions, 2010 world champ Amaury Laverne in first, 2000 world champ Paulo Barcelos sitting in that second and advancing spot. And right now, Lucas Nogueira and Ailton Neto on the outside looking in. We have 7:15 remaining in this heat, and if you missed the previous call, again, Amaury Laverne in first, but then it was Paulo Barcelos moving up into the second spot on the strength of his 5.30. That pushes Nogueira down to the third position. He is in need of a 5.30 now, and there you can see a little paddle battle between Amaury Laverne and Lucas Nogueira, and no takers on that wave after all that work. So again, Barcelos moving into the second position, bumping Lucas Nogueira down to the third spot, who is now seeking a 5.30. And in the fourth spot, Ailton Neto, he received an interference for a paddle interference on Paulo Barcelos. He is now dealing with having his secondary score cut in half and trying to chase down an 8.47 at the moment. 6:20 remaining. My name is Steve Action Jackson. I'm bringing you the live English commentary here on day 4 at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. Real quick, I'd like to thank our sponsors for the event, Void Rider Bodyboards, the state government of Rio, and I will get back to that in a moment. Up and riding Amaury Laverne on that. Lucas Nogueira looked like on the left-hander, so a split wave there. Laverne on the right, Nogueira on the left. We will wait for that to get sorted out from the judges. While they do that, again, back to the sponsors. I'd also like to thank Rio Tour, Kidalguinho, YouTube, as well as the supervising and producing bodies for this event, the Brazilian Bodyboarding Confederation, Rio Bodyboarding Federation, and Adding Sports and Entertainment. Big thanks to them. They made this event possible. Without them, there would be no Rio Bodyboarding International. This is actually the first time in about 12 years that there has been a professional event held here in Rio. And I know a lot of the Brazilians, especially the local guys, extremely excited to have this event here. And I can tell you, I am very excited to be here as a part of this event. I only live a few blocks down the street. This is my home spot when I'm here in Brazil, which I've been staying here for a good 6 months at a time for the last few years. And to have this collection of talent here and the international spotlight on this event for 5 or 6 days means a lot to a lot of people, and I'm very proud to be a part of this. Out in the water, just under 5 minutes remaining, and Nogueira, situation change. Nogueira with a 6.75 on his last wave. That's enough to move him back into that second spot, bumping former world champion Paulo Barcelos down to the third spot. Paulo now chasing a 6.75 or better to get that second spot back and advance out of this heat to survive for tomorrow's competition. And meanwhile, again, Ailton Neto, he is in a hole. He's sitting in fourth. He has an interference to his name, and now he needs a 9.92, getting very close to the border of that territory nobody likes to venture into, known as Combination Land. Meanwhile, Paulo Barcelos up and riding on this one. Drives around the section, goes for the roll off of the oncoming closeout, and unable to complete the maneuver. That will not help his cause any. 4 minutes remaining. Paulo Barcelos needs a 6.75 to get back into that second and advancing spot. Time counting down under 4 minutes. It's Laverne and Nogueira in the advancing spots. Since we've got a couple of world champions out here in the water right now, with about 3.5 minutes remaining, one of them being 2000 world champ from here in Brazil, Paulo Barcelos, don't forget to join us tonight. If you're in Copacabana, anywhere near Avenida Atlantica, be sure to join us at Café Del Mar. We will be holding a ceremony celebrating all of the Brazilian bodyboarding world champions. For the first time ever, the Brazilian bodyboarding world champions will be celebrated here in Brazil. We are also expecting a visit from the mayor of Rio. So a little bit of bodyboarding history going down tonight. I am going to do my best to be there. It starts at 11, a little past my bedtime. I am an old man. I get up at, ungodly hours in the morning and then go to sleep pretty early. But I am going to try and stay up tonight, cruise the event, take some pictures with my little point-and-shoot Fuji camera, and I'll try and post those up on Facebook for everybody to see. But like I said, a little bit of history tonight. Brazilian champions being recognized. We've got just about everybody. I think the only ones that weren't able to make it here for the event were Daniela Freitas, who's in Hawaii, and Stephanie Pedersen, who is currently residing in Australia. Other than that, I'm pretty sure we have all of the previous Brazilian world champions present for this evening, including the two biggest names in Brazilian bodyboarding history, Guilherme Tamega, the 6-time world champ, and 5-time women's world champ, Neymar Carvalho, who was here in the booth with me earlier today. We will see them tonight. We'll also see Neymar coming up next in round 5 of the women's. When we conclude round 8 of the men's, again, we'll be going into round 5, which will be a non-elimination heat. First place goes to round 7. Second, third, and fourth, they will have to battle it out in round 6. So win the heat, you get to take a heat off. If you don't win the heat, you've got more work to do ahead of you right away. Well, not right away, but the next morning. But you get the point. We have 120 remaining in the water, and the situation remains the same. Right now, Anne-Marie Laverne sitting in the first spot. Lucas Nogueira currently in that second and advancing spot. Paulo Barcelos chasing a 6.75 to get out of third back into second. And right now, Ailton Neto with that interference chasing a 9.92. Time running down, just under a minute remaining. Things don't look so hot for Ailton. He's given it a good effort, but again, that interference cutting his secondary score in half, really making life difficult for him. And Paulo Barcelos still has some time, 45 seconds. He needs something to come his way, though. He's sitting in that third spot wearing the white jersey. He needs a 6.75. With 30 seconds remaining. And there you can see out in the water, Elton Neto in the black. In yellow, Lucas Nogueira currently sitting in that second spot, looking to hold on to that. Up and riding, Amaury Laverne one more time around out in the water, and he will kick out of that. 15 seconds remaining, and it looks like this heat is just about done. It's going to be Amaury Laverne and Lucas Nogueira advancing out. 5 seconds remaining. And, up and riding, Elton Neto just playing around, going for hand drag spinners in the small, sloppy conditions here at Posto Cinco in Copacabana. Again, the way is very challenging today. We've been hearing a lot of talk from a lot of the pros and some of the event staff about a swell supposed to start filling in this afternoon and filling in for Saturday and Sunday. So far, have not really seen anything. If anything, it looks like the surf has dropped a little bit. So small, challenging conditions with shifting winds. We've had winds side on, side offshore. Definitely making things challenging for our riders out there, but this is part of being a well-rounded professional bodyboarder, being able to contend in the small stuff as well as the big stuff. If anything, a lot of times the smaller waves are more challenging because there's not as much power, and you really have to have the mechanics of your maneuvers down, or else they're not going to score as highly, because if you're not landing clean, you're not performing them clean, not getting the rotations on your maneuvers, the judges are not going to reward you for them. But with that said, we are underway. Heat 5, round 8, day 4 of competition here at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. Right now, out in the water in red, Jeff Hubbard. In the white jersey, Aram Cabrera. In yellow, Israel Eduardo. And in black, we have Rafael Paish. And there you can see Israel Eduardo getting down to work right away. Going for the spin roll combo, unable to complete the roll. He presses the eject button, and that's all he wrote on that one. So he gets on the board first. Now Aaron Cabrera in the white jersey up and riding on the small left. A couple of spins tied together. Combos it with the roll on the inside. So Eduardo Cabrera, first two on the board, waiting to hear from Jeff Hubbard and Rafael Paish. Again, we are in the opening moments of this 25-minute heat. Heat 5, round 8, day 4 of competition here at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. Top 2 waves will be scored for the riders out in the water. Top 2 riders at the end of this heat will advance on to the next round. And there in yellow, Israel Eduardo wasting no time getting his second wave under his belt. Going for the flip on that one. And a quick wave there, but Israel Eduardo right off the bat, 2 waves before Jeff Hubbard and Rafael Paish have even gotten on the board. 4.50 for Aaron Cabrera on his opening ride. A couple of spins and a roll comboed together. So 23 minutes remaining. There's the situation out in the water right now. Eduardo with the early lead. Cabrera in second. Hubbard and Paish yet to get on the board. And here we go with Jeff Hubbard up and riding on his first wave of the day. Throws into a forward spin, resets his line, drops in, driving for some speed. Gets the roll off the end section, so Jeff Hubbard gets on the board with a smooth, clean spin roll combination. That'll get him on the board. Won't be one of the highest scores, but it's definitely a good starting point for the 2-time world champion. There you have it, a 4.0 opening score for Jeff Hubbard. That will get him going. He can build on that. Now he is out there. He will be looking for a secondary score to build upon out in the water with about 22 minutes remaining. And up and riding, Aaron Cabrera on the left, throws into a quick little spin, combos it with the roll, and then ducks out. That's all that wave was really offering up. So Cabrera on the board with his second wave. He had a 4.50, looking for this score to go along with that. Waiting for it to register from the judges. Again, currently out in the water, Israel Eduardo with a 2.5 and a 3.75 so far for the early lead. 21 minutes left in this heat. An incomplete maneuver for Rafael Paish on his first wave. Jeff Hubbard with a 4.0 on his first wave. And there you see Israel Eduardo with the redirect. Not much there to work with. Rafael Paish on this one. Not much to work with as well as he ducks out. So a couple of waves exchanged there from white and black. Eduardo as well real quick. And meanwhile, Jeff Hubbard out in the water, being patient, biding his time. There's a reason why he has 2 world titles under his belt, as well as recently clinching his 9th U.S. national title. He just came here from New Jersey where he competed at the Jenks Pro. He won the men's pro division this year. He is now a 9-time U.S. national champion. That passes Mike Stewart for most U.S. titles in bodyboarding history. So Jeff Hubbard adding a little bit more to his storied legacy. He is out in the water right now sitting on a 4.0 looking for a backup score. We are counting down to the 19-minute mark in this heat, and currently it is Aaron Cabrera in the lead with a 4.50 and a 4.15. Up and riding, Rafael Paish gets a nice roll off that section, combos it with another roll, and then the wave shuts down on him. That will be a decent score for Rafael. He currently has a 1.0 and a 3.65. That should definitely get rid of that 1.0 to help improve his overall score. He currently sits in that third spot. He only needed a 2.61 to move into second. That should very well accomplish that. Meanwhile, up and riding, Aaron Cabrera on the white jersey. On the left, down the line, hits the flip, and it's a completed maneuver. That should be a good score for Aram. There you can see some of the girls cruising the beach. Like I said, another beautiful beach day here in Copacabana. Everybody kind of cruising around, checking out the competition on the beach, soaking up the sun, having a good time. And meanwhile, out in the water, Rafael Paish with another wave. That one will be an incomplete maneuver. Still waiting for his previous score to register with the judges. And Jeff Hubbard got on the board with a 4.50. That moves him into the second spot. His last wave, though, not much of a ride there. And now situation change. Hubbard back down to third. And Israel Eduardo to the top spot with a 6.0 on his last wave. So real quick, just a rundown of what we've got situation-wise, score-wise. We have Israel Eduardo in the top spot with a 3.75 and 6.0 for combined 9.75. In white, Aaron Cabrera has a 4.50 and a 5.15 to sit in second. In third, Rafael Paish with a 3.65 and a 5.4. And in the fourth spot, Jeff Hubbard has a 4 and a 4.5. Right now, Paish needs a 4.25 to move into that second spot. Jeff Hubbard on the hunt for a 5.16. Just under 17 minutes remaining in this heat. And there you can see a little bit of a paddle battle. It ends up being Aaron Cabrera taking off, gets the roll on the right, and then the wave shuts down. Not much there to work with. He will duck under, paddle back out, and scores dropping. He will get a 3.65 for that wave. That will not improve his overall score any. Meanwhile, up and riding, Jeff Hubbard down the line, air roll spin, clean execution, clean landing, and he will paddle back out. That will be a good score for Jeff. And Jeff Hubbard scores a 5.55 on that last wave. That's good enough for his new high score. He combines that with a 4.5 for a total of 10.05. And that changes the situation out in the water as Jeff Hubbard moves to the top of the pack there. In first place right now with under 16 minutes remaining. Jeff Hubbard sitting in first place, 10.05 combined score. Comes Israel Eduardo down to second, and in third, Aaron Cabrera. He is now chasing a 4.61. And in the fourth position, Rafael Paes. He is in need of a 4.36. And Israel Eduardo up and riding on this one. Kicks into a little left-hander. Drives down the line. Goes for an aerial spin. Clean execution. Lands on the whitewater for a smooth transition. Tries to combo it with the roll there at the end. So a nice wave there for Israel Eduardo. He will get a 5.25 from the judges. That is enough to move him back into the top spot ahead of Jeff Hubbard. 14.25 remaining in this heat, and we have a situation change. Israel Eduardo in the yellow jersey from Brazil moves ahead of Jeff Hubbard, bumping him down to that second spot. Jeff still in advancing position, and in third place right now, Aaron Cabrera from the Canary Islands. He is in need of a 4.91, and Rafael Paes in the black jersey from Brazil is chasing a 4.66. And up and riding, Rafael Paes down the line, gets a nice roll, comes down, tries to punch through and combo with another roll, but loses his board, punching through the lip as it pitches over. Incomplete maneuver on that second, but he will be scored for that first roll, and it looks like he will get somewhere in the 4 range, just waiting for scores to drop from our judges. I apologize if I get a little ahead of myself looking at the scores. Usually the judges want to confer and make sure they get it right. And, yes, a 4.35 on the scoreboard dropped from the judges. That will be a new secondary score for Rafael Paes. He currently sits in the third spot. Right now, he needs a 4.66 to move ahead of this man, Jeff Hubbard, who sits in the second spot right now. Jeff up and riding on the right-hander, driving for speed, going for the air roll spin, and there it is. Jeff Hubbard on that one. He will paddle back out and wait for the score to drop on that. Meanwhile, out the back, a little paddle battling going on. White and yellow, and it's going to be white. Aaron Cabrera, who currently sits in fourth, needing a 4.91. Nice little roll there. Throws into a forward spin, resets his line, throws another roll off of the end section, and that should be a pretty decent score for Cabrera. A little interesting paddle battle there between Cabrera and Eduardo, but it's Cabrera that comes away with the wave and should have a pretty decent score on that. Meanwhile, Jeff Hubbard scoring a 5.0 on his last wave. That will improve his overall combined score to 10.55, and he currently remains in that second spot. He is being chased by Cabrera, who's looking for a 5.41, and Rafael Paes, who needs a 5.16 here. Paes up and riding, driving down the line on the left. Gets a nice big roll off of that end section. Good extension there. Gets it around clean, and that should be a solid one maneuver wave score for him. He will get a 4.65 for his efforts. That will be his new secondary score. Rafael Paes now moving into the third spot. Aaron Cabrera residing in the fourth position. He received a 4.90 on his last wave, which was enough to become his new secondary score. But he is now in the fourth spot chasing a 5.41, which would knock off that 4.90 and drop his current high score of 5.15 down to his secondary score. All right, real quick shout out to Sundown Sunscreen. They are going around handing out free sunscreen here at the competition area, which is actually pretty cool because sunscreen down here in Brazil, to say it's expensive would be an understatement. So big shout out to Sundown for hooking everybody up here at the event with some sun care products. You definitely want to make sure you have your sunscreen down here, folks. It's really easy to get burned. The sun's really strong, and if you're not careful, you will get cooked. Meanwhile, kicking into this wave, Jeff Hubbard up and riding. Jeff down the line, another air roll spin, comes out of the whitewater explosion, a little bounce there from the backwash, and that should be a good score for Jeff on this one as well. This may very well improve his overall combined score here in the heat. We are at 10:20 remaining. We're just past the halfway point here in the heat and waiting for that score to finalize for Jeff Hubbard on his last ride. He currently sits in that second spot behind Israel Eduardo. Both of those guys looking to advance out, and again, just waiting for Jeff Hubbard's last wave to drop. There you can see in white, Aram Cabrera chasing a 5.41, currently in the fourth spot. Meanwhile, Israel Eduardo up and riding. Israel takes off, throws into a spin, pulls into the closeout, and that's going to be it for him. Meanwhile, situation changed. The score has dropped for Jeff Hubbard, a 7.0 on his last wave. That moves him back into the top spot. There you see Jeff taking a look at this one, but he will turn around and wait for what's next. Meanwhile, there you can see Rafael Paish. He needs a 5.86 to move out of that third spot and move ahead of Israel Eduardo. Currently, it is Jeff Hubbard in first with a 12.55 combined score. Israel Eduardo in second with an 11.25. Rafael Paish in third, chasing a 5.86. And Aram Cabrera in fourth. He needs a 6.10. We are coming down to the 9-minute mark in this heat. And Jeff Hubbard up and riding on this left-hander. Gets a nice roll off that closeout section. Meanwhile, outside, Aram Cabrera on the wave behind Jeff Hubbard, going for the air roll spin on that one. I don't know if that was a complete maneuver. He kind of moved out of camera frame on that one. We will wait to see what the score is. And from what I'm seeing dropped by the judges, that will be an incomplete maneuver for Aram Cabrera. Meanwhile, Jeff Hubbard scores a 4.25 on his last wave. That will not factor into his final combined score. All right, right now, while I am online looking at the Rio Bodyboarding International Facebook page, I think this would be a perfect time to mention, well, right after this wave, Israel Eduardo up and riding, goes for the air roll spin, combos it with the spin on landing. So a nice combination there, the air roll spin to spin on landing. Nice wave there for Israel Eduardo, trying to move back into that top spot. 5.65, that will improve his overall combined score, but will not move him up any. He remains in that second spot. Meanwhile, up and riding in black, Rafael Paish going for the air roll spin, unable to hold on to his board as he came down, and the wave broke on top of him as he landed. So that will be an incomplete maneuver for Paish. There you see Hub taking a look at that one. So quick wave exchange out in the water. We're coming down to the 7-minute mark. Real quick, like I was saying, if you go online, right now while you're watching the live webcast, if you go over to your Facebook page and go to Rio Bodyboarding International, like the page, leave us a comment or a shout out. I'll do my best to get to it and read it online. There, Aram Cabrera on that wave. He's going to be scored incomplete maneuver on that one as well. So a couple of incompletes. Aram looking to put something together better, that 4.90. He currently needs a 6.5 or better to move out of fourth into second and advancing position. 6.5 minutes remaining. And up and riding, Jeff Hubbard throws into a forward 360 off the top, drives down the line, goes for the air roll spin, and unable to complete the maneuver. Meanwhile, up and riding, Rafael Paish throws into an air roll spin, gets the rotation, comes out clean through the whitewater explosion. That will be a solid score for him. That could very well play into his final combined score. Coming down to the 5.5-minute mark, and right now, Rafael Paish with 8 waves to his name, waiting for this last wave to score. Meanwhile, up and riding, Israel Eduardo. The action continues out in the water. Israel going for the air roll spin, gets the rotation, comes out through the white water. So a quick wave exchange there from Jeff Hubbard, Rafael Paish, and Israel Eduardo. That was Rafael Paish's 9th wave. He scores a 6.0. That's his new high score. He still sits in third, though, looking for a 6.56 or better to move ahead of Jeff Hubbard. Meanwhile, 6.65 for Israel Eduardo on his last wave. That moves him back into the top spot. Jeff Hubbard currently in second, waiting for Jeff's last score to drop. It will most likely not factor into his final combined score. So again, quick change of position, a quick exchange of waves out in the water. 4:40 and counting down here in Heat 5, Round 8. Right now it is Israel Eduardo in first, Jeff Hubbard second, Rafael Paish in third, chasing a 6.56. And in fourth, Aaron Cabrera chasing a 7.40. And right now online, we've got a message from Hamed who says, "Come on, Jeff." So Jeff Hubbard with some international fans pulling for him, leaving us a message online. We are coming down to the 4-minute mark right now in this heat. And while I was on the Rio Bodyboarding International Facebook page looking for shout-outs, there's a link on there connected to from the New York Daily News. There's a photo of one of the women's competitors paddling out to the lineup with the caption, "Here's some of what you're missing if you haven't been following the Bodyboarding World Circuit qualifiers." So Rio Bodyboarding International making it into the New York Daily News. Be sure to go on to Rio Bodyboarding International's Facebook page, click the link for the New York Daily News, and check that out. Meanwhile, out in the water, we have 3 minutes remaining. Situation remains the same. Eduardo in first, Jeff Hubbard in second, Rafael Paish in third, chasing a 6.56, and Aaron Cabrera in the fourth spot, chasing a 7.40. There you can see some of the girls hanging out on the beach here in Copacabana. A beautiful day to be on the beach. An amazing winter day here in Rio. The sun is out. It's nice and warm and sunny. There you can see plenty of people on the beach. The beach umbrellas are out. The lounge chairs, the beach chairs, you name it. A lot of people gathered here today on the beach checking this out. This isn't half bad for a winter day on a weekday, mind you. So, good times here at Postal Cinco in Copacabana. Out in the water, counting down 2 minutes remaining in the heat. Eduardo in the lead, Jeff Hubbard in second. In third, Rafael Paish chasing a 6.56. And in fourth, Aaron Cabrera looking for a 7.40. Again, there's a nice scenic shot of here in the beach in Copacabana. Beautiful blue water, nice sunny day on the beach. I can't say it enough, folks. I love it here. Anyway, 120 remaining in the heat. That man, Israel Eduardo in the yellow jersey, currently leads Jeff Hubbard. Hub in the second and advancing spot. And it is Rafael Paish and Aaron Cabrera trying to play catch-up at this point. There you can see Paish taking off but it's going to be Aaron Cabrera getting the wave, and Aaron ducks out as there's not much to work with there. Counting down, 55 seconds left in the heat. Eduardo in first, Hub in second. Paish chasing a 6.56. Here he is up and riding on the left, driving down the line, going for an air roll spin. Gets it around, comes through the whitewater. Will it be enough? Rafael Paish chasing a 6.56. Will that be enough? I don't think that's going to score high enough with the judges. 30 seconds remaining. Just waiting for finalized scores from the judges. Meanwhile, up and riding, Jeff Hubbard throws into a forward spin on this little right-hander. Kicking, driving down the line, rolls off the oncoming end section, throws into a forward spin for good measure. And it looks like a 5.30 for Rafael Paish on his 10th wave. That will not do it. 10 seconds remaining. And up and riding Israel Eduardo. So a quick flurry of waves here in the closing seconds. 5 seconds remaining. Eduardo in first. Hub in second. And that's going to be the way it ends. Israel Eduardo from Brazil. Jeff Hubbard from Hawaii. Those two will move on. We will see them in round 9 tomorrow. So, again, official results from that heat. Israel Eduardo taking the win. Jeff Hubbard in a second spot, advancing on. Those guys will continue on in tomorrow's competition on day 5. Meanwhile, Rafael Paish and Aaron Cabrera, those two riders are done. They get to cruise Rio for the next couple of days as spectators. I'm sure that doesn't sit too well with them, but there are worse places in the world to hang out in and kill some time. So, again, Israel Eduardo, Jeff Hubbard moving on. Rafael Paish, Aaron Cabrera, they are done. And just underway out in the water, we have in the red jersey, Magno Passos. In white, Guilherme Tamega. In yellow, we have Leonardo Costa. And in black, Luis Villar. So we have an all-Brazilian affair here in Heat 6, Round 8 of the men's. Again, Magno Passos in the red. Meanwhile, up and riding Leonardo Costa. Leonardo driving down the line, hitting the roll off of that end section on the right-hander. So again, real quick, out in the water, Magno Passos in red. 6-time world champ Guilherme Tamega in white, Leonardo Costa in yellow, and Luis Villar in black. It is Costa getting on the board first. Just waiting for the scores to register with the judges, and he is followed up by Tamega, waiting for his scores to land as well. And then I will give you a quick update on those. We're just inside of 24 minutes on this 25-minute heat. And there you have it, folks. 6.40 for Tamega's first wave, 5.0 for Leonardo Costa. Those guys are on the board first, waiting to hear from Passos and Villar. I will be right back after this short break. Guilherme Tamega up and riding on that wave there in the white jersey. And he will be scored an incomplete maneuver for that wave. A 1.5 from the judges. That will end up being a throwaway score later on in this heat. Tamega sitting on a 6.4 for his opening wave, looking to replace that 1.5 for the incomplete maneuver on his second ride. For those of you just tuning in, I'd like to welcome you to Day 4 of competition here at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012, coming to you from Posto Cinco in Copacabana here in beautiful Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. My name is Steve Action Jackson. I'm handling the English commentary. They're up and riding. Magno Passos getting on the board with his first wave. And there you can see the 6-time world champion, the Posto Cinco local, Guilherme Tamega. Tamega grew up riding this spot. This is his home. And it's unbelievable to see the reaction whenever he returns here. There's never a news crew far behind. There's usually a pack of little bodyboard groms chasing after him for photos and autographs and you name it. It's always really cool to see how excited people get when Guilherme Tamega returns to his home break. It's unbelievable how excited people get. Right now, out in the water, quick update. Tamega sitting on a 6.4 and a 1.5. He's going to want to get rid of that 1.5. That has Tamega in the early lead, though. He is followed by Leonardo Costa, who has a 5.0 on his first wave. Magno Pasu sits in third with a 3.5, looking for a secondary score. And Luis Villar in the black jersey there, you can see him paddling over. He's still looking for his first wave to get him on the board here with 21 minutes remaining in this 25-minute heat. And Luis Villar takes a look at that one, but decides not to go. Meanwhile, up and riding, Guilherme Tamega driving down the line on this left. Air roll spin, gets it around, comes out through the white water. That will be the secondary score Tamega was looking for. He can build upon his heat from there. And up and riding, Magno Passos in the red jersey on the left. Gets the roll, resets his line, combos it with another roll, pushes through the white water. So a combination of rolls for Magno Passos on that one. And a quick wave exchange between Magno and Guilherme out in the water. Tamega scoring a 4.75 on his last wave. That will give him a current combined score of 11.15. Meanwhile, waiting for the score to register for Magno Passos. And a 4.60. So we have Tamega first, Passos second, and situation change out in the water, a 5.65 for Leonardo Costa on his last wave. So right now, Tamega in first, Costa to second, Passos bumped down to third, now chasing a 6.05, and currently in fourth. No waves to his name. Goose eggs on the board so far for Luis Villar. He needs to get down to work before he falls too much farther behind. No scores on the board for Luis Villar. He needs a 10.65 combined score to move into that second and advancing spot right now. He needs to get down to work. And here, Magno Passos throws into a quick, snappy little forward 360. Heads down the line, looking for something to stand up, and nothing there, so he kicks out. So that will be a basic score for Passos. Will not factor into his overall combined score, I don't think. A 2.5, that will not factor in. He remains with high scores of 3.5 and 4.6 at the moment, sitting in the third spot. He needs a 6.05 or better to move into that second spot ahead of Leonardo Costa at the moment, who sits in that second and advancing spot. And there you can see in the black jersey, Luis Villar taking a look at something. This could be his first wave of the heat. Get him on the board finally. He's up and riding on the left. Kicks in, driving down the line, looking for a section. Rolls through the whitewater section, and then ducks out. So not much to work with on that one. Luis Villar, though, on the board. Meanwhile, up and riding Guilherme Tamega on this little right-hander. And he will kick out before that one really gets a chance to stand up. Tamega will paddle back out to the lineup for another one. And here you can see Magno Passos kicking into this right-hander, pulls into a closeout barrel, and gets shut down. So not much to deal with on that one. And it looks like Magno, not wearing a leash, lost his board. Fortunately, it's not a very far paddle. And quick wave exchange out in the water. Tamega now Villar up and riding on his second wave. So Passos, Tamega, Villar waiting for scores to drop. Or actually, maybe that was Leonardo Costa. All right, so while those guys paddle out and the judges sort out the scores, we are going to go down to the beach to Stephanie, who is with our heat winner from the previous heat.
Tarde, galera de casa. Eu estou aqui com Israel Eduardo, campeão da última bateria. E aí, Israel, como é que foi o seu desempenho na bateria?
Pô, foi bem legal. Cair com o Jeff é sempre muito emocionante, assim, a gente tá acostumado a assistir ele no circuito mundial, nos vídeos. E a bateria ali, cara, o mar tá bem precário. Graças a Deus eu estou acostumado a treinar em tipo de mar assim. E Deus me abençoou com boas ondas ali, vim intercalando na bateria com ele ali, primeiro, segundo. E graças a Deus consegui vencer a bateria, tô amarradão.
Parabéns, Israel. As condições do mar estão bem parecidas com Costa Azul, Rio das Ostras, né? Onde você treina, é o seu local de trabalho praticamente.
As condições não são bem parecidas, pois aqui a onda tá um pouco, nessa hora da maré tá um pouco cheia. Lá é um pouco mais lá dentro, mas o estilo do mar mexido, o estilo do mar bagunçado assim é bem parecido. Costumo treinar bem assim, então acho que me sinto mais ou menos em casa.
Que bom. Então manda uma mensagem para a galera de casa, sua torcida de Rio das Ostras, do Brasil, que está aí te assistindo ao vivo, né?
Galera, muito obrigado pela força, por incentivo. É isso aí, agradecer a todo mundo que torce por mim, aos patrocinadores, aos amigos. É isso aí, muito obrigado.
Boa sorte, Israel. Back to you guys.
All right, and we are back. Thank you, Stephanie, for that interview. That was Israel Eduardo, the winner of that last heat. And right now, out in the water with 15 minutes remaining, current situation, Guilherme Tamega sitting on scores of 6.40 and 6.15 for a combined 12.55 and the lead. And in second, Luis Villar getting down to work. Here you can see driving down the line, and boom, good projection, good rotation, comes out clean. A 6.90 for Luis Villar on that has him sitting in second position. Meanwhile, Leonardo Costa sitting in the third spot needs a 5.51 to improve his position. And in fourth place currently, Magno Passos. He is chasing a 6.56 right now. There you can see Magno back out in the water after having lost his board. So Magno taking a look at that one, but up and riding Luis Villar on this little inside right, going for the air roll spin and gets the rotation around, combos it with a spin in the whitewater. So another solid venture from Luis Villar in the black jersey. Just waiting for scores to register. I will give you an update in a moment. Meanwhile, quick shout out. Big thanks to Manny Vargas and Colin Jung for tuning in from San Diego. Also, we've got some viewers checking in from Australia. One comment, been watching from 9 p.m. to 1:45 a.m. That's pretty hardcore. Thanks for sticking in there and watching this competition. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Also, we have Wonda's checking in from South Oz. He says, been watching for ages like hours. I'll turn myself into a nocturnal. Again, thanks for tuning in, watching the action online. And there again, you can see some of the girls hanging out on the beach, enjoying this nice day here in Copacabana. Great day to be on the beach. We have just under 13 minutes remaining and out in the water right now. Again, Tamega in first, Luis Villar sitting in second. That man, Leonardo Costa, in the third spot, chasing a 6.86. And Magno Passos currently in fourth, looking for a 7.90. 12 minutes remaining in this heat. And again, I'd like to thank everybody for tuning in and watching Day 4 of competition here at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. Mother Nature not really cooperating with us swell-wise right now. Small, challenging conditions out in the water, but we have some of the top bodyboarders in the world out here in for competition, and they've been doing their best making the best of what Mother Nature's serving up and really putting on a pretty solid show out in the water here in these smaller conditions. A lot of times you hear guys complain about, oh, the waves are small, this is shameful, this is bad for the sport, blah, 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 blah. You know, very quick to complain. But as Neymar Carvalho, the 5-time world champion, was saying in here, if you are going to be a well-rounded bodyboarder, you need to know how to ride small conditions. Actually, it doesn't even matter if you're a bodyboarder, stand-up surfer, whatever kind of wave riding discipline you have. You're going to have small days more than you're going to have big days, no matter where your home spot is. And you're going to have to learn to go out and perform in small waves if you're going to ever have any kind of credibility as a wave rider on the professional level. So these guys going out there, taking care of business, handling things the way they know how to, and doing what they have to do. Not really complaining about it, just going out there and getting right down to it. And we've seen some excellent performances from riders throughout the course of competition. Today, no different. There you see a little bit of a paddle battle between Passos and Tamega. Tamega up and riding, going for the air roll spin off of the closeout section and unable to complete the maneuver. That will not affect Tamega's overall score, though, as he's sitting on a 6.15 and a 6.4 and currently sits in the top spot. We are counting down to 10 minutes remaining. And again, Tamega in the lead. Luis Villar sitting second. Leonardo Costa in third, chasing a 6.86. And the man in red out there right now, Magno Passos, sitting in fourth position, chasing a 7.90. We are under 10 minutes remaining. Real quick, shout out to our sponsors, Void Rider Bodyboards, the state government of Rio de Janeiro, Rio Tour, Kidalguinho, YouTube, and big thanks for the supervision and production of the Brazilian Bodyboarding Confederation, the Rio Bodyboarding Federation, and Adding Sports and Entertainment. They have made this event possible, so big thanks to them. Without them, there'd be no Rio Bodyboarding International. Counting down to about 9 minutes remaining, and no situation change in the water at the moment. It is Tamega still in the lead. Luis Villar holding on to the second spot. That man right there, Leonardo Costa, on the hunt for a 6.86 or better if he's going to move ahead of Villar and into that second and advancing spot. There you see him take a look, but not taking it. Up and riding, meanwhile, Magno Passos streaking down the line on this right, trying to get around the section, but it's going to close out on him, so he's going to duck out. And here on the left-hander, Tamega with the roll through the closeout section. So quick wave exchange between Passos and Tamega. That score for Tamega dropping, but I'm pretty sure that's not going to factor into his final overall score. And not much to work with for Magno. He will get a 1.0 for his efforts on that one. He's still in the hunt for a 7.90, counting down 8:20 remaining in this heat here in Heat 6, Round 8 of the Men's Pro Division. And here, Magno up and riding on this, rolls off the closeout section, comes out clean, and then ducks out. That should be a pretty decent score for him. We'll see if it factors into his overall combined score. Just under 8 minutes remaining. And again, that was Magno Passos in the red jersey. And he will receive a 3.0 on that wave. Will not improve his overall score any. He remains in the fourth position. Again, still chasing a 7.90. Meanwhile, Guilherme Tamega in at the top spot waiting for his last wave to score. He is currently sitting on a 6.40 and a 6.15 for a combined 12.55 and the lead here with 7 minutes remaining. And yes, a 5.65 will not factor into his final combined score. He remains in first. Luis Villar sitting in second on the strength of a 6.9 and a 5.6. He holds that second and advancing spot. And that man right there, Leonardo Costa, trying to get back into that second spot. He needs a 6.86. And there, Leonardo Costa taking on that little right-hander and looking from the scores, a 2.40. That's not going to help his cause any. He's still chasing a 6.86 to move into that second spot ahead of Luis Villar and advance out of this heat. Still plenty of time, though. 6:10 remaining in this heat. Current situation in the water, Tamega first, Villar second, Costa third, and Passos fourth. Five and a half minutes remaining here in Heat 6, Round 8, Men's Pro Division, Day 4 of competition at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. My name is Steve Action Jackson. I've been holding down the English commentary. We're coming to you live from Postal Cinco in Copacabana. Here in beautiful Rio de Janeiro, we have a nice sunny day. Waves are a little small and challenging. Riders doing the best to contend with them. There you saw Passos on that one, and up and riding on this wave, Guilherme Tamega. It may be small, but this is his home break. He knows this place like the back of his hand. Meanwhile, that's Luis Villar. So quick wave exchange from Passos. Tamega and Villar will wait for scores to register with the judges. But there you can see a beautiful day here on the beach in Copacabana. The waves may not be the biggest. It may not be textbook Postal Cinco, the heavy heaving beach break that we have heard about, or in my case, the one I have come to know and love living here and riding here on a regular basis. But still contestable waves out in the water. We've got some of the top professional bodyboarders in the world gathered here, men's and women's, and they have been doing a spectacular job of making the best out of these waves and putting on a solid show here on the beach in Copacabana. The event structure here is unbelievable. We've got a 2-story tower here. The judges are upstairs. The beach marshal is upstairs. I'm down here in the webcast booth. There's a media room. There's a competitor's tent. They've got the beach marshal's tent, the massage therapy tent. They've got the interview stage and the winner's stage. I mean, the setup is unbelievable. They've got all the flags for all the countries represented flying out in front, and we're right on the beachfront. So every day there are just thousands of people cruising by from the very get-go as soon as the sun comes up in the morning and we get going. And there you can see a bunch of people on the beach. Plenty of people on the beach watching competition, hanging out, lounging, soaking up the sun, playing some soccer on the beach, playing some volleyball. They've got paddleball going. And it's just been an unbelievable experience and continues to do so here in Copacabana. Meanwhile, out in the water right now, we're counting down to 3 minutes remaining. Tamega maintains the lead with a combined score of 12.55. Luis Villar in the second spot with a combined 12.50. That man right there, Leonardo Costa, still chasing a 2.86 if he's going to move into that second spot and advance on. Under 3 minutes remaining. Also out in the water in the red jersey, Magno Passos sitting in the fourth spot. He needs a 7.90, but it's Leonardo Costa up and riding on the right. Again, chasing a 6.86, a nice flip on that wave, but that's all he's going to get. I don't know if that's going to garner the 6.86 from the judges that he needs, but a good attempt from Costa, a nice ride there. That should be a decent score. We'll see how that falls in line with the judges' scores. And he will score a 5.40. That will be his new secondary high score. That will improve his overall combined score, but he remains in that third position, still chasing a 3.86. And there you can see streaking down the line in the white jersey. Not getting much to work with, Guilherme Tamega on the closeout right-hander. 2 minutes remaining in the heat. And here you can see Luis Villar kicking into this one, driving down the right, going for the air roll spin, gets the rotation around, a little bounce in the white water to get it around. And Luis Villar in the second spot looking to firm up his hold on that position. Meanwhile, up and riding, Magno Passos takes a look at that one, then kicks out. Not much to work with there. Time running down, less than a minute and a half remaining in this heat. And it looks like Luis Villar should get some pretty legitimate scores from the judges. A 6.5 on that last wave for Luis Villar. That's enough to move him up into that top spot ahead of Guilherme Tamega. Just over a minute remaining. Situation change in the water. Luis Villar to second. Tamega down to second. Leonardo Costa in third. Now chasing a 6.90. Magno Passos in the fourth spot. He now needs a 7.95. So again, situation change in the water. We are just under a minute remaining. Luis Villar to first. Guilherme Tamega in a second. There you can see Leonardo Costa in the yellow jersey, desperately seeking a 6.90. Time running down, 45 seconds left in the heat. .30 seconds left and up and riding. Magno Passos with the spin. Combos it with the roll on this small little right-hander. That is definitely not going to get a 7.95 in which to move him to second position. Counting down, less than 20 seconds remain in the heat. It is Luis Villar, the heat leader. Guilherme Tamega in that second and advancing spot. And Villar taking a look at that one. He will let it go by. 5 seconds counting down. And it is going to be Luis Villar moving into the top spot in the last moment, bumping Tamega down to second. Luis Villar will win the heat. Guilherme Tamega will advance on as well. For Leonardo Costa and Magno Passos, competition is done. Those guys will be hanging on the beach for the rest of the weekend. But again, Luis Villar, Guilherme Tamega, they will move on. We will see them again tomorrow in action in men's round 9. All right, and we are underway with Heat 7, Round 8 here in the Men's Pro Division, Day 4 of competition at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. We're coming to you from Posto Cinco, Post 5 here in Copacabana in beautiful Rio de Janeiro. An amazing beach day. An unbelievable winter day. I mean, I can't say it enough. It's been in the 80s. It's been sunny. There's people on the beach. You know, good times. And I digress on that. Right now out in the water, we have in red the defending world champion, Pierre-Louis Costas from France in the red jersey. In white, Brahim Idosh from Morocco. They are joined by the two Brazilians, Mateus Costa and Ricardo Ramos. So there you can see scores dropping, everybody getting on the board. 6.25 and a 5.0 for Brahim Idosh. 25-minute heat. We're only in the early going here. 23 and a half minutes remaining in this 25-minute heat. It is Brahim Idosh, the Moroccan, coming out and drawing first blood, throwing down the glove, so to speak, and putting up a 6.25 and a 5.0 right off the bat for a combined 11.25 and the early lead. Meanwhile, PLC with a 4.0 on his first wave and a 3.90 for Ricardo Ramos. Ricardo Ramos, also known as Choco, coming to us from the spot known as São Conrado, one of the most consistent waves in Brazil. Very popular spot. There is a large number of bodyboarders that ride there on a daily basis. There's a bodyboarding school over there, And earlier today, I was speaking with a few of the guys who are part of the Salvemos Sound Conharu project. Salvemos soundconharu.org. Look it up online. You definitely want to check out the site. There is an issue there with pollution. There's a lot of garbage that is winding up on the beaches and in the water. Also, sewage pipes that used to be diverted away from the beach actually were placed underneath the beach walk there. So there are water quality issues as well. They are trying to get the attention of government officials to help improve the conditions over there and clean things up a bit. I spoke with those guys earlier. I've agreed to try and help them as best as possible. Definitely something to look into. That is Ricardo Ramos's home spot, and we want to keep it clean and keep that place rideable for generations to come. We want the future to be able to ride there without having to worry about getting sick, extreme sicknesses. I mean, I can name a few riders, which I won't right now, but I can name a few international riders that have actually gotten sick from riding there. It's a shame because it's an amazing wave, but it's never fun when you paddle out at a surf spot, score good waves, but then end up having to go to the doctor's office because you have a throat infection or ear infection, or even worse, an intestinal bug that lands you in the hospital. So again, salvemossoundconrado.org. Check it out. Please help support the effort in raising awareness. Meanwhile, out in the water, 21:10 remaining. And it is Brahim Adosh in the lead right now, coming out on the strength of a 6.25 and a 5.0 on his first two waves. That has him in the early lead. Meanwhile, PLC, Pierre-Louis Costas from France sitting in second with a 4.0, looking for a backup wave. In third position, Ricardo Ramos with a 3.90, and Mateus Costa with a 1.5, an incomplete maneuver for his first wave. He's going to need to put something a little more solid together right now. He needs to get back in the hunt. But again, it's the Moroccan coming out, drawing first blood, taking the top spot, and really laying down, the gauntlet, so to speak. A 6.25 and a 5.0 for a combined 11.25 for Brahim Idouche in the early lead. Real quick, I'd like to give a shout out to a few people online. Andre sending a shout out for Pierre, calling Pierre Mr. Flip, which if any of you are familiar with bodyboarding, the backflip, Pierre-Louis Costas' bread and butter signature move. No, I don't think there's anybody in bodyboarding that comes even close to landing them as consistently as the young Frenchman does. He's our defending world champ. He's out in the water right now, currently sitting in the second spot looking for a backup wave. He has a 4.0 for his first wave. Also, big shout-out to Funchi Hasa, who hit us up earlier. He's been watching all day, saying he's starting to get boogie fatigue. Nonsense. There's no such thing as boogie fatigue. Can't get enough bodyboarding. Or at least that's my situation, and I stand by it. Meanwhile, up and riding, Ricardo Ramos with the air roll spin. Gets it around, throws it into another spin to combo the moves, making the most of the small little left-hander, taking it all the way to the beach. That should be a pretty legit score there for Ricardo Ramos. Chaco laying it down, doing some work out here in these small, trying conditions here on day 4 of competition at Rio Bodyboarding International. And he will score a 4.0. That will move him into the second spot ahead of Mateus Costas, who scored a 4.25 on his second wave. And here, PLC up and riding on his second wave, goes for the flip, gets it around, comes out through the white water. That's what we're talking about. PLC with his signature maneuver, the backflip. We will wait for the score to drop on that. While we're waiting confirmation of the score from the judges, we are going to go down to the beach to Stephanie. She is with the winner of the last heat.
Boa tarde, galera. Estou de volta com o Luiz Vilar, o vencedor da 6ª bateria do 8º round. E aí, Luiz, parabéns. O que você tem para nos dizer, para a galera aqui de casa, da internet, que está ao vivo te assistindo?
Boa tarde, bom, eu estou muito feliz, né? É a primeira vez que eu estou vindo falar aqui, a primeira bateria que eu venço. Eu estou numa maratona de baterias aí desde o começo das triagens. Estou muito feliz, né? Agora posso falar isso.
Que bom, Luiz, parabéns. E o que você tem a dizer da Praia de Copacabana, do mar, do Posto 5? As condições são parecidas com Santa Catarina, o local que você treina?
Não é muito parecido, não. Eu frequento bastante aqui Copacabana, eu venho para o Rio desde que eu comecei, que eu era menino no circuito. Sempre fiquei aqui em Copacabana, na casa do meu amigo Hermano Castro. Adoro aqui, a orla mais famosa do Brasil, do mundo, né? Uma praia demais. Infelizmente hoje não está tão bom para o bodyboard, mas dá para achar onda, dá para fazer as manobras ali, dá para voar, como vocês estão vendo no show de bodyboard aqui. Eu acredito que vai seguir assim nos próximos dias de competição.
É isso aí, Luiz Vilar, parabéns, boa sorte na sua próxima bateria e manda uma mensagem para a galera da internet que está em casa torcendo e assistindo o campeonato mundial aqui na Praia de Copacabana.
Eu queria agradecer toda essa torcida aí de Santa Catarina e do Brasil por mim, a minha noiva Ana, minha mãe, meu pai, minha família inteira. E para falar, todo mundo aí ficar ligado, né, que o bodyboard vai continuar passando ao vivo e na TV. Então vamos ficar ligados, vamos assistir aí, dar o nosso retorno. Com certeza vocês vão assistir o melhor do bodyboard nessas condições.
Obrigada, Luiz. Back to you, guys.
All right, and we're back. That was our beach interviewer, Stephanie, with Luis Villar, the winner of that last heat. Meanwhile, out in the water, just under 16 minutes remaining. PLC scoring a 6.0 on his last wave. That was enough to move him back up into the second spot. So current situation out in the water, Brahim Idosh in first from Morocco. He is sitting on an 11.25 combined score. In second, PLC with a combined 10.0. Currently in third, Ricardo Ramos chasing a 6.0. And Mateus Costas in the yellow jersey. He is in need of a 5.76. Here you can see yellow and red, a little bit of a paddle battle, and it is going to be Mateus Costas up and riding. The young Brazilian, no qualms about paddle battling with the defending world champion from France. That's one thing you can always count on with the Brazilians. They don't care who you are, what your name is, or what you've accomplished. They will challenge you every step of the way out in the water. Some serious aggressive paddle battling tactics go down in Brazil on a regular basis and on the world tour. There, Brahim Idosh in the white jersey from Morocco with the big move off the end section on the left, and here up and riding Ricardo Ramos in the black jersey. Throws into a forward spin off the top, combos it with the roll onto the beach, and that should be a decent score for him. Meanwhile, up and riding the defending world champ, driving down the line on the left, not much there. He's going to kick out. So a quick wave exchange there. All four of our riders catching something to put onto their scorecard. We'll see how things shake out, see if they affect situation or overall scores in the water right now. It looks like Brahim Idosh will replace his 5.0 with a 5.15 on his last wave, a new secondary score. He remains in the top spot, but increases his overall tally to 11.40, sitting in that top spot. Meanwhile, PLC remains in second. Not much to work with on his last wave. We are waiting for the score to drop for Ricardo Ramos. He needed a 6.0 or better to move in front of PLC. I don't think he's going to get it, but we will wait and see. Meanwhile, Pierre up and riding on that one, and he's going to duck out the back as it closed before he could get anything done. So a couple of quick up and down rides for Pierre-Louis Costas. Meanwhile, just waiting for finalized scores for Ricardo Ramos, and I will give you the situation out there. 4.15 for Choco. So we're looking at Brahim Idosh in first, PLC second, Ricardo Ramos in third, and Mateus Costa in fourth right now with about 13 minutes remaining. 12 minutes remain in this heat, and situation remains the same out in the water. Brahim Idosh, on the strength of a 6.25 and a 5.15, holds on to that top spot. He is followed by the Frenchman, Pierre-Louis Costas, the defending 2011 world champion. He has a combined score of 10.0 and holds on to that second and advancing spot. Meanwhile, in third, Ricardo Ramos from São Conrado, looking for a 5.86 to improve his position, and currently in fourth, Mateus Costa needing a 5.76. That's the situation out in the water. There you can see PLC taking a look, but it's Brahim Idosh up and riding. Not much to work with there. He ducks out. Again, some small, challenging conditions here at Postal Cinco. Mother Nature definitely making things interesting for us here today. The competitors out in the water, though, doing a phenomenal job of contending with these small, challenging beach break conditions, putting on quite a show for not only the people on the beach, but for all of you in Webland who are tuning in and watching. Thank you again for tuning in and watching this day 4 of competition. Up and riding, Mateus Costa. He is currently on the hunt for a 5.76. I don't know if that wave's going to do it, but still a nice effort from Mateus Costa in the yellow jersey. Meanwhile, up and riding, the world champ, PLC. A nice flip on that left. He rides out the whitewater. That should be a pretty decent score for PLC. We'll see if that replaces his 4.0 for a secondary score. Meanwhile, a 4.0 for Mateus Costa, enough to move him ahead of Ricardo Ramos into the third spot. Ramos taking a look at that one, but not much to work with there. Again, right now, out in the water, Idosh with a 6.25 and a 5.15 sits in first. PLC with a 6.0 and now a 5.4 resides in that second and advancing position. Currently in third, Mateus Costas on the hunt for a 7.15. He currently has a 4.25 and a 4.0. And Ricardo Ramos has a 4.0 and a 4.15. He is currently in need of a 7.25 to improve his position. And up and riding, Mateus Costa on the left gets a roll off of that, resets his line, rolls again. And so a combination of rolls on that wave for Mateus Costa. I don't know if that's going to be the 7.5 he was looking for to move into second. And here, split peak between Brahim and PLC. PLC on the right, Brahim on the left. PLC goes to flip through and unable to complete the maneuver. We will see what Brahim was able to put together on his wave. There you can see him paddling back out in the white jersey. So again, split peak, PLC on the right, Brahim Idosh on the left. Quick wave exchange and incomplete maneuver for Pierre-Louis Costas. Meanwhile, waiting for scores to drop for Brahim. And it looks like Brahim will score a 5.5 on his last wave. That will become his new secondary score. He improves his combined score to an 11.75. Again, a 5.5 on Brahim Idosh's last wave to go with his 6.25. He now sits in the lead with a stronger 11.75. He's followed by PLC, who has an 11.75 for a combined score. And here, Ricardo Ramos takes off looking at this one. This one's just going to shut down on him. He's going to bail and paddle back out, look for something better. He currently sits in the fourth spot in need of a 7.60. Just in front of him, needing a 7.25. Mateus Costas, that man in the yellow jersey. And here, PLC up and riding on the left. Pierre driving down the line on this little one, looking for a section, and he's going to kick out, not really to his liking. 7:45 remaining in the heat. We have 7 minutes remaining in this heat, and right now, situation out in the water, Brahim Idosh in first, PLC in second, Mateus Costas in third, and Ricardo Ramos in the fourth position. And a quick shout out to Ali, sending a shout to the Moroccans. Good luck to the Moroccans. You guys should think about doing an event in Morocco. I can say this much, Ali. I have heard a lot of talk about the King of Morocco wishing to get an IBA event over there for 2013. I really hope to see it. I would love to go to Morocco, check out the bodyboarding scene, dive into the food and the culture, and get a feel for things over there. Right now, I will have to settle for watching riders like Adnan Benzlamine and here out in the water, Brahim Idosh doing their thing. Enjoy watching the Moroccan bodyboarders. These guys are really starting to make a mark on the international bodyboarding community, and it's really cool to see Morocco starting to step up into the limelight in the world of bodyboarding, especially with Brahim Idosh, the winner of the Arica Chilean Trials. Again, right now, Brahim Idosh in the lead, holding that top spot in this heat. Up and riding, Ricardo Ramos on the right-hander, down the line, hits the roll. Looking for a section to combo off of and gets another roll off of that inside section. We are counting down to the 5-minute mark. Again, right now, Mateus Costa in yellow sits in third, needing a 7.25. Ricardo Ramos chasing a 7.6. He receives a 3.40 for his last effort. Also, another shout out from Morocco. Go Brahim, go Morocco. That coming to us from Wissam. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing the name. We've been getting a lot of viewers and a lot of comments from the European nations everywhere, from Morocco and Portugal to frigid Holland. So, I appreciate everybody tuning in. We've also been getting a lot of comments from California, LA, San Diego checking in. We had New Jersey checking in earlier. So, people checking in from all over the world. South Oz as well. Can't forget the Aussies. Always stoked when they tune in and support the sport. And here, PLC up and riding on this wobbly little right-hander, and he doesn't like the look of it, so he's going to bow out on that. We are just under 4 minutes remaining, and right now, situation in the water, Brahim Idosh remains in the top spot with a combined 11.75. PLC in second with a combined 11.75 as well. But going back to the third wave as a tiebreaker, Idosh with the advantage currently. PLC looking at 6.0 and a 5.75, a 6.25 and a 5.50 for Brahim Idosh. Going back to secondary scores, or third scores, Brahim with a 5.15, Pierre with a 4.0. That's the tiebreaker at the moment. But here, Brahim Idosh up and riding on this left-hander, drops in, gets a little warbly with the backwash, goes for the air roll spin, loses his board, pops out from under him. An incomplete maneuver for Brahim. That will be a 1.5 from the judges. 3 minutes remaining. Brahim Idosh in the lead. PLC holding on to that second spot. Currently in third, Mateus Costa needing a 7.25, and currently in fourth in the black jersey, Ricardo Ramos Choco chasing down a 7.60. So that's where we're at. Idosh and Costas in the top two advancing spots. Costa and Ramos on the outside looking in. 2:30 remaining in this heat. And here up and riding, Mateus Costa takes off 360 off the top, kicking, trying to get this inside reform, and that one's not going to work for him. And that score really will not factor into his overall combined score. It will definitely not touch upon the 7.25 that he is chasing right now. We are under 2 minutes remaining, 150 left in this heat. Brahim Adosh and PLC firmly in control of those top two spots right now with the conditions and what Mother Nature is offering up right now with 135 remaining in the heat. Costa and Holmes are going to need pretty much a miracle for something to come through to garner the scores they need. Mateus Costa looking for a 7.25. Ricardo Hamas looking for a 7.60. Nothing's impossible, but it's very unlikely at this point that those guys are going to find those scores. Just over a minute remaining and time running down for Mateus Costa and Ricardo Ramos, the two Brazilians in this heat. Right now it's the Moroccan and the Frenchman looking to advance out with 1 minute remaining. And up and riding, Ricardo Ramos making a last-ditch effort to try and cut into that 7.60 deficit that he needs. There you can see everybody telling him to get back out there. 40 seconds remaining. It's Ramos waiting for his score to drop. Ricardo Ramos paddling back out after that last wave, waiting for the judges to register at 4.0. Does not affect his overall score at all. Does not improve his position. He still remains in fourth place. 20 seconds and counting down. Idosh in first. PLC second. Mateus Costas third, looking for a 7.25. Ricardo Ramos, a 7.60 is what he needs. And here we go. 10 seconds remaining. A bit of a paddle battle. And that's all she wrote, folks. Brahim Idosh from Morocco wins the heat on the strength of an 11.75 and the tiebreaker over PLC. Pierre-Louis Costas finishes second. So Idosh and PLC will advance on to the next round. We will see them again tomorrow. Meanwhile, out in the water coming up in just a moment, we will see the start of Heat 8, Round 8 of the men's. In red, we will have Ori Valadown, the 2008 world champion. He will be joined in the water by Australian Nick Ormerod. Also out in the water will be Gabriel Branches from Brazil and Alan Munoz from Chile. So we'll have two Brazilians, an Australian, and a Chilean out in the water. This heat is just underway, 25-minute heat, top two waves scored. Top two riders will advance on. Again, this is day 4 of competition here at Rio Bodyboarding International. We are coming to you live from Posto Cinco in Copacabana here in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. The waves have been a bit challenging today, but our riders have been making the best of the conditions. We've seen some big technical maneuvers despite the smaller wave conditions. Mother Nature kind of toying with us a bit, I guess you could say, but the riders still coming out on top, putting on a phenomenal show out in the water, getting the job done, and we're pushing through competition here in Round 8, Heat 8, Day 4 of competition. There you can see out in the water, white and black, Munoz and Ormerod, a bit of a paddle battle, and it's going to be Nick Ormerod taking off on this one, throws in the forward spin, comes off the bottom, combos it right away by punching the roll through the lip, and a nice opening wave from Nick Ormerod, a bit of a paddle battle between the Australian and the Chilean. I don't know what's up with that. I mean, these guys right off the bat getting right in each other's faces, rail to rail, going for it. Neither of them wanting to give up, but it was Ormerod, the Australian, getting the advantage on that one. Here, up and riding, the former world champ, Ori Valadown, up and riding, hits the flip, combos it with a spin, a nice opening wave for Ori Valadown, the 2008 world champ. I had mentioned earlier, tonight we'll be having a gathering at Cafe Del Mar here in Copacabana on Avenida Atlantica, celebrating all of the Brazilian bodyboarding world champions for the first time ever. just about all of the champions will be gathered together in one place, and we will be celebrating the history and heritage of Brazil and its world champions. The mayor of Rio is expected to drop by and make a brief appearance, so it should be an interesting evening. Definitely don't want to miss out on that. Things get underway around 11 o'clock tonight here in Rio. 30 reais for the men's, 20 reais for the ladies, and space is limited, so you definitely want to get there early. That was Munoz up and riding on his opening wave, and here we hear from Gabriel Branches on his first wave. A nice flip from Gabriel on that. He combos it with the spin on the inside there. A little jammer off the backwash on the inside, getting a little playful on these conditions. Definitely trying to make the best of what Mother Nature's throwing at us right now. We have 21:40 remaining in this 25-minute heat, and currently all of the riders are now on the board with their first score. Getting the better of the exchange, Uri Valadown with a 6.75 sits on top. He is followed by Gabriel Branches. Branches from Chile. He has a 5.0 for second. Nick Almirad sitting in third with a 4.75. And Alan Munoz, also from Chile, sitting on a 4.25, is in fourth position. 21 minutes remaining in this heat. Real quick, shout out online. Random Reasons checking in from Hilo, Hawaii. Random Reasons saying, Stephanie is hot. I hate to burst your bubble, buddy, but Stephanie is also married. But she is hot. I will give you that, but she is married. But thanks again for checking in from Hilo, Hawaii. Meanwhile, out in the water, Uri Valadown up and riding, comboing that wave, finishes with a roll onto the beach. There you can see Gabriel Branches taking a look at that one. Meanwhile, Nick Almirad up and riding on this right-hander, kicks into it, and then ducks out as it is about to close on him. So quick wave exchange out there in the water, just waiting for the judges to sort out the scores. And I will give you an update as soon as possible. It looks like Uri Valadown may very well get the best of that exchange again. Just from what I'm seeing preliminary-wise, dropping from the judges, an incomplete 1.0 for Nick Almirad for that up-and-down ride. A 7.50 for Uri Valadown to go with his 6.75. He's sitting on a 14.25 and the lead right now. Nick Almirad currently in the second spot on a 4.75. 5.0 for Gabriel Branches, but waiting for the secondary score to finalize for Alan Munoz. And situation change in the water. Munoz moves up into the second spot with a 4.85 on his last wave. Here, Almirad up and riding on the left. Gets the roll off of the wave before it closes out. So a quick effort for Nick Almirad. We'll see how this scores with the judges. Meanwhile, it looks like Alan Munoz up and riding again. Comes out through the whitewater. It looks like he went for a roll on that. It kind of lost him off screen for a moment. But we'll wait for scores to drop on that. 9:15 remaining, and judges sorting out that last wave exchange. We keep getting wave exchanges in flurries as these sets come in, and the riders trying to make the best of them. So far, it's been Uri Valadown making the best of things. Out there, sitting in the top spot on a 6.75 and a 7.50, perching him in the lead at the moment. A 4.0 for Almirad on his last wave here. Uri Valadown up again. Spins off the top, resets his line, driving down the line looking for a section. Hits the air roll spin through the lip, and that will be another solid score for Uri Valadown, who is the current heat leader, 18 and a half minutes remaining. But it was Alan Munoz scoring a 4.35 on his last wave. He now has a 4.35 and a 4.85 for a combined 9.2. He sits in that second and advancing spot with 18:20 remaining. Almirad with a 4.75 and a 4.0 sits third. He needs a 4.46. And Gabriel Branches has the fourth position. He is looking for a 4.20. 18 minutes remaining here in Heat 8, round 8 of the Men's Pro Division. Coming up next, we are going to go into round 5 of the Women's. We're going to see in the water Lily Pollard, Mila Venturin, Maria Helena Tolstis, and Jessica Becker. Again, round 5 of the women's will be a non-elimination heat. The winner will advance on to Heat 7. The other 3 competitors will move on to the next round, round 6, and have to battle it out while the heat winner gets to take a little bit of a break. But that's on deck right now out in the water. Heat 8, round 8, day 4 of competition here at Rio Bodyboarding International. 17:20 remaining in this heat. Ori Valadown sitting on the strength of a 6.75 and a 7.50 is in the top spot, and he is followed by the Chilean Alan Munoz in second. Nick Almirad, the Australian, currently in third, needing a 4.46, and Gabriel Branches in the fourth position, chasing a 4.20. 4.20 for Gabriel Branches is what he needs to move out of that fourth spot and into the second and advancing position currently held by his fellow countryman Alan Munoz.
Oi.
Big thanks again to everybody who has been tuning in and watching online. We appreciate you tuning in and checking out the action here at Postal Cinco. Like I said, the wave's kind of small, definitely challenging. Some side onshore winds shifting around, occasionally going side off, but small, challenging conditions. Riders making the best of them. You know what? We're going to cut down to the beach. We're going to go back down to Stephanie. She's with the winner of that last heat.
I'm here with Ibrahim from Morocco. Say something about your heat.
The waves, it was very small, but I'm so happy to win my heat. With Pierre, it was a really hard heat, and I need it for my point for GKS for top 24 for the next year. So I'm so happy to carry to man-to-man for tomorrow. I'm so happy.
Thank you, Ibrahim. Congratulations. Would you like to send a message to public on the internet?
I know that a lot of Moroccan now watching me. I just want to say thank you for everybody, and thank you for our support, and I'm so happy. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck. Back to guys.
All right, well, there is the Moroccan Brahim Idoish, and thank you very much. Stephanie doing an awesome job with those, with those little interviews. Excellent stuff. Terry McKenna just stepping in momentarily to relieve Steve Action Jackson, who has been, non-stop action for that guy. He's just been talking it up a treat. Who we got online here? Let's have a little look. We got Lewis from Portugal. We have Leandro talking about Uri Valadeo, who's just finished off a bit of a wave right there. So Uri Valadeo sitting in first place, and he's looking pretty comfortable. Right now watching Nick Almirad, and Nick, of course, from Australia, and Almirad just rolling and spinning off the end of that one, and then just ducked his little head through the whitewash. Also online, looks like we've got Juan Santos, once again pumping out some very good information. Alan Munoz is a very good rider. He says he got second place in Antofagasta Bodyboard Pro in Chile, and then he got second place in the trials at Arica. So, Juan Santos knows his stuff. He's one of the world's best commentators. He's a lovely bloke as well. So, Juan, hope you're enjoying the webcast, mate. And what do we got? Around about 13 and a half minutes remaining. Lots of scores dropping. And this is the 2008 IBA World Champion, Uri Valadeo, just having a look at that one. Okay, all scores are in. Valadeo in the lead with a 7.5 and a 6.75. Gabriel Brantes sitting in second spot in yellow. Alan Munoz in third place, and in fourth right now, that is Nick Almirad from Australia. Well, Nick Almirad just surfing off the back of his board there, trying to get as much leverage as he can on that tiny little wave. Very difficult conditions here at Posto Cinco, the fifth post along the beach here in Copacabana. And we'll just wait for the scores to come through for Nick Almirad. What did he need? A 5.85. He's not going to get it on that wave. So Almirad still lurking in fourth position at the moment. pretty good scores dropping for Alan Munoz. There's Uri Valadeo, and how's the lean in on that bottom turn? You know, that's the thing. It's all about the slight subtleties of your style. And, you know, when you're a former world champion, you don't get to be world champion for nothing, that's for sure. And Uri Valadeo looking really nice there as he leaned right into that, had a lot of leverage in his bottom turn, and he transferred that speed into that nice punchy roll. Well, there's Munoz. Alan Munoz, one of Chile's finest, really great performances in Antofagasta and Arica this year on the Chilean leg of the IBA World Tour. And there's Gabriel Brantes, unsuccessfully trying to do a little flip off that end section. A lot of scores coming through. Alan Munoz looks like he's got his 2 best waves have been his last 2. Nick Omar got 4.9 for that last wave. He needed 5.86 to go into second. So yeah, Omar with just on 12 minutes to go. Nick from Australia sitting in 4th place, needing 5.86 to go to second. Gabriel Brantes in yellow from Chile, needing a 5.16 to go to second. From Chile also, Alan Munoz. Munoz in the black singlet, now needing 8.4 to take the lead from that bloke in the red singlet, former world champion from Brazil, Uri Valadeo, with a 7.5 and a 6.75. So we've got Juan Santos online at the moment. He was the 2008 world champion, and Juan tells us 3 times Sintra Pro champion. He's won the Bahia contest in Brazil, and he's won many others around the world. You're dead right, as always, Mr. Santos. Okay, well. Wow, really working overtime on that one for the Chilean Gabriel Brantes. Coming down towards the halfway mark of this current heat in the water. So we got Jorge Junior online saying, let's go, Yuri, go big. And my word, he can go big, can't he? Uri Valadeo is such an exciting rider to watch, and he's been, you know, one of the best from Brazil for a very long time now. Juan Santos, I agree with you. Braham beating the world champion. And yes, these conditions do get very tricky. There's a lot of people talking about Stephanie online. She's been doing a fantastic job, that young girl. And Juan Santos is one of those that's very impressed with her English accent. All right, well, back now to the action. Munoz bursting out of the lip. Nice, big, strong maneuver there for Alan Munoz. You can see the jet ski just sitting there in the security area. A couple of bodyboarders walking back after a big day at the beach. So getting towards the tail end of what has been a very big day here at the Rio Bodyboarding International for 2012. Okay, so Uri Valadeo sitting in the lead. Last of Alan Munoz, 4.75, didn't not fall in the top 2. Uri Valadeo in red, you can see him at the top of your screen there. He's the current leader. Alan Munoz in second. This is Gabriel Brantes, and well, Gabriel really leaning into that turn off the bottom as well, but I don't know, he's not going to get the score that he required. He needed a 5.16, and well, he's going to come in well under that at 3.90 last of yellow. So judges really getting those scores in nice and early. That's the Australian, the big lanky Aussie bloke from the Gold Coast, Nick Omerod. Nick is in 4th place at the moment, 5.86. I was talking to Nick Omerod a couple of heats ago, and he said, what do you suggest, Tez? What should I do out there? And I said, mate, you know, you're going to be against some real tough competition here. Munoz, Brantes, Valadeo. All these guys are going to be trying to, you know, get some technical maneuvers happening. Why don't you just get the set waves and, you know, try and good strong square bottom turns and good punchy rolls through the roof where you extend the board out, you know, and really accentuate the maneuver. Try and get yourself a couple of nice inverts as well. Nick Omerod's like 6'2" or 6'3", so he's so big, and in small waves like this, the tall guys find it very hard to get that full rotation. So, Nick Omrod out there, and he's kind of on struggle street at the moment. 7.5 minutes remaining. 5.86 required for white. 5.16 required for yellow. Otherwise, it's those two blokes on screen at the moment. Uri Valadeo currently leading, and Alan Munoz sitting in second. Well, forecast for the weekend is looking really good. The next couple of days of competition shaping up very nicely indeed, folks. Tomorrow, the swell is sort of similar, but a bit cleaner. But the big great news, in fact, there's the little picture of the setup that we have here. Where's my little hand? You can't see it. I'm just in. See where that white glass is? I'm just kind of in behind there. They've got two booths for commentary. One is Portuguese, and one is for English. And oh my goodness, Uri Valadeo, that was just beautiful to watch, wasn't it? I'm calling like 8.5s for that. That was just incredible. See if we can get a replay on that, because that was just textbook stuff there from Uri Valadeo. Big, long, drawn-out bottom turn. Really activated and soaked the rail as he came off the bottom, and then he just transferred all of that straight back into a big ARS. That was just awesome to watch. Whilst Valadeo was doing that, down the beach, Nick Omrod also got a very, very good score, and this could put Omrod into second. There's Valadeo's score, 8.25. I called an 8.5, so I was probably pumped it up a bit. Nick Omrod, 6.25, goes to second. Wow, it's all turning around out there at the moment. So Alan Munoz got a nice little barrel. Oh, if he had to finish that off, he could have been seriously in contention. So Alan Munoz now needing a 5.31. He's not going to get it for that little barrel, so 5.31 required for Munoz from Chile. And Gabriel Brantes also chasing 5.56. It's a classic heat, this one, folks. Valadeo first, Omrod second, Munoz and Brantes, the two Chileans, sitting in third and fourth. We're just on 5.5 minutes to go. Well, this is going to be interesting. Gabriel Brantes did burst out of the lip there with a little ARS. It was only on a kind of a smaller wave. Here's the replay of Uri Valadeo. Have a look at that bottom turn. Oh, my God. That was so perfect. That was you can't really do too much more. One of the judges gave a 9. Another gave an 8.5, and there was two guys giving an 8.0 each. So at the end, it was an 8.25 for the average score for Valadeo, but he has got them on the ropes at the moment. The 2008 world champion just putting on a clinic out there at the moment, and he grew up in these sort of conditions, and doesn't it show? He's just looking so comfortable in these tricky little windswept summery type waves here at Copacabana. So Nick Omrod now looking to replace 4.90 in his second best wave. Alan Munoz only needing 5.31. And Uri Valadeo, how he's just making it look so easy. He's got it on a string. And the crowd just loving it. Just everybody just clapping and, loving that. That's not a real indication of the crowd, by the way, that particular shot there. That's not where all the people are. They're up at the beach a little bit. These guys are surfing down a little away from the crowd. So there are still a lot of people here at Copacabana just loving this event, the Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. Okay, so Alan Munoz only needing a 5.31 and Gabriel Brantes 5.56. There's 3 minutes left on the clock. Well, Elmo's been online telling stuff about Roberto Bruno, Lucas Nogueira, and Amaury Laverne and Eda Luciano. So some pretty cool little stats coming through there, mate. I'll try and get to those a little bit later on. We have Renato Elmo Marcelo, Allison, João, and Victor. Just a few of the people who are sitting there at home and typing away on the keyboard and, passing on their comments. Make sure that you keep your little messages coming in English for myself and also Steve Jackson. We do have a Portuguese webcast. And Uri Valdo getting a little tied up that time. You can see how far down the beach he is. The umbrellas just kind of getting in the way. So that's Nick Omrod in white, and that's Alan Munoz in black. So Nick Omrod doesn't want to get too casual when it comes to Alan Munoz. You can see him. He's kind of covered at the moment, just sitting there waiting just in case something comes through. He can at least put a bit of pressure on Munoz. But Alan, of course, finished second in the Antofagasta Bodyboarding Festival down there in the south of Chile. That was amazing, that contest, and we look forward to a big Chilean tri-series next year. We're going Antofagasta, Iquique, and Arica all together. It's going to be just so cool to get over there for a month. And then the contest, the IBA World Tour, will then swing into Brazil, where we're going to have Itacoatiara and then the Rio Bodyboarding Pro straight after it. So you're really looking at 5 events back-to-back in that Brazilian/Chilean leg, and that's going to be pretty cool for 2013. Okay, coming down to crunch time at the moment, 1 minute 20 seconds remaining. And, Elmo's got a lot of statistical information now. I'll leave that up to, the experts coming back in after this heat, of course. Steve Action Jackson will jump back on the microphone, and Steve will be able to, roll through some of that stuff. It's a little technical for me. He's more technical inclined as far as statistical information goes, and some of those little Portuguese kind of quotes. He'll break that all down for you folks. Coming up to about 40 seconds remaining, you can see on screen Gabriel Brantes really desperately needing a score of 5.56, and that's not going to offer it. Munoz needing 5.31. So Brantes just lurking around in the lineup. You can see Nick Omrod is just sticking to Munoz like glue, and he doesn't want to let him have too much room to move. I mean, he has the ability to conjure up scores, Alan Munoz. Very talented bodyboarder. The Chileans 3-4 at the moment. The Australian is in second, and the Brazilian legend Uri Valdo currently in the lead. And there goes the countdown in the back. And it looks like the girls are coming up next. In fact, that is official. The girls are coming up next. Unless some guy's wearing some kind of crazy mankini. But I don't think so. Okay, in the end, you know what happened? It was Uri Valdo taking that one over Nick Omrod. Alan Munoz, Gabriel Brantes, we must say au revoir to those guys. The Chileans are going to be back. They'll be over in Isla de Margarita for the contest there. And right now we're going into round 5 of the women as I pass you back to Steve Action Jackson to take us through the last couple of heats of the day.
All right, so we are underway here in this 25-minute heat 1, round 5 of the women's right now out in the water. In the pink jersey, Lily Pollard from Australia. She is joined by Australian. The Australian is joined by Brazilian Mila Venturin, as well as Maria Helena Tostes and Jessica Becker. 3 Brazilians, 1 Australian out in the water. Top 2 will advance on to tomorrow's competition. The other 2, they will be cruising the contest as spectators for the rest of the weekend. 24 minutes remaining in this 25-minute heat. Top 2 ways will be scored for each rider for their combined final score. Top 2 riders at the end of this heat will advance on to the next round. Again, this is heat 1. round 5. This is a non-elimination heat. I apologize for what I just said at the opening there. This is actually round 5. So non-elimination heat. The winner to round 7. The other 3 girls in this heat will go on to round 6. But all of these riders will ride again tomorrow. It's just a matter of who gets to take a heat off and who's going to have to do a little extra work. So, again, I apologize for that confusion. It's been a long day, and I'm doing my best to get through. Bear with me as we ride through these last 4 heats, this last round here today, women's round 5. Again, out in the water right now, Lily Pollard, Mila Van Toren, Maria Helena Tostes, and Jessica Becker. Tostes and Becker coming to us via earlier rounds that they advanced through. Van Toren and Pollard sitting in this heat. Currently, Lily Pollard ranked 5th on the Women's World Tour. Mila Van Toren currently ranked 6th. Both of these girls looking to get some work done here in Rio and improve their position in the World Tour rankings. And there you can see on the board, girls putting up their preliminary scores. Jessica Becker with a 6.0, a 3.5 for Tostes, and Pollard registering a 5.25, but only a 1.0 for an incomplete maneuver on that last wave. So early goings here, 22 minutes remaining there. Up and riding, it looks like Lily Pollard in the pink jersey. She's getting right down to business. That's her 3rd wave of the heat already, while Mila Van Toren is still waiting to get on the board. There you can see Tostes in the yellow jersey. Down the line on the left, gets the roll off the closeout section. That will give her a secondary score and something to build on. Just waiting for her scores to register from the judges. Right now, 4.25 from Lily Pollard, 4.15 for Helena Tostes. So Pollard first, Tostes second. Becker currently in 3rd. Van Toren needs to get on the board. She still has no waves under her belt. There you can see in the distance the flag flying, winds blowing on shore here at Posto Cinco in Copacabana. That is Fort Copacabana down there in the background. The sun has kind of gone away. Clouds rolled in. It's gotten a little gray and windy on the beach. So our nice day has kind of left us, and now we're left with funky weather on top of funky waves. But our competitors doing the best to contend with the conditions that they have in front of them out in the water. And that was Jessica Becker on that last one there in the black jersey taking a look. And here, Maria Helena Tostes up and riding. That's really not going to do much. She's going to bail her board, duck under, and paddle back out. And again, everybody on the board right now, except Mila Van Toren in the white jersey. We have not heard from her yet out in the water. 20 and a half minutes remaining. Still plenty of time. But Van Toren a little quiet so far out in the water. Meanwhile, someone who's not quiet out there, Lily Pollard up and riding. That's her 4th wave already. She's gone right to work looking to, take control of this heat and just dominate. And so far, that's what she's been doing. She's got a 5.25 and now a 5.0 as her secondary score. So she's sitting on a combined 10.25 already with 15 minutes remaining. 4 waves under her belt, a couple of solid scores. She sits in the top spot. And she is followed by Maria Helena Tostes. Then Jessica Becker, who is searching for a 4.25 or better for her backup wave. There you can see Becker out in the water, waiting patiently for the next couple of waves to roll through, something to work with. Meanwhile, Mila Van Toren, she's been quiet so far. Nothing on her scorecard as of yet. 14 and a half minutes remaining here. Day 4 of competition at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. Real quick, a shout out to our sponsors, Void Rider Bodyboards. And there's Mila up and riding with her first wave of the heat, going to punch the roll through the closeout section and unable to complete the maneuver. So paddle out and look for another wave with a little bit more substance to it. As I was saying, big shout to our sponsors, Void Rider Bodyboards, the state government of Rio de Janeiro, Rio Tour, Key Doguinho, YouTube. Also, big thanks to the supervising producers of this event, the Brazilian Bodyboarding Confederation, the Rio Bodyboarding Federation, and Adding Sports and Entertainment. And we have a little message online from Alexandre Fonseca saying, here in Rio de Janeiro, every time the rain clouds come over the Cristo, the waves grow. Cristo, he's referring to Cristo Redentor, otherwise known as the Christ the Redeemer statue on top of Corcovado Mountain. And I hope that's the case, because I would love to see the waves grow. I think all of us would, as it's been pretty small so far. There you can see a nice shot on the beach. While we wait for the next round of action, we are going to go down to the beach. Stephanie is with the winner of the last heat.
Fala pessoal, estou aqui de volta com o Uri Valadão, o campeão mundial de 2008. Uri, parabéns pela bateria, você que liderou a bateria inteira, né? O que você tem a dizer para o pessoal de casa que está na internet, que te assistiu, torceu muito? O que você tem a dizer?
Pô, foi maravilhosa a bateria. Eu estava acompanhando, passei o dia inteiro na praia, prestando atenção no mar, e eu sabia que até uns 6,75 foi minha primeira onda, estava muito complicado de fazer, a galera estava com muita dificuldade. E eu estava meio ansioso sem saber se eu conseguia fazer essas notas, né? Aí acabei que na primeira onda já dei uma deslanchada. E aí fui relaxando mais, ficando mais calmo e ter mais controle da bateria. Fui trocando as notas e acho que eu fiz, se não me engano, a melhor nota a melhor média do evento até então. Então, no dia de hoje, né? Então, tô amarradão, feliz pra caramba, mandar um beijão pra todo mundo que tá torcendo. Dizer que vou fazer meu máximo aí, tô com muita vontade nesse campeonato. Só de estar competindo no Rio de Janeiro, cidade maravilhosa, é fantástico. Então tô muito feliz.
Com certeza, parabéns, Uri. Você liderou, tirou a melhor nota de hoje. Então, é isso. A gente vai ficando por aqui. Manda uma mensagem para o seu patrocinador que está te assistindo também e para a sua torcida da Bahia.
Pô, sem dúvida, não posso deixar de agradecer meus patrocinadores, né, Cobra d'Água, Capaloa e Lemúria, que sempre me deram suporte. E mandar um beijão a toda a minha família, minha mãe, o pessoal de casa aí que está em Salvador curtindo lá. Valeu, galera. Vamos para amanhã.
Obrigada, Uri. Boa sorte. Back to you, guys.
All right, and thank you, Stephanie and Uri Valadown, the winner of that last heat. Meanwhile, out in the water, here we are in Heat 1, Round 5, non-elimination round for the Women's Pro Division. Again, the winner will go straight to Round 7. The other three girls will have to battle it out in Round 3. Currently, with 10.5 minutes remaining, it is Lily Pollard, the Australian, in the lead. And Juan hitting us up again. Lily Pollard, what a ripper. And Cantu World Series champion. Yes, last November when we were in Puerto Rico for the Encanto Pro at Isabela, Lily Pollard put on quite a show, winning there and doing so in very impressive fashion. Definitely something I will remember for the rest of my days. I was stoked to be able to work that event in Puerto Rico. I'm actually a little bummed out I won't be back in Puerto Rico again this year. But that's the way things go. Excuse me, folks. I just had to clear my throat off air. My voice is really struggling at this point, so I apologize if I sound a little hoarse, a little raspy. My throat is pretty much shredded after 4 days of doing solo commentary, and I'm trying to hang in there and get through the weekend. I can guarantee you tonight I'll be hitting up some green tea and honey, or at least some green tea and agave nectar pretty hardcore. Meanwhile, out in the water with the competitors here at the Rio Bodyboarding International Heat 1, Round 5, 9 minutes remaining. It's Lily Pollard in the lead. Helena Tosta sitting in the second position there. You can see her sitting out in the lineup waiting for her next opportunity. Meanwhile, currently in third, Jessica Becker chasing a 4.25. And here up and riding, Mila Venturin with a nice forward spin. Cutting back, trying to set up this inside section to combine a roll to the forward spin. So a nice spin to roll combo. That will be a pretty decent wave for Mila. That will replace one of those low scores that she has posted so far. She currently needs an 8.75. This should definitely help her cause a little bit a 4.40 for that last wave. Now she just needs to get rid of that 1.5, and she can get back into the swing of things here with 8:20 remaining in this heat. $7:45 remaining, and quick little wave exchange up and riding. Maria Helena Tostas on that one. She's going to duck out as that one closes. And so, again, quick little wave exchange. Jessica Becker, Tostas, waiting for scores to register. It looked like Lily Pollard had another one. Lily currently sitting on a 5.25 and a 5.0 for the lead. She scores a 3.15 on her last wave. That will not affect her overall combined score in the end of things. Meanwhile, a 5.25 for Jessica Becker is enough to move her to the top spot. Situation change out in the water. Jessica Becker to first, Lily Pollard down to second. That drops Maria Helena Tostas to third. She now needs a 7.10 or better. And Mila Venturin, currently sitting in the fourth position, needs a 6.85 or better. She has a 4.40, but her secondary score is only a 1.5. And here, Tostas taking a look at this one, not lining up the way she would like. She's going to bail on that one as well. She's had a few of those waves where she's taken off, taken a look at it, and decided to duck under and paddle back out. Here, a look at Jessica Becker's last wave. A nice, solid roll. She scores a 5.25 with the judges. That's enough to move her ahead of Lily Pollard. So right now, Becker in first, Pollard second, Tostas in third, and Venturin in fourth. And here we have Lily Pollard in the pink jersey, comboing the rolls. A nice, solid wave from Lily Pollard. Lily Pollard answering back. We'll see if that scores high enough to move her back into the top spot. She's currently in that second and advancing position behind Jessica Becker. And here up and riding, Mila Venturin in the white jersey gets the roll off of the section, comes out through the white water, and not much to work with after that. But that will definitely replace the 1.50. That should improve her score and help her out a little bit. She's looking to get out of that fourth position. She needs a 6.85 to move into second. That 4.0 she got on that wave is enough to move her into third, one step closer. Meanwhile, Helena Tostas in fourth position now. She is chasing a 7.10, a nice roll off of that section for her. So quick wave exchange between Venturin and Tostas. Currently, Jessica Becker, the heat leader, with just over 5 minutes remaining. And here's a replay of that last wave for Becker. She's going to score even higher with this. This may very well solidify her lead. Nice replay on that one. Becker with a slightly bigger set wave. She's going to score a 7.40 for her efforts on that one. That will go along with a 6.0 for a combined score of 13.40. She sits in the lead currently with 4.5 minutes remaining in this heat. Currently in second place, Lily Pollard with a 10.75 combined score. Meanwhile, in third, Mila Venturin is chasing a 9.0, and Maria Helena Tostas 9.25. She's right on the border of combination land, not territory you want to venture into. A 9.25. She's for all intents and purposes, she's at the point where she's going to need 2 new wave scores if she's going to get back into this thing. 4 minutes remaining. Maria Helena Tostas and Mila Venturin have their work cut out for them. And there you can see on the beach getting ready for Heat 2 of the women's. Hold on. Lost my heat sheet. There we go. Sorry, folks. It's been a long day. Not only am I losing my voice, I'm starting to lose my paperwork. They're out in the water. Mila Venturini up and riding, takes off, drives off the bottom, hits the roll through the closing section. A nice move from Mila on that one. And as I was saying, we saw there on the beach getting ready to hit the water in the pink jersey. Coming up next in Heat 2, Round 5, we're going to see Isabela Souza in pink from Brazil. From Portugal, Catarina Souza in white. Soraya Rocha, the former two-time world champ, will be in yellow. And Oberta Bitzer will be in the black jersey. Meanwhile, that's Maria Helena Tostes on that wave. And even though she's got a leash in her board, it looks like she's lost her board on the inside. Fortunately, it's not a far paddle here at Posto Cinco. She will paddle in and grab her board. She won't lose points. She'll just lose time and burn a little energy getting the board back. 2:35 remaining. Up and riding. Lily Paula driving. Can't get around the section. She's going to bail. She's currently sitting in that second and advancing spot. She has a 5.25 and a 5.0 for a combined 10.75. But it is Jessica Becker with a 6.0 and a 7.4 for a combined 13.4 and the lead. Mila Venturini in white currently chasing an 8.65. Maria Helena Tostes looking for a 9.25 there. Venturini taking a look at that one. Didn't like the way it was shaping up. She's going to let that one roll by. And there you can see the competitors hitting the water, paddling out. Again, Isabel Souza will be in the pink jersey. Catarina Souza in white. Soraya Rocha in yellow. And Oberta Bitzer in black. So we have a couple of Brazilian world champions, a U.S. national champion, and Catarina Souza, the seasoned veteran. So a pretty stacked heat here. Now we're getting into the heavier heats with round 5. We're seeing a lot of the seated riders and some of the better talent that has advanced through previous heats. So, again, stay tuned. That is coming up right now out in the water with just over a minute remaining. We have Jessica Becker in the lead. Lily Poehler in that second and advancing position. Mila Venturini, there you can see in the white jersey in third, chasing an 8.65. And currently in the fourth position, Maria Helena Tostes needing a 9.25. Time counting down. 50 seconds remain in this heat. Counting down, 35 seconds remaining. Again, it's Becker in first, Pollard second, Venturini in third, and Tostes in fourth. Venturini on the hunt for an 8.65. Tostes in a hole, needing a 9.25. 20 seconds remaining. Becker and Pollard looking to advance through. Venturini hoping to pull off a miracle and get the wave she needs for an 8.65. There you can see Tostes with a last-ditch effort. That's not going to garner the 9.25. She will get a 3.65 for her efforts. It will increase her overall combined score, but not helping much. And time has expired. It will be Jessica Becker and Lily Pollard winning the heat. I keep talking like Jessica Becker and Lily Pollard are winning the heat and advancing on. The other two aren't. Jessica Becker wins the heat. She will go directly to Heat 7. Pollard, Venturini, and Tostes, they will be in round 6 tomorrow. They will have to battle it out while Becker gets to take a round off and prepare for round 7, which we will see tomorrow, day 5 of competition. All right, so the horn has sounded, and we are underway with Heat 2, Round 5, here in this non-elimination heat out in the water in the pink jersey. It's listed as red, but it's actually pink Isabella Souza, the former world champion, 2010 world champion. She is joined out in the water in the white jersey by the Portuguese rider Catarina Souza. Also joining them out in the water, former two-time world champion Soraya Rocha, and in the black jersey, now three-time U.S. national champion Oberta Bitzer. So, again, we are underway, just waiting for these girls to get their first round of waves on the board, and then we will sort things out from there. 19 minutes remaining. Up and riding first in the pink jersey, Isabel Souza kicking into this one. Gets a roll off of that closeout section. That will get her on the board first. And there you can see her paddling back out, looking to get back out to the lineup as quickly as possible so she can get a secondary score. Meanwhile, the other girls still looking to get on the board here in the early going of Heat 2, Round 5, Day 4 of competition here at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. And there in the white jersey, Catarina Souza gets on the board. A quick spin. Spins off the back. That will be an incomplete maneuver, but that will give her her first score. She can build from there. A 1.5 from the judges on that. Meanwhile, up and riding, Oberta Bitzer in the black jersey. Going for the roll off the closeout section. Falls behind the whitewater, and that will be an incomplete maneuver for her. She will paddle back out to the lineup and look for something a little more substantial. So, again, 1.5s for Catarina Souza and Oberta Bitzer. Isabella Souza coming out, hitting the first score of this heat, a 3.25. There you can see Lily Pollard coming in from that last heat. Lily finishing second. We will see her tomorrow in round 6. And there you can see Isabella Souza up and riding on this. Little left-hander, throws into forward spin, kicking, trying to get a little extra speed. Goes for the roll to try and combo, and unable to get the roll around. So she'll get scored on the spin, not the roll. And here we have the former world champ, Soraya Rocha, up and riding, pulls into the closeout, tries to punch the roll through the closeout section, unable to complete the maneuver. Again, we have challenging conditions here out in the water at Postal Cinco in Copacabana, but our competitors making the best of it. There, Oberta Bitzer rolling through that section, comes out through the whitewater. That will be a solid score for Beta. That will get her on the board with something legitimate score-wise, and she can build from there. Just waiting for it to register from the judges. Meanwhile, Isabel Souza, 2.75 for her second wave. She has a 3.25, 2.75 for the early lead. Oberta Bitzer with a 4.25. That is enough to bump her up into the second position. Meanwhile, Catarina Souza, Soraya Rocha, both sitting on 1.5s. They need to put together something a little more solid and try and replace those as low scores. And there you can see a replay of Oberta Bitzer's last wave, rolling through that closeout section, coming out clean. A nice, strong move from Beta in these challenging conditions. And there you can see in yellow the former two-time world champ, Soraya Rocha, the women's world champ in 2000 and 2001. Meanwhile, they're up and riding the 2010 world champ, Isabella Souza. Like I was saying, tonight at 11 o'clock at Cafe Del Mar here in Copacabana, there will be a bit of a ceremony for the first time ever. There will be a celebration of the history of Brazilian bodyboarding world champions. Tonight, the former men's and women's world champions will be recognized. The mayor of Rio will also be stopping by. So if you're in Copacabana, anywhere near Avenida Atlantica, be sure to stop by Cafe Del Mar. Tickets are available. Space is limited, so you definitely want to show up early. 30 reais for the guys, 20 reais for the ladies. Definitely don't want to miss this. This is a piece of bodyboarding history going down tonight. Meanwhile, out in the water, part of that history, Sahaya Hosha up and riding on that last wave. That will be an incomplete maneuver. While she paddles back out, we're going to go back down to the beach with Stephanie. She is with the winner of that last heat.
Boa tarde, pessoal. Eu estou aqui com a Jéssica Becker, que venceu a última bateria. Jéssica, nós, a sua torcida, estamos vendo que você está muito confiante ao longo de todo o campeonato. E eu gostaria de saber o que você sente em relação a essa etapa do Mundial. Você está confiante? O que você quer falar aí para o público, a galera da internet que está te assistindo ao vivo?
Bem, primeiro, obrigada, galera da internet que está aí na torcida. Realmente o mar está muito difícil aqui em Copacabana hoje, as condições não estão muito legais, mas eu estou muito focada para esse evento. É um evento assim que eu decidi como retorno para o circuito mundial, ainda mais estando em casa. Eu fui criada aqui nos campeonatos em Copacabana, Ipanema, Itacoatiara, então eu acabo me sentindo bem, porque a minha base foi desenvolvida aqui nessa praia. Apesar de ter começado a surfar em Macaé, aprender, mas as competições foi o circuito carioca, aqui em Copacabana, como eu falei nas outras praias também. E estou focada para o próximo round, agora eu tenho descanso de um round, né, que a próxima é repescagem, eu posso ficar assistindo e tentar focar um pouquinho mais, porque quando vão passando as baterias vai se afunilando, só vão ficando as melhores. E eu pretendo muito buscar um bom resultado. Daqui eu estou indo para a Venezuela, quero poder conseguir alguns pontinhos para poder continuar me mantendo no resto do tour.
Você já foi campeã na Venezuela. Conta também como que você, o que você sente para essa próxima etapa, se você pretende trazer o título para o Brasil, que é muito importante também para essa etapa do Mundial.
Então, na Venezuela, quando eu estava no tour bem sólida, eu ganhei em 2008 e 2009, aí em casa assistindo o campeonato de Sintra, me deu uma vontade de voltar, falei, eu vou fazer um esforço, eu falei, bom, nada melhor que Venezuela, que já tem boas recordações para dar esse pontapé inicial. Então o Rio de Janeiro já começa sendo voltar ao ritmo e vamos ver se Venezuela a gente fecha com chave de ouro.
Parabéns, boa sorte. Jéssica, manda um beijo, um abraço pra galera que tá torcendo por você na internet, todo mundo vibrando, e dá um alô pros seus patrocinadores, galera de Macaé, onde você mora, né?
Bom, patrocinadores está complicado. Na verdade, eu sou um atleta meio que independente por falta de patrocínios mesmo. Não que eu não queira, mas por falta de incentivo ao esporte. Então, quem quiser colar comigo, fechar sua marca, estou aqui disponível. E obrigada a galerinha que está na internet assistindo, que está acompanhando o tour. E principalmente ao pessoal de Macaé, a minha escolinha que está lá aguardando meu retorno para voltar às aulas. Um pouquinho mais de paciência, logo logo estou de volta.
Obrigada, Jéssica. Boa sorte. Manda um beijo, pessoal.
All right, and there you have it. Jessica Becker, the winner of that last heat here in round 5 of the winner. Round 5 of the women's. That was, again, the heat winner, Jessica Becker, down with Stephanie on the beach. Thanks, girls. Appreciate it. Back to the action out in the water. 11 minutes remaining, and currently it's Oberta Bitzer in the top spot, sitting in first on the strength of a 4.25 and a 4.15. She is followed by the former world champ Isabel Sosa. Isabella sitting on a 3.9 and 3.85. She is in that second and advancing spot, trying to hold off that woman in yellow, another former world champ from here in Brazil, Soraya Rocha, the two-time world champ, sitting in third, needing a 3.25. Those two girls kind of shadowing each other. Could definitely get interesting putting a couple of ex-world champion Brazilian bodyboarders in the water together. We could see some heated battles during the course of this heat. 10:20 remaining, and currently right now in the fourth position, Catarina Souza. She still really only needs a 4.15 to move into that second and advancing spot. So things still really close. Anybody's game. Just about at the halfway point. 10 minutes remaining in this heat. And just reading some comments online. Appreciate the positive feedback from everybody tuning in. Meanwhile, up and riding, Oberta Bitzer drives off the bottom, punches the roll through the closeout section, but unable to complete the maneuver as she got caught up in that whitewater explosion. So she will paddle back out and look for another one, trying to find something to firm up that lead she has at the moment. Again, right now, 9.5 minutes remaining. It is Oberta Bitzer in first, Isabella Souza in second, Soraya Hosha in third, and Katarina Souza in fourth. And there you can see the nice little view here on the beach of Copacabana. That is the namesake for this surf spot. Post 5, the lifeguard station there, Postal 5. And it's gotten a little gray here on the beach, a little gray and windy. So the crowd's starting to thin out a bit. And competition winding down for the day. We still have a couple more heats here in round 5 of the Women's Pro Division. Currently out in the water. There you can see Katarina Souza sitting in the 4th position. She comes into this event ranked 19th on the Women's World Tour. Right now she is sitting 4th, searching for a 4.16 or better to move into that second spot. 4.16 to move into the top spot. Again, with this heat, the winner will move on directly to round 7. Meanwhile, the other 3 girls will have to battle it out in round 6 tomorrow. Again, that's coming up on day 5 of competition, but here on day 4, we are in heat 2, round 5. Currently, Oberta Bitzer, the heat leader, followed by Isabella Souza, Soraya Hosha in 3rd. Looking for a 3.25, Katarina Souza there in the white jersey, searching for a 4.16 to move out of that 4th spot. We have 7:25 remaining in this heat. Real quick, I'd like to take a chance to shout out our sponsors once again. Void Rider Bodyboards, the state government of Rio de Janeiro, Rio Tour, Kidoguinho, and YouTube, and up and riding there. Isabella Souza going for the aerial spin, gets it around in the whitewater. It's always interesting watching Isabella Souza. Every time I watch her ride at a contest, she gets pretty intense out in the water. She rides with the ability of one of the guys. She could probably compete on the Men's World Tour and hold her own. Here, up and riding, another woman who knows how to hold her own out in the water. Katarina Souza, not much lining up on that one, so she kicks out. She'll go back and look for another one, still in pursuit of a 4.16 out in the water here in Heat 2, Round 5. 6:35 left in the heat there. You can see Oberta Bitzer, the current heat leader. She is sitting on a 4.25 and a 4.15 for the lead. And again, there you can see a nice little view of Fort Copacabana. Again, a military training base and a military museum. Those gun turrets out there, don't worry, folks. Those things are decommissioned and plugged up, filled in with cement. They are not functioning. Functioning out in the water, though, is Isabel Souza getting a nice roll off that section. And there you can see in yellow, Soraya Hosha. So a nice wave exchange. And now up and riding, Oberta Bitzer on the left. Gets a quick roll, rolls through that closeout section. So a quick wave exchange amongst our riders out in the water. We'll wait for the scores to shake out, see which the judges sort out of that exchange. But again, currently out in the water, looks like a 5.0 for Isabella Souza. She is going to move into the top spot. Well, wait, a 5.50 for Soraya Hosha. So now she moves into the top spot. So all kinds of shuffling with 5.25 remaining in the heat. There, Isabella Souza riding again. And just to sort things out right now, as it stands with all the scores dropping, Soraya Hosha in first, Isabella Souza in second. Oberta Bitzer gets dropped from first to third. She is now looking for a 5.50. And in white, Katarina Souza in that fourth position, looking for a 6.40 or better right now. So all kinds of position changing. And I do believe that is Alejandra Altuve from Venezuela cruising down the beach. She's been here on the beach all day. She competed earlier. She's been here supporting her fellow Venezuelans. Definitely some strong Venezuelan pride going on the beach here in Copacabana. And here's a little bit of a paddle battle, and it's going to be white Catarina Souza. She up and riding briefly, not much to work with as it closed out on her, so she'll pull off of that one. She's still searching out a 6.40. Meanwhile, out in the water, again, the situation with 4:20 remaining. Soraya Hosha moving into the top spot has a 10.65 combined score. She is followed by Isabella Souza with a 10.5, and in third place, Oberta Bitzer, who was in the lead, now sitting in third with a 9.40. She has a 4.25 and a 5.15 as her high scores. She is in search of a 5.50. So while she tries to suss that out, with under 4 minutes remaining, I'll be right back after this. And up and riding in white, Catarina Souza rolls through that section, looking to get around, and that's going to shut down, but she will get a solid maneuver off of that one. Meanwhile, up and riding, Soraya Hosha going for the forward spin to start things off. She pulls off the back of that wave. That will be an incomplete ride for her. Meanwhile, waiting for scores to drop for Catarina Souza, a 4.90. That is her new high score so far for this heat. She now cuts her deficit down. She is now seeking out a 5.75 to move up into that second spot. Although right now, really, the top spot is what everybody's chasing. There you can see Isabella Souza looking for a 5.15. Oberta Bitzer chasing a 5.5. And Catarina Souza looking for 5.75. So things still very much attainable for those three girls, but it is Soraya Hosha holding that top spot. Right now, she's looking at moving on to round 7, while these other girls are in a situation where they would have to go on to round 6 and battle it out once again. For those of you just tuning in, again, 2 minutes remaining in this heat. This is a non-elimination round. First place goes right to round 7, skips a round. The other three girls have to battle it out once again in round 6. Just under 2 minutes remaining in this heat. It is currently Soraya Hosha, the former 2-time world champion, sitting in that top spot. Isabella Souza currently sitting in second, needing a 5.15 to take the top spot. Oberta Bitzer sitting in third, needs a 5.50, and Catarina Souza in search of a 5.75. And that was Isabella Souza in the pink jersey, streaking down the line on that right, looking for something to add to her score to try and take away the top spot. I don't know if that's going to be a 5.15 from the judges. We'll just have to wait and see. As the score registers a 4.65 for Isabella Souza. That will not be enough to improve her overall score. She still remains in second, chasing a 5.15. 35 seconds remaining. Up and riding, Isabella Souza throws into a forward spin, comes around and digs her nose. So that will be an incomplete maneuver. That will not help Isabella any. 25 seconds remaining. And again, it is the former 2-time world champ, Soraya Hosha, making her return to competition. She advanced through her previous heat. Here she is in round 5, looking to win this heat and skip round 6, go straight to round 7. We will see those rounds in action tomorrow. Day 5 tomorrow again coming up, but right now out in the water, round 5, heat 2, non-elimination round, and that will be the heat, and it is going to be the former 2-time world champ, Soraya Hosha, Moving on with the win, she skips round 6. We'll go straight to round 7. These other 3 girls, Isabella Souza, Oberta Bitzer, and Catarina Souza, we will see them again tomorrow in round 6. Coming up in just a moment, waiting for the starting horn, we are going to see the defending women's world champion, Eonachi Aguirre from Basque, in the red jersey. She will be joined out in the water by Luz Marie Grande from Puerto Rico in the white jersey, as well as Nicole Caleros and Joselene Amorum, who advanced through their earlier heats. So 2 Brazilians, a Puerto Rican, and the Spaniard from Basque, the defending world champ, Eonachi Aguirre. And we are just underway here in Heat 3, Round 5 of the Women's Pro Division. 20-minute heat, top 2 waves scored. Top 2, well, I keep saying top 2 riders. The top rider will go straight to round 7. The other 3, round 6. Both of those rounds we will see tomorrow. So again, out in the water right now, Eonachi Aguirre, the defending world champ, in red, Luz Marie Grande in white, in yellow, Nicole Caleros, and this woman in black, Joselene Amorum, getting things started. Hits the roll there. That will get her on the board first. We have 18 and a half minutes remaining in this 20-minute heat. Still here in the early going right now, just 1 wave on the board. A 3.50 from Joselene Amorum in the black jersey. So while we wait for the girls to pick up on their first waves out in the water, we're going to take a quick commercial break. I'll be right back after this. And we're back. Excuse me. And we're back. Like I said, folks, trying to hold on, carry through, get through the rest of this day. My voice is barely there. I can guarantee you tonight I'm going to be almost mute. But it's all good. I've been bringing you all the action here out in the water. Again, some challenging conditions, smaller conditions. Mother Nature kind of playing with us a bit today, as the swell was supposed to pick up a little. Instead, it seems to have dropped a little, providing challenging conditions, but our competitors have been making the most of it. You can tell they really want the 2,000 points that are on the table for this event, as well as the big money prize purse, $30,000 for the women's prize purse, $45,000 for the men's. So competitors gutting it out there, putting on quite a show despite the slightly lackluster surf conditions. And we've all been soldiering through together. We appreciate everybody who's been tuned in, watching along, and watching what's going on out in the water. And so big thanks to everybody who has stuck it out and stayed tuned with us today. We appreciate it. And definitely kudos to the event staff and all of the competitors for getting the job done, so to speak. Right now, out in the water, 16:20 remaining, and only 1 wave on the board so far, a 3.5 from Joselene Amorum. That has her in the top spot. The other 3 girls still waiting to get on the scoreboard with their first waves of this heat. Again, this is Heat 3, Round 5 of the Women's Pro Division, a non-elimination heat. The winner will advance straight to Round 7. The other 3 girls, they will duke it out in Round 6 again tomorrow. we will see that coming up in day 5. But right now, here we are wrapping up day 4 of competition here at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. I'm Steve Action Jackson. I've been on the mic all day holding down the English commentary with the exception of a few breaks. Big thanks to Teza for stepping in and holding down the commentary so I could take a break to try and soothe my throat a little bit, grab some food, take care of a few things. They even gave me a chance to run to the cash exchange. Up and riding, Luz Marie Grande from Puerto Rico going for the roll on that one. So that will get her on the board. And there, Aonati taking a look at that one. Aonati out there in the pink jersey. That one not really lining up for her, so she's going to pass on it. Meanwhile, up and riding, Nicole Caleros looking at this one. Drops into a slightly bigger set wave, trying to drive around the section. Drives up, powers through the pitching lip, and rides out clean. A nice, solid wave for Nicole. She's going to score really well with the judges like that. That was a bigger wave, a critical section. She was driving with a lot of speed. Punch through the lip. That was one of the better waves we've seen in the women's division so far today. She's going to score an 8.0 with the judges, powering through on the bigger set wave and going right through the lip. Clean maneuvering, clean exit on the big roll. Driving off the bottom, a lot of power, a lot of style, clean execution, and she is rewarded by the judges for that one, an 8.0 for Nicole Caleros. That will put her firmly in the lead here in the early going. Only her first wave, but one of the highest scores we've seen today. We are just under 14 minutes remaining in this 20-minute heat, and we've got scores on the board for Maria Grande Perez, and Nicole Caleros, and Joselini Amorim in here. Amorim up and riding on her second wave. Meanwhile, Aonati, the defending world champ, a nice clean roll off of that section. That gets her on the board. That should be a solid start for the defending champ. Just waiting for scores to drop. And while we're waiting for the scores to register, we are going to go back down to the beach camera and our interviewer, Stephanie, down on the beach with the winner of that last heat.
Boa tarde, pessoal. Estou de volta com a Soraya Rocha, essa mamãe guerreira que venceu uma das últimas baterias do dia. Soraya, o que você tem a dizer para o público que está te assistindo, a sua torcida? Da onde vem toda essa garra, essa força de vontade que você está avançando aí nas etapas e avançou para as quartas de final? O que você tem a dizer ao público que está te assistindo ao vivo?
Bom, galera, é um prazer aí, obrigada a todo mundo que me ajudou. Realmente eu precisava de uma ajuda maior, porque 2 baterias antes me ligaram da escola do meu filho falando que eles iam levar ele para o hospital, que ele tinha se machucado. Fiquei desesperada. Aí, por sorte, meu marido, que está na campanha, né, ele é vereador aqui, o Leonel Brizola Neto, foi lá socorrer no meu lugar. Então eu fiquei, meu Deus, eu tenho que ganhar essa bateria, porque tem que fazer jus eu ter ficado aqui, né, e não ter ido para lá junto com ele, mas eu vou correr agora atrás deles, né? E eu que estou há 4 anos sem competir o circuito mundial, para mim ter vencido aí a Isabela, a nova geração, é uma menina que está arrebentando, está mostrando que o bodyboard é muito mais do que 360 e rola, ela que dá vários RS, surfa bem pra caramba, então para mim já é uma grande vitória.
Ai, que linda, parabéns, melhoras aí para os seus filhos, né? Eu sei como é difícil, eu sou mãe também, é muito difícil a gente focar na nossa carreira e com diversas dificuldades vencer. Você é uma vencedora, boa sorte nas próximas baterias, que você consiga aí chegar ao seu objetivo. Manda um beijo, um abraço para o pessoal que está te assistindo.
Um grande beijo para todo mundo, continue ligado e maior ainda para o meu filho, ele está bem, já tive a notícia que ele está bem, mas vamos, é isso aí, galera, continue ligado, né?
Que bom, parabéns, Soraya. Tchau.
All right, so thank you, Stephanie. That was the last heat winner, Soraya Rocha. For those of you who don't speak Portuguese, Soraya's child is currently in the hospital. She was at the hospital, left, came here, competed, and she's actually going back to the hospital to keep an eye on her kid. So a lot of respect for her, a lot to handle, taking care of family like that and being able to come here, win out, and then rush off. That's pretty difficult. And definitely a lot to deal with. So best wishes to her and her family. And congratulations again for the heat win. Meanwhile, out in the water, we have had a situation change. We have 10 minutes remaining. And currently out in the water, we have a new heat leader, Eunate Aguirre, the defending world champ, scoring a 7.0 on her first wave, then a 4.75. That's enough for an 11.75 and puts her in the lead. And we just had Luz Marie Grande put together a 4.75 and a 6.50 to move into that second spot. Nicole Caleros bumped down to third. She came out strong with an 8.0, but was only able to follow it up with a 1.0. She's looking for a stronger secondary score. Meanwhile, Joselene Amorim got things started off with a 3.50. Since then, she's only been able to post a 1.65. She sits in the fourth spot. So right now, Luz Marie needs a 5.26 to move into that top spot. Caleros needs a 3.75 to move into first. And Amorim chasing an 8.25. Again, this is a non-elimination heat. The winner goes directly to round 7. The other three girls, they are going to have to battle it out in round 6. We will see both round 6 and round 7 of the women's coming up tomorrow in day 5 of competition. Here, 8:45 remaining in Heat 3, Round 5 of Day 4 of competition here at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. And there you can see Joselene Amorim rolling through that section on the left, comes out clean and then ducks out. That should get rid of that 1.65. That should help her score a bit and definitely factor into her combined total score at the moment. There you can see the girls out in the water. 8:15 remaining. And yes, a 4.60. So now Amorim chasing a 7.15 to take that top spot. Meanwhile, Caleros still looking for a 3.75. Luz Marie Grande in need of a 5.26. It is currently Eunate Aguirre sitting in the top spot. Sorry about that. The mic cut out for just a second. Again, right now, situation in the water. Aguirre in that top spot looking to advance to round 7. Right now, Luz Marie Grande, Nicole Caleros, and Joselene Amorim. They are playing catch-up, 7.5 minutes remaining. All right, so again, right now, 6:45 remaining. It is Eunate Aguirre, the defending world champ, sitting in that top spot, looking to move on to round 7, while the other girls trying to catch her so that they don't have to battle it out in round 6. Again, non-elimination heat, top spot to round 7. Other three girls will face off again tomorrow in round 6. So definitely to the riders' advantage to win their heat and skip around, take a heat off, and save their energy for later in the competition. And right now, a 4.75 drops for Joselene Amorim. She moves into the third spot. That drops Nicole Caleros into fourth. Again, Nicole coming out with one of the higher scores of the day with an 8.0, but she only has a 1.0 as a backup. And here, up and riding, Luz Marie Grande drives off the bottom, gets a nice solid roll, and then ducks out before the wave closes. That should be a good score for her. She is currently chasing a 5.26. We'll wait and see what the judges score her on that one. a 4.80. That will be a new high secondary score for her. She's still chasing a 5.6, though, if she's going to take that top spot and skip round 6. 5.5 minutes remaining in this heat. And a big shout out to everybody hitting us up online. We've had messages from a bunch of people who have been tuning in all day, including Funchi Hasa, who giving a quick shout out. The ladies showing their stuff. Yes, even though the waves are small and challenging, the girls are out there ripping. Here, Eonate with a nice roll. She decides to bail out as that thing shuts down, so a quick little wave for Eonate. That will probably not factor into her combined score. She's currently sitting on a 7.0 and a 4.75. Yeah, she'll get a 2.85 on that last one. It will not factor into her final combined score. Meanwhile, again, Eonate in the lead, holding off Luz Marie Grande. Grande searching for a 5.26 right now. Joselini Amorum in third. She needs a 7. And in the fourth position in the yellow jersey, there you can see Nicole Caleros. She needs a 3.75 or better to move into that top spot and skip round 6, go straight to round 7. Again, Nicole came out strong, an 8.0, one of the highest scores of the day, men's or women's. But she has been unable to back it up with anything firm so far. So, again, Nicole Calero sitting on an 8.0, looking to get rid of that 1.0 as a secondary score if she's going to move into that top spot and win this heat. We have 4 minutes remaining, and it remains Eonate Aguirre in the lead. And here we have Eonate up and riding, throws into a forward spin on this little right-hander, pulls in, drives off the bottom, gets the roll, and lost her behind the camera structure. Could not tell if she completed that maneuver or not. From what I'm starting to see drop from the judges, that will be scored a complete maneuver, so a nice spin-to-roll combo there for Eonate from the Basque Country. The Spaniard putting together a 6.0 on that ride. So a 7.0, 6.0, that strengthens her score to a combined 13.0. She remains in the top spot right now, increases her lead over the rest of the field out in the water right now. Again, in second, Luz Marie Grande chasing a 6.51. Joselini Amorum is after an 8.25, and Nicole Caleros in need of a 5.0 at the moment. And here we can see Luz Marie Grande kicking into this one. Comes off mid-face, punches the roll through the lip, comes out clean, and then ducks out. That'll be a decent score for Luz Marie, but I don't know if it will be a 6.51. And she receives a 3.80 for her efforts on that one from the judges. That will not improve her position or factor into her overall combined score. We have 2 minutes remaining in this heat, and it is still Eonate Aguirre holding the lead over that woman, Luz Marie Grande from Puerto Rico in the white jersey. Luz Marie currently in second, chasing a 6.51 if she's going to move into that top spot. She is followed by Joselini Amorim in the black, who is looking for an 8.25. And again, Nicole Caleros in the yellow jersey. She only needs a 5.0. She scored an 8.0 on her first wave, but her secondary wave is only a 1.0. She needs a solid backup score of 5.0 or better as soon as possible if she's going to have a shot at taking that top spot away from the defending world champ. 120 and counting left in this heat. And there you can see white Luz Marie taking a look at that wave. So again, counting down 1 minute remaining, Eonate Aguirre, the Spaniard in the top spot, being chased by the Puerto Rican and the two Brazilians. And counting down 55 seconds remaining, Eonate holds on to the top spot. Luz Marie still looking for a 6.51. Amorum needs an 8.25. Caleros needing a 5.0. She came out here looking absolutely devastating with that 8.0 to start things off. It looked like she was just going to lay claim and run away with this thing, but we have seen very little of Nicole Caleros since then, and there, Luz Marie Grande going for an air roll spin, an incomplete maneuver that will not be enough to help her cause. 20 seconds and counting down there. You see Nicole Caleros in the yellow jersey taking a look at that one. She's got to be a little frustrated to come out here, get an 8.0, and not be able to back it up. That's tough to swallow for anybody. 10 seconds remaining in this heat. Here you can see Joselene Amorim coming in, and as they count down the final seconds, it is going to be the defending world champ, Eunati Aguirre, who comes into this event ranked second in the world right now. She will win this heat, skip round 6, and go straight to round 7. Meanwhile, the other three girls, Luz Marie Grande, Joselene Amorim, and Nicole Caleros, they will have to battle it out in round 6. No rest for them other than waiting overnight to hit the water tomorrow in Day 5 of competition here at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. And the horn has just sounded for the beginning of Heat 4, Round 5, the last heat of the day here. This is the Women's Pro Division Heat 4, Round 5. In the water right now in red, former world champion Carla Costa-Taylor, joined by 5-time world champion Neymar Carvalho. Also in the water, Mayra Viana and the French woman Anne Lacoste. So Taylor in red, Carvalho in white, Viana in yellow, Lacoste in black. Actually, correction, Costa-Taylor in the pink jersey out in the water. So on screen you will see a pink jersey, on your scoreboard a red jersey, but the pink jersey is the red jersey in this heat. Carla Costa-Taylor in the pink jersey up and riding, combines a couple of forward spins, resets her line, driving down the line, finishes off with a roll. So a nice, quick combination wave for Carla Costa-Taylor to get on the board first here in this final heat of the day, Heat 4, Round 5. Day 4 of competition here at Rio Bodyboarding International at Posto Cinco in Copacabana, coming to you from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. It's been a long day. The sun has kind of been replaced by some clouds and gray. The wind has picked up. The conditions have been very challenging, but our riders have stepped up to the plate and shown why they are professional bodyboarders, showing why they are some of the best in the world out here putting on a show in these smaller, difficult conditions, and just out there absolutely ripping apart these little waves. These are the waves that, you know, when the younger groms see guys out in the water and see girls out in the water, this is the kind of stuff that should inspire people to be able to go out in waves like this that anybody can get at their local break and just go out there and tear them to pieces. The girls have been going off. The guys have been going off. It's been really fun for me to watch and make the call on all of this stuff. My name is Steve Action Jackson. I've been holding down the English commentary for you today. And here we are at the end of the day, final heat of the day. There you can see Carla Costa-Taylor on the board with a 5.0, waiting for her second score to drop. Meanwhile, Mayra Viana getting a 4.25 on her first wave. Still waiting for Anne Lacoste and Neymar Carvalho to get on the board there. Mayra Viana going for her second wave, spins off the back. So again, Costa-Taylor, Viana, both with 2 waves under their belt, waiting for Carvalho and Lacoste to start their campaign here in this heat. And there you can see on the beach the heat winner doing a quick little interview. Meanwhile, Jessica Becker, she can't be too happy about her performance out there. I mean, she should be stoked about that 8.0 she got on her first wave, but she was unable to back it up and was unable to take the win in that heat. So she will have to face off against these girls again tomorrow in round 6, while the defending world champ, Eunate, she is getting a break from round 6. We'll see her in round 7 tomorrow. And there you can see Carla Costa-Taylor on her third wave. Carla Costa-Taylor going straight to work out in the water. And there, again, you can see Eunati Aguirre, the Spaniard from Basque Country, doing an interview at the water's edge, coming in from her heat. We will be hearing from her with Stephanie down on the beach in just a bit. Stay tuned for that. Meanwhile, out in the water, there you can see in a white, 5-time world champion Neymar Carvalho. She was here in the booth earlier today during the 4th round of women's. Now she is out in the water here in round 5, the last heat of the day. And up and riding, Neymar on her first wave, drives around that section, heads up, punches the roll, comes out clean, and that will get her on the board. And here we can see Anne Lacoste looking for her first wave, unable to kick into that one. That one wasn't really standing up for her. She'll turn around and look for another one to come her way, maybe something a little more conducive. Again, this is the last heat of the day, heat 4, round 5, day 4 of competition here at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. We have 15 minutes remaining in this heat. Currently, Carla Costa-Taylor in the lead. She sits on a 5.0 and a 5.75 for a combined 10.75. And here up and riding in yellow, Mayra Viana. Mayra driving down the line, punches the roll, comes out clean, demonstrates that she completed the mover, and then bails off her board. She'll paddle back out for another one. That should be a decent score for Mayra. Meanwhile, Neymar Carvalho gets on the board with a 4.65. Now we are just waiting to hear from the lady in black, Anne Lacoste from France, and here she is up and riding on her first wave. Mid-face turn, goes up, hits the roll, comes out clean. That will get her on the board for this final heat of the day. We'll see where the score drops on that one. Meanwhile, waiting for scores on Mayra Viana's last wave as well. We may have a little shuffle in the standings. Also another wave for Carla Costa-Taylor, a bit of a wave exchange there. And 5.50 for Carla Costa-Taylor. That will be her new second high score. Meanwhile, up and riding, Mayra Viana looking for another one. So Milo with a 6.25 on her last wave, now waiting for this wave to score. And Lacoste getting a 3.50 to get things started. So again, just waiting for the scores to finalize, and I will give you an update in just a moment. And we have a situation change out in the water with 13.25 remaining. Mayra Viana scoring a 5.65 on her last wave, a 6.25 on the wave before that. She moves into that top spot, bumping Carla Costa-Taylor down to second. And here's a look at Carla Costa-Taylor's last wave, trying to roll off that end section, the oncoming whitewater section, and she manages to ride through the whitewater. A 5.50 for Carla Costa-Taylor on that one. But she gets bumped down to the second position. Again, Mayra Viana moving to the top spot on the strength of a 6.25 and a 5.65 on her last two waves. That moves Carla Costa-Taylor to second. Currently in third, Neymar Carvalho has a 4.65 looking for a secondary wave. And Lacoste with a 3.5 also looking for a backup score. That is the situation out in the water with 12 and a half minutes remaining in this heat. Twelve minutes remaining, and that is the current heat leader in yellow, Mayra Viana, taking a look at that one. She's going to turn around and paddle back out for another. And while we have a break in the action out in the water, we are going to throw down to Stephanie on the beach with our heat winner from the last heat.
Boa tarde para vocês que estão nos assistindo ao vivo na internet. Eu estou aqui com a Eunat Aguirre, da Espanha, que venceu a última bateria do dia para finalizar bem. E você, Eunati, parabéns por sua performance na bateria. O que você tem a dizer sobre as ondas do Rio de Janeiro, Copacabana? Você está gostando, está feliz aqui e confiante para a etapa de Copacabana do Mundial?
Estar aqui no Rio sempre é bom, né? Eu acho que é um lugar maravilhoso, um lugar com muita história do bodyboard e estar aqui nesta cidade maravilhosa com tanta praia, tanta onda é muito bom, né? Falando da minha bateria, eu acho que tive sorte de realmente pegar umas ondas intermediárias, consegui manobrar bem, realmente com um pouco mais de projeção. E aí consegui somatório bom, que realmente foi um pouquinho mais do que as outras atletas e pronto, me consegui passar para a seguinte fase, né? E pronto, confiante, acho que aos pouquinhos não vai pegando confiança, né? O mar está bem difícil, acho que a sorte vai ser um fator importante neste campeonato.
Com certeza, Eunati. E as ondas de Copacabana são parecidas com as ondas de Sopelana, na Espanha? O lugar, qual que você treina?
Bom, acho que onde são parecidas, pode ser, né? Onde eu moro tem dias pequenos, assim, realmente é um pouquinho onda mais gorda, não é assim buraquinho, mas a gente surfa todo, né? Também viajando pelo mundo e já estou habituada, né? Neste marcinho aqui do Brasil e felizmente sempre tenho bons performances e bons resultados aqui.
Parabéns, Eunati, boa sorte nas próximas baterias. Estamos aqui finalizando a última entrevista do dia. Amanhã tem mais. Espero vocês acompanhando ao vivo na internet. Um beijo e até amanhã.
All right, thank you, Stephanie, and thank you, Eunati. Congratulations on her win again. Eunati Aguirre, the heat winner in that previous heat. Meanwhile, out in the water with 9:15 remaining, we have Mila Viana in the lead with a combined score of 14.25. Carla Costa-Taylor in second, chasing a 6.51. Neymar Carvalho in third, looking for an 8.50, and Anne Lacoste currently needs a 10 to move into that top spot. So Lacoste in a bit of a hole. The other girls still within striking distance. Neymar Carvalho has her work cut out for her, trying to track down an 8.50. And Carla Costa-Taylor, a 6.51. That is definitely within the realm of possibilities. She had a 7.75 on her last wave. Unfortunately, Mila Viana scoring an 8.0 on her last wave. Another 8.0 from one of the Brazilian girls. So an 8.0, 6.25. She has a combined 14.25, holding on to that top spot. 8:20 remaining in this heat. And here you can see Anne Lacoste on this small little inside left-hander, completing the roll. That will be her second scoring wave. That will help cut down that 10 she's chasing after. But she's still got some work left to do. A 3.75 on that last one. And actually, I stand corrected now because of the scores posted by the other competitors. Anne Lacoste needs a 14.26. She has crossed over into that dreaded territory known as Combination Land. Yes, Anne Lacoste in Combo Land, sitting in fourth, needs a 14.26. Right now, Neymar Carvalho right on the edge of Combo Land. She needs a 9.25. Carla Costa-Taylor still chasing a 6.51. Here you can see Carla Costa-Taylor on her last wave, driving down the line, powers through that closeout section, and rides out through the whitewater. A complete maneuver for Carla Costa-Taylor. So, again, currently, Myra Viana with an 8.0 and a 6.25 sits in that top spot. Carla Costa-Taylor in second, chasing a 6.51. Neymar Carvalho and Anne Lacoste have a bit more work ahead of them. Neymar Carvalho chasing a 9.25, Anne Lacoste a 14.26. And here you can see Myra Viana on that last wave. A nice cylindrical roll off of that section. She currently sits in the top spot with 6:40 remaining. Again, this is a non-elimination heat. Top spot skips round 6, goes straight to round 7. The other three girls, they have to battle it out in round 6. No rest for the weary. All right, and just in time, Key Dolguinho to the rescue for me. I was starting to fade a little bit. I still could probably use a bottle of water, but right now a couple of Dolguinhos to give me a little boost for the remaining 6 minutes of this heat. There you can see in yellow the heat leader, Mayra Viana, out in the water. She is sitting on a combined 14.25 at the moment, just under 6 minutes remaining. She holds the lead here. Viana taking a look at this one. She kicks in, takes off on this left, and this one's going to stand up a little bit. She's going to get a section going for the air roll spin, but it got kind of fouled up by the backwash. That will be an incomplete maneuver for our heat leader right now. That will not affect her overall score any, though. And Lacoste up and riding on the right-hander. She gets a quick roll off of it. That should help her score a little. I don't know if it's really going to cut into that combination situation she has. Again, she needs a 14.26 at the moment. She's in that ever-dreaded combo land, sitting in the fourth position. She scores a 4.65, which does take her out of combo land, but just barely. She now needs a 9.60 or better to move into that top spot. .445 remaining, and there in the pink jersey, chasing a 6.51, Carla Costa-Taylor, the former world champion. She is out there with the current heat leader, Mayra Viana, in the yellow jersey. Mayra posting up a 6.25 and an 8.0. She sits atop the scores right now. And again, it is Carla Costa-Taylor, the 1999 world champion. She is in need of a 6.51. Carla Costa-Taylor comes in currently ranked second on the World Tour. I accidentally said Aonate was. Aonate is currently ranked fourth on the World Tour, the defending world champ. Meanwhile, Carla Costa-Taylor, the 1999 world champ, coming into this event ranked second. There, Neymar Carvalho, the five-time world champ, who comes into this event ranked ninth on that last wave. For those of you who don't really know the history of bodyboarding, Neymar Carvalho, the five-time world champ, she was the champion in 2003 and 2004, and then again 2007, 2008, and 2009. She has been one of the most dominant competitors in women's bodyboarding in the history of women's bodyboarding. She has more world titles than any other woman in the history of the sport. And as I was saying earlier, tonight, Cafe Del Mar, 11 o'clock here in Copacabana, Brazilian Champions Banquet. They will be honoring all of Brazil's bodyboarding world champions, men's and women's, and we will be expecting a visit from the mayor of Rio as well. That should be interesting to see. Touching on the history of women's bodyboarding, Brazilians have won all but 3 of the world titles since they started keeping track. In 1996, the first women's world champ, Claudia Ferrari. Since then, only 3 women that were not Brazilian have managed to claim the world title. Marina Taylor, Kira Llewellyn, and the defending world champ that we saw winning that last heat, Aonate Aguirre. So the Brazilians have dominated, and it will be really cool to pay tribute to them tonight and honor them at this banquet. I'm really looking forward to being a part of bodyboarding history tonight with this Brazilian Bodyboarding Champions Banquet. Meanwhile, up and riding, Anne Lacoste from France on the left-hander. Driving down the line, gets the roll. That should help improve her score a little. Again, she's chasing a 9.60 to get into that top spot. 2 minutes remaining. It is still the lady in yellow, Mayra Viana, sitting in the top spot on the strength of a 14.25. She is trying to fend off Carla Costa-Taylor, who needs a 6.51. Meanwhile, there in white, Neymar Carvalho up and riding. Neymar currently residing in third spot, chasing a 9.25. That is not going to help her cause any. Neymar sitting on 2 5.0s, again chasing a 9.25, an incomplete maneuver on that last wave. 1.5 minutes remaining here in the last heat of the day, Heat 4, Round 5, Women's Pro Division. And real quick, just checking a question I got online. Is the Japanese crew in Brazil? Unfortunately, no. I haven't seen any of the Japanese girls. I'm kind of surprised because Minami Hatakeyama is in the top 5 in the women's, and you would think that she would be here to improve her position on the Women's World Tour standings. She potentially has a shot at a world title, and I'm actually a little surprised. Plus, the rest of the Japanese crew, the girl Aoi, Kawiki, Sari Ohara, none of the Japanese girls are here for this Women's World Tour event. I'm kind of surprised by that. But, you know, I'm not the one booking the travel tickets or footing the bill on that, so I have no say in the matter. That's all on them and their sponsors. So you'd have to ask one of them why they're not here. But I am surprised the Japanese is not here in force here in Rio. Out in the water, 25 seconds remaining, and it is Mayra Vienna in the lead. That woman, Carla Costa-Taylor, chasing a 6.51, goes for the roll, unable to complete the maneuver. 15 seconds remaining, and it looks like it's going to be Mayra Vienna who is going to advance out on the top spot. Again, she will skip round 6 and go straight to round 7. 5 seconds remaining. The other 3 competitors here, Costa-Taylor, Carvalho, and Lacoste, they will have to battle it out again in round 6. Again, that will be tomorrow. Tomorrow we're looking at rounds 6 and 7 for the women. For the men, we will most likely be looking at round 9 and then quarterfinals, another full day of 24 heats tomorrow. I, of course, will await confirmation from the tech director to confirm that. But right now, just going off the schedule we've had thus far and guesstimating, it looks like men's round 9 and quarterfinals tomorrow, as well as women's round 6, round 7, and quarterfinals tomorrow as well. Another full day of 24 heats. And again, Mayra Vienna winning that heat. She will skip round 6 and go on to round 7. Be sure to tune in tomorrow for more action from here at Postal Cinco in Copacabana. Day 5 of competition tomorrow here at Rio Bodyboarding 2012. We will wait and see what the swell does. Hopefully we'll see an increase. Until then, stay tuned to Rio Bodyboarding .com.br as well as IBA World Tour. Also, youtube.com/IBA World Tour for the live webcast. Stay tuned for all the latest news, updates, and highlight clips. My name is Steve Axon Jackson. I'm out of here for the day. I will catch up with all of you guys tomorrow morning. The riders are all on call for 7:30, and we are looking at an 8 o'clock start time. I'll see you tomorrow.